So welcome to Wildlife Conservation Board meeting, February 15th, 2024. If you have not already adjusted to the new year. So we are going to go ahead and get started with the roll call.
Chair Boakday,
Present.
Vice Chair Bonham, Member Peralt, Member Nagami,
Here.
Member Pavley, Member Phillips,
Here.
Member Murray.
Here.
We have a form.
Wonderful. So we have a quorum? Okay. Yes, great. Okay, so the next agenda item is, yes, excuse me, I'm so sorry. Please, I know, I'm jumping in. So I do want to welcome our new member, Samantha Murray, and she is the new chair of the Fish and Game Commission. So welcome and congratulations. You want to say a few words?
Yes, just newly minted as of yesterday as the president of the Fish and Game Commission. So really happy to be here. Excited about all the work that WCB is doing, and just thanks for having me.
Great. Well, we're excited to have you join us. And you already come with experience to being on the board previously. So congratulations again. So I'd like to move to approval of the agenda. I know we have a number of items that have been withdrawn from the agenda. Item 13 under consent, 13, 21, and 27. Is that correct?
Also, 9 and 15.
Oh, you're,
9 and 15.
okay.
Am I correct? So 9, 15, 18, 21, and 27
Oh,
are all out.
what
Do I
about
have that wrong?
13?
No, 9.
Did I miss right? Say again.
15.
Oh, 13. It's my handwriting. 13, 15,
Wait, this is one.
21, 27. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, so just to reiterate, so we're going to withdraw items under consent. Agenda item number 9, 13, 15, 21, and 27. Okay, and then I'm also going to be tabling agenda item number 5, discussion and election of board chair. Are there any other changes from the board for the agenda? Okay, hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended? So moved. Second?
Second.
Great. Roll call?
Chair Boakday,
Aye.
Chair Bonham, Member Nagami,
Aye.
Member Pavley, Member Peralt, Member Phillips,
Aye.
Member Sklar.
Sorry.
Sorry,
Murray.
That's okay. Aye.
Get it.
motion passes.
Wonderful. And now I'm pleased to hand it over to Jen Norris for our Executive Director's report.
Thank you, Chair Boakday. I am super excited about today's meeting. We have an incredible number of projects that are just inspirational and should make you feel proud to be part of the WCB family. I know I am. I want to start by just giving a shout out to my staff who worked really hard to get this agenda put together. And I know they're frustrated that we had lost a few items at the last minute, but it is not reflective of the incredible work we've done to bring this agenda to you. There are a lot of really good projects. And there's just so much behind the scenes that I'm just beginning to understand. I feel like this is like a wedding or a Super Bowl or something. Anyway, I want to just point you to a couple of things that we did since the last board meeting, in part because our meetings are going longer. We have more engagement, which is great, but we also note that some of our folks missed their flights home and we had trouble keeping a quorum toward the end. So we have switched the order. We now go south to north. We traditionally always went north to south. So now we've switched that up because we assume those folks are flying. We also have a new format that I hope you look at and give us your feedback on, just how we've structured the items in the agenda. I also want to Oh, and then we're going to have time at the end for public comment for items that are not on the agenda so that we are sure that our projects can make it through while we have everyone here. Hoping everyone is here till the end, but we know what can happen. So I also want to share that we yesterday sent out our year in review. We each have a copy. Those in the audience haven't taken a look, it's really beautiful and really exemplifies just the incredible work that WCB did over the last year, mostly with Rebecca sitting in this seat, and we're looking forward to doing more great projects. I will talk more about the budget when we talk about the funding status. Actually, that's the next item, so maybe I'll just do both. We did receive a budget letter from the Department of Finance in January that alerted us to the need to cease all new contracts and new spending, essentially, which is going to put on hold our ability to have a Southern California meeting, which I know we're all really excited to try to do, but to put the audio visual in place to actually have a proper meeting, we would have to get a contract. And so we're hoping that this will ease up, but for the time being, that's where we are. As well, it affects our ability to really launch effectively our strategic planning effort, which we also wanted to start this year. Again, I'm hoping this is just a temporary pause, but we really want to do it right and make sure we have the resources to engage with a really broad crosscut of the community at large. And so without support, I just think it would be inadequate. So we're going to just pause on that. So that's all on my executive director report. If there are questions, happy to answer any. Okay. And then in your packet, you do have our fund status. This is a little bit off because we did pull a few items just at the end, but today we are going to spend around $100 million if it's all approved, 103 maybe plus or minus. You'll note that after today's agenda, a board meeting will be at about $406 million in our accounts, which I know sounds like a lot of money, but in fact, if you look at the distribution of the funds across different accounts with different limitations and requirements, it gives us sort of less flexibility than we've had maybe over the last year to fund a wider array of projects. And I will just point out that we've had just an incredible outpouring of project applications that are in our queue, and we've taken stock of what's all the great opportunities that we have across the state. And I can tell you that already we have more requests than we do have funds available. So we're now sort of looking even more to make sure we get the best of the best. We're looking for more cost share. You know, we're going to still do great projects, but I can foresee that things will start slowing down toward the end of this year. So I just wanted to alert you all to that. Also, we discovered a pretty minor clerical error, but it did propagate across a fair number of projects. We weren't citing some of our fund citations properly. They were missing a few little parentheses and funky things. So we fixed all of that. That's in your report here. None of it changed what funding anybody used. It's just we wanted to make sure all the proper citations were legally cited. So we did do some cleanup since the last board meeting of a bunch of projects. And then lastly, we had to switch some. So as the Jan 10 governor's budget came out, there was $75 million worth of WCB funds that were offered up for budget solutions, which meant three of our funding pots were frozen. So our Regional Conservation Investment Strategy Fund, which was $5 million, and then two funds that were for Northern Cascades and Southern California mountains. We've had to hold on those projects that were in those funds and transfer them to other funding sources. So these were two things that we had funded, but we sort of didn't get them in time into that freeze. We still funded them, but that's described also in your account. And so that's the Middle Truckee Watershed Forest Health and the Sierra Foothill Forest Climate Resilience right there at the end. And the rest is cost recovery, which hopefully you can approve on consent. With that, see if there's any questions.
Any questions of Jen from either her report or the funding status report? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much. So now I'd like to move to agenda item 4, the board member updates and reports. Do we have any reports from our subcommittees? So I know our equity subcommittee met about maybe a week ago. So we continue the conversation around looking at from within the equity subcommittee, you know, utilizing data to really think about some guidelines to help shape definition of justice, climate resilience, and equity. And so one of the things I did want to bring up is, given that the directive to kind of halt any of the contracting, what I'd like to recommend and suggest to the board is that we pivot and do like a half-day retreat, board retreat, to be able to kind of talk about key areas of focus for this year and possibly next year. And one of those is to really spend some time building off of the work that the equity subcommittee has been doing. Again, to really strengthen, I think, definition and focus for some of the funding. And that, so that would be kind of one of the items. So we'll, but I think the committee at this point is, you know, continues to really look at the data across the state and how do we, again, kind of define and focus our work around equity as a board. So any other comments, updates from the equity subcommittee members? Okay. Are there any other updates from the board? Did the herbicide pesticide committee meet, or is there any?
Yeah, we met
Committee,
and
okay.
I think we've decided to disband that subcommittee because most of what we're talking about is being discussed at the board level.
Thank you for that. Any other updates from the board, items for consideration at this point? Okay, so I will be working with Jen on looking at some potential dates for, again, a board retreat, so we can, so please stay tuned for that. My goal is to be able to have that prior to the next board meeting, so.
And I apologize,
Okay.
I went out of order. I jumped over
That-
2 items.
That is
Right after approving the
okay.
agenda.
That is okay.
My eyes work great. They
That
really
is
do.
okay.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and move on to the consent items under the agenda. So we have, again, removed items number 9, 13, 15, 21, and 27. Are there any other items from the agenda that the board would like further discussion on, or otherwise, do I have a board motion?
Just really
Please.
quick, an acknowledgement. I think we try to say this every time. We just have lots of amazing projects to talk about. We wish we could talk about them all. I wish we had time to go over all of them, but we don't. But just acknowledgement and hearty thanks for everyone who worked on all the projects in the consent calendar. They're all worthy of being funded. They're all amazing. They're going to contribute to our 30 by 30 goals, and just appreciate all of you. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from the board on the consent?
I'll move approval of the consent items minus the ones that have been withdrawn.
Okay, so we'll take prior to doing the vote, we do have a few public comments. Is there a second on the motion?
Second.
Okay, so Jen, can you please walk us through any public comment?
Sure, we have Heidi Krolik, Conservation Director for the Trust for Public Land. And I know Shelton, you're going to be right after her, so come on up too. Thanks.
Good morning, board members and staff and members of the public. Heidi Krolik with the Trust for Public Land, and really wonderful to be with you all today. Really appreciate your consideration of the Mountain Meadows 101 Ranch project, conservation project that we have before you on today's consent calendar. And on behalf of the project team, which is a collaborative group that involves Feather River Land Trust, Trust for Public Land, Point Blue Conservation Science, Plumas Corps, and our landowner, Sierra Pacific Industries. We're really excited. This is the second phase of a two-part project that protects over 4,300 acres up in Lassen County, part of the Mountain Meadows Complex, which is the second largest montane meadow on the west slope of the Sierra. These lands are in the headwaters of the North Fork of the Feather River watershed that flow downstream to Lake Oroville. Really important source waters for the State Water Project. And if you haven't been there, it's an absolutely magical landscape. This project is truly multi-benefit. Working lands provides an opportunity to both protect and enhance critical riparian habitat and meadows, which are, I know you all know, just ecological powerhouses, providing really important refugia for a changing climate. And so with this acreage, around 4,300 acres with both phases, really make significant progress toward our state's goals of 30 by 30, as well as protecting and enhancing our natural and working lands. And with that, just want to take an opportunity to really acknowledge the whole project team. Really want to thank WCB staff, Joe Navari, for your leadership on this project. David Dodds, who this project wouldn't have been possible without, toward the tail end here. Thank you for your perseverance and wisdom guiding us through the process. And also really want to acknowledge CDFW and their engagement and efforts in helping to fund this overall project, Corey Saltzman and the folks in the restoration group. So thank you very much for your consideration, and I'll hand it to Shelton.
Thank you, Heidi. I'm Shelton Douthit from Feather River Land Trust, and I just wanted to add to Heidi, and I know we only had 2 minutes together, so I'm going to make it quick. The main thing I wanted to, okay, 2 minutes, great, okay. I'll slow down now. I did want to mention that what's really unique about this project is the combination of our background as a land trust, focusing on conservation, but bringing Point Blue with their scientists, and Plumas Corp with their restoration skills, and then lastly, SPI with their long history of management of lands in this region. It's really been great for us because we're a small land trust. We don't have the capacity, we don't have the science, and this project's bringing it all together. And the result is a conservation plan that's very unique. It's tied to the conservation easement. It gets updated annually, or at least reviewed annually. And it's really going forward, looking at enhancement and restoration. So it's more than just a conservation easement. And so that's what's so exciting about this. And we hope it's a model for our future as an organization, but it wouldn't be possible without all of you. And again, the great staff we've been working with, the Cal Fish and Wildlife and WCB and the good old SPI. They've had a pretty rough year, a couple of years over the years of the fires and such. And they've been a real strong supporter of our efforts up there. So I just wanted to shout out everyone. Thanks again for having us.
Is there anyone online that wants to comment on consent items?
There are no raised hands.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a first and a second. Any further conversation or questions from the board? Okay, go ahead, Mary.
Chair Boakday,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham,
Aye.
Member McNamee,
Aye.
Member Pavle, Member Corral.
Very good.
Member Phillips,
Aye.
Member Murray.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Wonderful, thank you. So we will now move forward to our first presentation, the San Diego National Wildlife Refuge Vernal Pool Restoration Project. Jen?
We have Don Crocker here to present for us.
Morning.
I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. This proposal is to consider the allocation for a grant to the Friends of San Diego Wildlife Refuges for a cooperative project with the United States Fish and Wildlife Service to remove invasive plant species and restore vernal pool and coastal sage grub habitats within the San Diego National Wildlife Refuge in San Diego County. Next slide, please. The San Diego National Wildlife Refuge covers around 12,500 acres. The refuge is characterized by coastal sage grub, oak woodland, riparian, and vernal pool habitats. This diversity in the refuge was protected from the urban and agricultural development that has completely transformed western San Diego County, leading to it becoming a critical area for several sensitive plant and animal species whose habitat has been drastically reduced in the region over the last 100 years. This is why the refuge is included in the San Diego Multiple Species Conservation Program Plan Preserve, which is a system of large connected preserve areas that address a number of species needs at the habitat level and aims to preserve San Diego's native habitats and wildlife for future generations. Of all the diverse habitats at the refuge, none is more imperiled than the vernal pools. These pools are seasonal wetlands that form in depressions on relatively flat areas with impermeable soils. The standing water in the pools lasts anywhere from a few weeks to a few months, creating an environment that is too wet for most native upland species and too dry for native marsh species. These unique conditions led to a group of plant and animal species that evolved to take advantage of and in turn became dependent on these temporary wetlands. Most of these vernal pool dependent species are now considered sensitive because the flatland areas necessary for the pools to form are the most appealing to developers. And it's estimated that 95 to 97% of vernal pool habitat in San Diego County has been lost. Next slide, please. The project you are considering today will focus on creating habitat for 6 of these sensitive species that are federally listed and known to occur at the project site. This includes the endangered San Diego fairy shrimp, San Diego button celery, orchids grass, and Otay mesa mint, along with the threatened spreading Navarretea and Otay tar plant. While these 6 will drive the project, there are over a dozen other species of concern that will benefit from the vernal pool and coastal sage grouse habitat that will be restored. Next slide, please. The vernal pools within the refuge have been protected from development, but the quality of habitat they provide has been greatly reduced by non-native plant species. The picture on the left is one of the vernal pool complexes in the project area. It was taken during the wet season after the area had been mowed. The good news is the hydrology of the pools is still intact. The bad news is that almost all the plants you're looking at are invasive non-native species. The picture on the right shows the same area towards the end of summer after non-native plants have had a season of growth. The vernal pool basin is covered by invasive annual grasses, and the upland areas surrounding the pools is dominated by thistle, mustard, and other invasive species common to Southern California. These invasives have crowded out the vernal pool dependent plants and drastically reduced the habitat value for the native fairy shrimp and other wildlife species. Next slide, please. The project site is a 30-acre area in the far western portion of the refuge. This site contains 3 distinct vernal pool complexes that can be seen delineated by the green line in the photo. The project will restore vernal pools, coastal sage scrub, and native grasslands on 20 of those 30 acres. The active project will implement the weed control and weed removal and control necessary for native plant species to thrive. Native vernal pool species will then be directly seeded into the pool basins, and in the upland areas between the pools, coastal sage scrub species will be installed as container plants and native grasses will be seeded. The project also includes the installation and maintenance of fencing that will prevent the newly installed plants from being trampled, and a temporary irrigation system that will ensure that the new plantings have the resources necessary to become established and healthy. There will also be a hedgerow of native shrub species planted along the eastern border of the site that will help prevent the reintroduction of non-native species from the private land adjacent to the project area. Next slide, please. The most critical step of the project will be the suppression of the weeds that currently dominate the site. The grantee and landowner, the United States Fish and Wildlife Service, have determined that using a limited amount of herbicide will be necessary. The first application will be the targeted use of glyphosate, primarily to control non-native annual grasses that will germinate after the first rains. Triclopyr will then be applied twice to control broadleaf weeds that have germinated. Weed maintenance will then switch to mechanical methods for the majority of the spring and summer. An additional treatment of triclopyr may be necessary if late season thistles are observed in late summer to early fall. The grantee and the Fish and Wildlife Service have done what they can to minimize the usage of chemicals, but it's felt that mechanical treatments alone will most likely not be sufficient, and the limited use of herbicide provides the greatest chance for the project to be successful. This is a position that Krista Hoffman, CDFW's Integrated Pest Management Coordinator, concurred with in her response to the project's herbicide questionnaire. Next slide, please. The pictures you see here are from a successful vernal pool restoration project funded by the WCB on nearby Otay Mesa. This project site was also dominated by non-native plant species, but after around 4 years of weed control and the seeding and planting of native species, the vernal pools here have made a remarkable recovery. The most dramatic evidence of the success of this project can be seen in the center bottom photo that is dominated by the purple flowers of the endangered Otay mesa mint. The project at the San Diego National Wildlife Refuge that they're now considering has every chance to be as successful as the Otay Mesa project, and eventually provide several acres of critical habitat that will benefit a host of sensitive plant and animal species. Therefore, staff recommends the board approve this project as proposed. In the audience is Jill Turp from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Megan Olson from Recon Environmental, and Gay Langley, Vice President of the Friends of San Diego Wildlife Refuges, is in the online audience. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, comments from the board? Catherine?
Yeah, I have some concerns related to the use of glyphosate. First of all, I'm wondering who actually fills out the herbicide questionnaire in this case? Is it the applicant or is it the applicant's consultant, Recon?
In this place, it was Recon, Megan Olson.
Okay. So the questionnaire has several statements that simply aren't true about glyphosate and suggests to me that Recon is not up on the latest science, the science since 2019. For instance, these two herbicides are useful for managing most vegetation targets with broad activity and low risk to non-targets. There's a lot of indication that glyphosate is of risk to invertebrates and to soil health, et cetera, et cetera. Also notes that no surfactant is recommended during this application to avoid negative impacts to arthropods and soil-dwelling microorganisms. While there is concern about surfactants, some of the most recent laboratory research has looked just at glyphosate's impacts on arthropods, and it creates, it affects the melanization and their ability to resist fungi and bacterial infection. So there is strong evidence that with or without surfactant, glyphosate will have an impact on arthropods. And there are similar statements. Additionally, herbicides that bind quickly with soil without residual soil effects will be used. Glyphosate may or may not bind for a longer period of time, depending on the soil type. So I don't know that it's true to say that it won't bind. I don't know anything about the soil. I'm not sure they've done enough analysis to indicate that it's not going to bind, at least for a period of 6 months or to a year. The manufacturer has consistently, first Monsanto and now Bayer, says that it doesn't bind with soil, but there's plenty of research indicating that it does. In addition, it has an effect on the things that live in the soil that make the soil rich, et cetera, et cetera. And then finally, it says only herbicides known to have no effect on vertebrates and invertebrates will be used. I am not a rocket scientist, and it does not take a rocket scientist to do a search on Google of peer-reviewed scientific articles published in peer-reviewed journals to find that there is evidence that glyphosate can have a negative effect on vertebrates and invertebrates. And most recently, the US EPA has finalized its analysis of glyphosate as required by the Endangered Species Act. And in its final report, it does say that glyphosate can harm up to 1,600 or more than 1,600 threatened and endangered species. It's recognized as a carcinogen by the World Health Organization, and it's recognized as a carcinogen by OEHA in California. So I think it's fine to have these questionnaires prepared. I like having this information, but what distresses me is that clearly the consultant relying on who's going to be applying the herbicide is not presenting true information or is not up to date on what the current science is.
Well, let me bring up Megan Olson to address some of your complaints. She's the one that filled out the herbicide questionnaire, so hopefully she'll be able to answer your questions.
Hey, good morning. Thank you so much for having us. Sorry, I'm nervous about a lot of things and this microphone is one of them. So I even can't hear. Thank you first to the board for having us. I really am excited about this project. Jill and I have been working on this for a long time, and it's just, we're really grateful that it's up for, being presented today. So thank you so much. I have been working on the refuge for the last 16 years, working closely with the service, and I've watched the service work tirelessly to spend their sporadic and limited funding as far as possible. And part of that has been the use of herbicides as the most cost-effective and efficient method to control weeds within their refuge. So in addition to the grant objectives that we've laid out in our application, one of our primary goals is to really reduce the amount of herbicide that is applied on this site year after year. And primarily, we plan to do that through revegetation, where areas of non-native species are going to be replaced with native species so that the site can maintain itself in perpetuity and be a long-term viable habitat that supports sensitive species and vernal pools. But in order to do that, we're going to plant a lot of container plants and do a lot of seeding. But those container plants and those teeny tiny seeds are really going to need our help to become established so that they can really be the primary method of weed control on this site. And part of that will be constantly choosing the least impactful method to control weeds. Sometimes that will be line trimming, but sometimes line trimming isn't going to be precise enough to work around smaller plants. So sometimes that will be hand pulling. But sometimes hand pulling will disturb the soil surface and impact either germinating seedlings or present opportunities for new weeds to germinate. So, as a final result, herbicide, it might be a tool that we will utilize to control weeds within the system. But over the course of the grant, over the 3-year course of the grant, we fully expect our herbicide use to decrease. And by the end of the grant term, we expect that, limited herbicide would be necessary to maintain the site in perpetuity.
Thank you. Do you want to make any comments, or otherwise I'll see if there's any other questions from the board?
Thank you.
Yeah,
I'd
of
like
course.
to reiterate what Megan said, that, to thank you very much for considering this project. This is a really important area within the National Wildlife Refuge. Our focus of the San Diego National Wildlife Refuge is the protection and recovery of over 16 federally listed threatened and endangered species, and of which we have 6 here just in this relatively small portion. And as Megan mentioned, we've not had consistent funding over time. We have very few staff. Right now, we have 1 staff member for 12,500 acres. And so we don't have the staff capacity to get out there and do more work on the land, unfortunately. So by partnering with the Friends of San Diego Wildlife Refuges and Recon Environmental and bringing the limited staff resources we have, we feel this is the most cost-effective way to benefit this large suite of threatened and endangered species in the area. And we're grateful for your consideration of this project.
Wonderful, thank you.
We have a representative from Friends of the San Diego Wildlife Refuge on the phone. I don't know if she wants to comment. Gay? Gay Lingley?
Okay, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, good morning. Thank you. Well, I would just agree that the Fish and Wildlife Service is on a limited staffing budget. And we do have this space down in the Otay area of the San Diego National Wildlife Refuge. And I would support everything that has been said today. And we certainly do appreciate the time and effort that you have spent in reviewing our application, and would appreciate all that you can do to see this through to a successful granting. Thank you.
Thank you, please, Chuck.
So in the context of this specific agenda item, I agree with Board Member Phillips. The questionnaires are more useful and better to have than not. To connect the dot to a report out in the agenda earlier, that is a prime outcome of the subcommittee. I think it was formed in part to think through how to create more rigor and process on this topic for projects that might come before the board. In my opinion, the subcommittee and then the board have sent clear signals that are having effects in the applicant pool. For example, I think we may only have 2 projects this meeting, it might be 3, that relate to potential use of herbicides. That quantity appears down to me. And if anyone out there is confused, they shouldn't be. As an applicant, I think you can expect fact checking and significant analysis by board members when you bring projects that may involve herbicides. And as applicants, you have a responsibility to be liaisoning with your consultants, and you can expect this kind of conversation. So you ought to take it seriously.
Yes, please.
Thanks for that, Chuck. I had a follow-up question on the glyphosate application. I understand the concept. Well, first of all, I mean, vernal pools are some of the most fragile, endangered habitats. So I think the level of scrutiny for when we're using any kind of, chemicals in there, I think you're going to get more questions, most likely. I understand the concept of, applying more now to reduce later. What are we talking about in terms of volume? Like, is it going down to like from 100 to 5% at the end of the grant, or are you reducing from like 100 to like 80 to 70%? Like, to reduce to a lower level later doesn't really give me a lot of information. And then also, I mean, in this resource challenged environment, cost savings and cost efficiency, it's not lost on this board. So I appreciate the comparing costs for using glyphosate, but then mechanical methods. If you could just put a finer point on that, like how much savings is happening over the course of the grant and then over the life of the project?
Yeah, those are great questions. And first I want to clarify that there will not be any herbicide application within the vernal pool basins themselves. All of that weed removal, really we would rely on the water inundation to preclude weeds. But any additional weed removal would be done carefully by hand towards the end of the growing season. So no herbicide would be applied within the basins and within 5 feet of those basins. And to address your point on the cost, I think we had allocated about $475,000 to weed control over the course of 3 years. And we estimated that if we were not allowed to use herbicide, it would cost as much as $830,000. So it would really, almost double the cost of weed control. And to address the volume question, typically what we see on restoration projects is the first year they're labor intensive, and that can also result in nothing above the annual load for herbicides. But typically within the second year, we're typically reducing herbicide by maybe 50%, and then by the third year, as much as 75%.
Great, thank you.
So you're asking for 1.6 million. If you raised it 400,000 roughly, you'd be able to not use herbicides?
Yes, however, I do think that there are certain species that are more effectively controlled with herbicides. And additionally, there's some of the manual control methods don't preclude the seeding of species. So it's, well, if we're not able to control them with herbicide, there's a constant seed input of non-natives. So I think that it's not just the cost, it's also just the effectiveness of herbicide that I think is beneficial.
So is the Recon and the National Wildlife Refuge folks, are you rejecting the idea that glyphosate has a negative impact that you can't recover from? Because the science, especially since 2018, there's been a larger volume of science coming out about this for multiple reasons.
I'm not saying that herbicides don't have a negative impact. I'm saying that the risk of herbicides, the benefits outweigh the risks. Similar to lime trimming can also have a negative impact without the proper PPE. all tools have an inherent risk to them. Restoration can be messy, it can be kind of dirty. But the benefit of using herbicides outweighs the risks in that.
I think what I have been trying to say to applicants since August of 2021 is that you should be coming in with larger proposals and less herbicides, larger funding, greater requests for greater funding, because I think, it's efficiency and effectiveness when you compare it to risk. It's going to be different for different people depending on their basis of information. And when I look at what our constituency is, what Californians think, what I see in polling, it doesn't make sense for me to vote for a project that allows the use of herbicides in this situation. So I'm, again, to you and to other applicants in the future, I'd rather see a higher dollar request than the use of herbicides.
Chair, if I might, Board Member Phillips, I understand that position you articulate, and it has a basis for me and fact and science. I think that it triggers in my mind an additional consideration that the board has to keep on its radar. Using this discussion as the example, let's assume for $400,000 more, a particular project could be better on the question of herbicide use. But then let's times 400,000 against 10 or 20. And we had the funding update earlier that we're running out of money for projects writ large. So I do think that the board will need to struggle with, like, with the declining balance overall. What would 400,000 or $1 million or $3 million mean as to other projects that might be in the queue? I'm not raising this to disagree with your point. I just think as we push on the application of herbicide issue, and we should keep pushing that, and you're the prime reason why we have at the board level, we have to be mindful of all the dynamics for the board relative to projects across the state. So thanks for letting me say that.
I have a question of staff around this. So the monitoring, so one of the statements made is that over the period of the project, the use of the herbicide will go down. So what is the monitoring that happens from our staff to kind of ensure that that decrease does happen over time if the board were to approve this project?
Right, so I do an annual visit for all my projects, at least when we don't have travel restrictions like we do for the next few months. But so I'll be there and I'll be taking a look at it and I'll be making sure. The only way this project works long-term is if the canopy of the native plant species grow into the point where they crowd it out. So that's what I pay attention to. So we'll be doing the active monitoring the 4 years or so of the active project. Now, we do have a long-term monitoring project, but I think they look at 10% of the projects every year. So we will be keeping an eye on it. But it's those first 4 years that are really critical. That's when the native plant species canopy grows in and it crowds out basically extinguishes the seed bank of invasive species. So we'll be on top of it for the most critical 4 or 5 years.
So just to reflect this conversation, so as part of that monitoring though, so I understand you'll be looking at the habitat, but are you going to also be able to track the decrease in the use as well?
Yeah.
So that's something that we would get reporting on, or
Right.
as a staff member, you could.
That's precisely what I go look for, to be
Yeah.
honest with you. So.
Oh, please.
First, apologies for being late this morning. I had a dental emergency, so. But I just wanted to reiterate, and I appreciate the comments made by Mr. Bauma, by Chuck, about the kind of this balance, right? And again, I missed the budget update, but familiar with where we are with the budget. And so I think, you know, when we're looking at projects, and particularly as we're looking at those that we have in the queue, I am mindful of needing to balance, you know, this conversation around herbicide use. But I think from the administration's standpoint, we want to be mindful, and Chuck, again, appreciate your example, right? That if we are asking for each project to cost just a little bit more, it means that our statewide impact to be able to move more projects lessens. So I think I'm just sort of reiterating what's already been said, but I think we need to be mindful of what the mission is here, and it's to try to be as impactful as possible. So
I guess I would encourage staff to stop bringing forward projects that use glyphosate.
Understood. So go ahead.
Okay, here, let me, go ahead and then because I think, we might have a proposal. Go ahead.
Well, I apologize. I didn't mean to check.
Not at all.
I just have a question for the staff. I heard in your response to Chair Bhakti's answer or question, excuse me, that you would be looking at that habitat. Will you actually be obtaining information on how much glyphosate and the other herbicides are used when you're out there annually?
No, now that's something we can put into, you know, my site visits, but I have not quantified the amount used before. Now it's something we can look to add going forward, but the glyphosate is really going to be, it should be reported out in their quarterly reports. So when I go out there, I have no way of testing it myself. It would have to be self-reported anyway. So we can make sure that they include they're required to do quarterly reports for the project. We can make sure that any quarterly report has a listing of how much glyphosate and other herbicides are used.
Thank you.
So I have, when the moment is right, at the chair's pleasure, I'm comfortable with this project. I'd be willing to make a motion, but I have two requests. The first is, I know you're just a representative for a particular part of the Fish and Wildlife Services refuge system in California, but for you and your colleagues at the Fish and Wildlife Service, I would ask that y'all, if you're considering future project proposals to the WCB, be very mindful of where we are as a collective board on application of herbicides on your federal properties. It makes a difference on how we're going to engage with you on your proposals. And you are a large land manager across the state of California, and we'll take up this conversation with the service directorate for the region. Second, not for this project, but I'd be curious whether staff could reflect on an idea. I wonder if a project that may use herbicides comes and presents the theory that the use will decline over the life of the project, if it would be useful for the board to consider phased funding that's contingent on performance of that reduction over time. It might create a more complicated granting space, but if the case being made is, well, we need to start with some judicious use, which is an issue for some of our board members, but we are telling you will decline over the life of the project, well, prove it. And let's have a contingency relationship during implementation around phase funding. I don't think I'm comfortable suggesting that for this project. I think we'd be creating something too much on the fly, but I wonder if that might be an additional tool worth using at the board level.
I think that's something we can definitely explore for future projects moving forward. I think we have signed agreements now. We'd have to take them back if we did that on this project, but I think that's a great suggestion, and I'll ask staff to look into how to make that happen.
Are there any public comments on this project?
I don't have any cards. Is there anyone on the phone who wants to comment?
Yes, we have a few raised hands. Frank, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Couldn't really hear you, Alexa.
Yeah. Frank, you should be able
Oh,
to
Frank.
unmute yourself.
Frank.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know I was on. Thank you for taking my comment. I'm a resident of San Diego, and what disturbs me is that we're trying to restore these areas with poison. We can sanitize these words, herbicides, pesticides, but these are poisons. They're classified as poison. The American Pediatric Association has a published quote where they say that no level of pesticides is safe for basically humans or the environment. So you're introducing poisons here, and there's been a legion of studies in terms of the toxicity of this. It's the application of herbicides, of poison, that have got us into the situation. And to think that we're going to use herbicides to get us out of this situation, what that tells me is that there are special interests involved in this from the chemical industry that are trying to push this. I've seen this game plan before. So I urge the board to continue to reject proposals that involve herbicides. There are better, safer, more effective ways. Thank you.
Ramin Pajan, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Hello? Okay. Hi, my name is Ramin Pajan. I'm a resident of Laguna Beach. I am a senior attorney at Earth Justice, but I'm speaking in my personal capacity here. I wanted to say that I'm incredibly impressed by the board and the questions, particularly around glyphosate. I agree that the latest science, which I've still yet to hear really rebuttals against, shows extreme harm and threat to earthworms, the microbiome of the soil, invertebrates, from tadpoles to frogs, honeybees. What's more alarming is more recent studies show that the half-life of glyphosate, in particular in soil, on average is 22 years, whereas we've been told it biodegrades rapidly. And I wanted to share with you in Laguna Beach, the community really was up in arms because they've been spraying this for fuel modification, and we opposed it. And just a few weeks ago, the city council decided to stop using glyphosate for fuel modification. They don't use it in our parks. They don't use it around our schools. And it costs a little more to reach the goals. But the last real problem is really habitat restoration. A recent study showed that 94% of land managers in California are using herbicides. 99% of them use glyphosate, 74% triclopyr. And, in the food movement, we're really moving away from pesticides, really trying to use restorative land management practices. But land managers are not doing that. They are sticking to their guns and using glyphosate and other herbicides relentlessly. And we're working now with the city and Laguna Canyon Foundation and all the restoration sites here to really explore alternatives now to glyphosate and really to try and move away from it. And I'm really impressed with the board. I love what I'm hearing and
All right, thank you for your comments. Your time is up. Okay, next speaker. I know it is, it's
not We're practicing with a nice sound,
Yeah.
but it might be.
okay.
more than we
All right,
want.
do we have any more speakers?
Yes. The next is Melinda
Yeah, how do-
McNaughton.
They're working on it.
Stop the alarm. Okay.
You may be able to unmute yourself.
Okay,
We're being hypnotized.
can you hear me?
Uh-oh.
Can you hear
Having
me?
a technical glitch.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, great.
Right.
Can
Can you hear?
Can you guys tell that you're still playing the sound? Maybe they can't tell.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Need it in the booth. These Zoom meetings are harder than you know, just saying. They're really complicated. Uh-oh, there we go.
Go.
Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, good. Thank you. Before we begin, I just want to say these conservation programs be doing great work with restoration by human labor and mechanical means, but they propose to use chronic use of poisons to protect habitat, which is just an oxymoron. it seems absolutely true. It is absolutely true what the board member said about false claims about glyphosate. Even I have been doing a lot of research about this, trying to get my own San Mateo County to transition off of pesticides and glyphosate. And you can find a lot of research that proves there's lots of harm with glyphosate to everything in the animal kingdom, down to the microbes in the soil, and humans. It does not appear that Recon had the current information. Recon did not explain why they made false claims. Limited funding is not an excuse to use poisons on the land. The greater cost is to the environment in the long term. So really, when you weigh costs and benefits, the costs are extreme to the environment. So spending money up front is really important, and you can get it from lots of grants and volunteers. And you can find ways to do it and take it slower. I would rather require hand pulling to disturb the soil surface than poisons to disturb it for the long-term chronic problems that come along with that and the death of habitat and ecosystems. Benefits of glyphosate do not outweigh the risks. A 50% reduction of use is not does not sound fantastic regarding future use based on the effects of glyphosate long-term. And this project was not even going to record how much glyphosate has been used in the past or how much they were going to use. So how would you know if you had a future 50% reduction? This project does not seem well thought out. I guess I'm going to wait to comment on the next project. Thank you so much.
Next, we have Kim Conte.
Kim, you should be able to unmute yourself. Hello, Kim.
There we go. Okay.
Hi.
Got that, you guys. Good morning, Wildlife Conservation Board. I respectfully am asking, especially after the new status report on funding and the limitations, that this glyphosate dependent project not be approved. What is alarming is how Recon, an environmental consultant, is not aware of the EPA's now final report that states glyphosate injures or kills 93% of the total list of endangered species, both plants and animals. Per board member Chuck Bonham, how was this project and pesticide questionnaire not fact-checked? What was alarming is that the Wildlife Conservation Board recommended approval of this project when one of the very endangered species listed in the report by Recon, Otay Mesa mint, is on EPA's final report that glyphosate is likely to adversely affect. Glyphosate-dependent habitat restoration projects threaten the very wildlife habitats and endangered species they claim that they are working to protect. We are better than this. And again, I want to echo the praise from previous callers that we like that the board is addressing this, because there is a tremendous responsibility that you have to protect our endangered species, our soil, our water, and our surrounding communities. So I please respectfully ask that you do not approve this glyphosate dependent project. Thank you.
Next is Brian Lilia. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Great. I'd just like to add to the conversation that what I'm not hearing in this whole meeting is, have there been studies on IPMs that don't require synthetic herbicides? One of the situations we found ourselves in California over the years was Caltrans using herbicides like Roundup on our roadsides. And there's all these arguments that we can't maintain our roads without it. But the reality is both Mendocino and Humboldt counties are the two counties that have been doing it without synthetic herbicides for decades. They've done it since the late 80s. And I think that's an example of how can we look at the alternatives. And the other piece of this I wanted to bring out is we've run into this same situation with agriculture and growing food. And we've already found that we can overcome this and we can do it at a scale where there's farms upwards of 3,000 acres farming wheat without Roundup. And I think we're in a similar situation now with habitat restoration projects. And that when we look at the good science, the most current science, and what Board Member Phillips was talking about, you know, with these studies on aquatic systems and invertebrates, we see that it's not worth the risk. So my recommendation is let's look at what the alternatives are, because they exist. And we've been successful in California with other big, large scale projects. And I think we can do the same thing in this situation. Thank you.
Next is Marcia Hanscom. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. Thank you, Marcia Hanscom. I'm speaking for the Coastal Lands Action Network. I've worked for 30 years protecting wetlands in California and many different places. And I'd like to bring up something that I haven't really heard, and that is the doubling effect or maybe tripling effect when we're talking about migratory shorebirds that stop over and use these vernal pools. The amount of invertebrates that they consume is significant. And so that magnifies the chemical being higher up in the food chain. We also have species like the Swainson's hawk, which feeds on insects on the ground. It's federally endangered. And so some of those impacts need to be taken into concern. Also, we're in a climate emergency, and glyphosate formulants are produced from gas and oil. And I've heard our governor speak numerous times about emphasizing the nature-based solutions. This is not a nature-based solution. This is a chemical. This is a man-made chemical solution. And even using mechanical means to take out the non-natives also is not a good thing, because you're really impacting the soils that are so rich. And so, you know, why aren't we recruiting volunteers? Isn't this consultant company recruiting volunteers, scout groups and church groups and schools in the area to hand remove these non-natives? That's what I'd like to see. And I'd like to see a project that includes that to involve the whole community. We did that in Venice, and, you know, we had hundreds and hundreds of people involved and concerned, and then, you know, having a say and knowing that this was their land and their wetlands to protect too.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other speakers?
Dwayne Binns, you may be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, can I be heard?
We can.
Perfect. I am the San Diego National Wildlife Refuge Manager working under Jill Terp. And I just wanted to get on the call and express my gratitude for the consideration of the project and kind of talk to, you know, not contradictory to the comments that we're receiving, but some of the potential merits that we may have at this balanced implementation approach of using a limited amount of pesticide. The contract, I've worked with Megan in the past, and they've done a really good job. When we do have limited funding to put on the ground, we've seen vast successes in terms of type conversions from a non-native dominated landscape over to a native dominated landscape within this vernal pool complex. But due to sporadic funding, the regression inevitably happens. So to speak to Don Crocker's sort of statement about this native composition is the only thing that's going to be the long-term management, I think with the limited use of herbicide and the continual funding that we do have with planting and seeding, will take the project into a longer term success that we are I think we are really confident in expecting. So although there are detrimental impacts of using the herbicide, I think the nuance of the implementation of getting volunteers out there to work with in these very sensitive habitats, sometimes the phenology that we come across with some of these invasive species that are not conducive to line trimming are, shorter sometimes than the most finest instrumentation that you may have, and are so ubiquitous at times that it will be an extensive use of.
Thank you for your comments.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more
Yes,
comments? Okay.
How many more, by the way?
just one.
Great.
Megan, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Megan Cowan from Sonoma Safe Ag, Safe Schools. I very much appreciate the transparency that the staff reports for this item demonstrate. I can see how this is really helping us to have an open dialogue based on respect, and I'm honored to participate today. Some specific comments that I have is that I'd like to see in the staff report the amount budgeted specifically designated for pesticide-related activities and the total number of acres that will be treated. It'd also be interesting to understand what the plan would be after the 3 to 4 year active treatment phase. I know it might not be applicable to this particular project, but in general, I'm also interested in looking at ecological grazing as some alternatives to help restore the balance of plants and ecosystems. Piggybacking a little on a previous comment, I think it might be useful if we could not just spend time debating over yes or no herbicide, but look at a new way of approaching restoration and humans' place in ecosystem healing, especially in very sensitive areas like vernal pools. I recommend bringing in paid expertise from Indigenous land stewards and noting their recommendations in these staff reports alongside the recommendation of traditional biologists. This small action may bring us a paradigm shift so that we can get past the disagreements and use our energy to work together. I know that everybody in this room today truly wants the same thing and that our hearts are all in the same place. We protect what we love. Thank you, everybody.
Chair, if I might.
Yes, please.
So I thank you to each of the commenters, and in particular, I like the energy of the last comments. So at my own individual personal level, I'd be comfortable with this project, but I'm also mindful that there appear to be 6 board members today. And I'm cognizant of the institution of the board itself navigating this issue. We have yet to run into a project that's divided the board at the voting level. And I wonder if this might be the project that we could table till next meeting with some specific assignments. For example, from the last speaker, I too would like to know what portion of the overall property are we talking about so we can have a scale sense. Second, I'd like to understand what will be done on the monitoring front. And then third, how the phase out representation might fit in a phasing of funding kind of implementation strategy. So rather than voting to approve or to disapprove, if the space is here, my motion would be that we carry it over to the next meeting and come back with additional details on that front, at which point we can engage in whether it's a yes or a no for the board.
Yes, please.
Can I ask if there are any timing considerations, like, would you have to wait till the next year? Sometimes if there's a delay, it could make something go longer than we would hope. Although absent that, I'm supportive of Chuck's approach.
It doesn't start till late fall, right? Work won't start till late fall, right?
The majority of it, given this heavy rainfall year,
Right.
it's really taking advantage of this heavy rainfall year and the pools being planted.
Don, you can invite her up to speak.
Yeah, sorry, yeah. I think we can wait. I think we can wait.
Okay, so I think there's been some good discussion. So Chuck, do you want to formalize your proposal into a motion?
I make a motion that this agenda item be carried over to the next WCB board meeting, and that in the interim period, the project proponents and WCB staff return with additional detail and commitment on these three items. First, the precise footprint proposed for application of the herbicide relative to the total acreage of the property, so that board members can understand scale of application against total acreage. Second, any additional commitments and details on the monitoring approach relative to the application. Third, accepting the current proponent's approach to phase out application, specify with implementation detail that drawdown of application, and staff consider whether there's a way to connect phased funding to performance of that reduced use over the time window. I think that's
Okay.
as best I can do.
Yeah.
real time.
No, I think is staff clear on the direction? Okay.
Yeah, I
Is
think so.
there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. All right. With that, I'll take if you can do the roll call, please, Mary.
Chair Bolte,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham,
Yes.
Member Nagami,
Yes.
Member Pavlik, Member Peral,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Aye.
Member Murray.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you all. So we'll move on to item number 29.
Yeah, so San Dieguito, riparian habitat restoration, Geneva, Iverson, Cramps coming on up. Did I say it right? Crampits. Oh, that's missing a not. All right, well, that's embarrassing. I knew we were Geneva, but last name. All right, come on up.
Good morning. This is the San Dieguito Riparian Habitat Restoration Project. The project area is located along the riparian corridor of the San Dieguito River, near the city of San Diego and San Diego County. It's adjacent to two open space preserves, the Lusardi Creek Preserve, which is to the southeast and pictured on that inset map. The Lusardi Creek Preserve was actually part of two acquisitions that were completed by WCB in the 90s. And then to the the northeast of the site is the Crosby Habitat Management Area. The project area itself fits into a larger 68-acre arroyo preserve. Next slide. Oh, next slide. There you go. Okay, so this is a close-up of that arroyo preserve. The green area represents the area that has yet to be restored in that preserve, and this project would fund the upper portion of that, so about half of that area. The half that will be restored will be one of the last pieces to be completed in the arroyo preserve, and will also be one of the last pieces of a regional 181-acre effort between the Lusardi Creek Preserve and the arroyo preserve. Next slide. So unfortunately, this site, like many others in California, has been subject to several environmental catastrophes. In the last 20 years, they've had two high-intensity burns. Those burns opened up the area to invasive species, which increased the combustible leaf litter, leading to more fires, and have decreased in-stream flow in the San Dieguito River. The site does host several endangered species. That would be the least Bell's vireo, the light-footed Ridgway's rail, and the Southern California coast steelhead. Those are pictured on the bottom of the slide from left to right. The goal of the project is to remove invasive species, including eucalyptus, Sydney golden wattle, which is a type of acacia, Canary Island date palm, Mexican fan palm, arundo, salt cedar, pampas grass, and ice plant. This will reduce fire in the surrounding area, not only for habitat, but also for communities. It will also improve habitat connectivity by increasing in-stream flow and native plants for native species. This will also connect to other restored areas within and outside the Arroyo Preserve. Next slide. Project proponent proposes to treat invasive species with an integrated pest management strategy. This would include the mechanical removal of the trees and above ground biomass of arundo and pampas grass. Eucalyptus, tamarisk, and acacia will be treated with a direct stump injection of imazapyr or triclopyr. Palm trees will most likely not be treated with herbicide. If they are, it will be with a minimal basal bark application of triclopyr. Pampas grass and arundo will be treated with a foliar spray to the remnant and resprouts of the plant after they've had their majority of their biomass removed. And no glyphosate will be used in this project. Ice plant, although it's not super common on the site, will be removed by hand or tarp to utilize solar radiation to kill the plant. After the invasive species are treated on the 12.5 acre site, the project proponent will be replanting with live cuttings of arroyo and black willows and Fremont cottonwoods. They will also plant western sycamore, coast live oak, mule fat, blue elderberry, and San Diego marsh elder, which is a rare species that occurs only in this area. They will also be spreading seed mix on the site every winter. This includes a mixture of annual and perennial herbs and grasses. They will be monitoring the project to assess the project success using the California Rapid Assessment Method. Next slide. This project will improve habitat for 3 listed species and other common wildlife that include mule deer, gray fox, coyotes, raccoons, and bobcats, all of which have been confirmed on site by camera traps. This project will reduce invasive plant cover to 5%, increase native plant cover to 50%, limit fire risk in the river valley and in residential communities. To the top right, I have a picture of the site as it stands today. You can see the eucalyptus forest with some understory invasive palms. On the bottom right, we have a picture of our prior restored areas. You can see kind of a smorgasbord of different native species, cottonwood, willows. And that represents kind of the overall project goal, which is to create a functional ecosystem that's resilient to natural disaster, provides habitat for native species, and is able to withstand the test of time. With me in the audience today to answer any questions are Jonathan Applebaum, contract biologist at the San Dieguito River Valley Conservancy, Joseph Rivera, conservation manager at the San Dieguito River Valley Conservancy, Cheryl Goddard, executive director at the San Dieguito River Valley Conservancy, and Miriam Babaki, director of planning and development at Rancho Santa Fe Association, representing the landowner. Thank you.
Great. So our chair has stepped out for a second, and let me bring it back to the board and see if board members have any questions for staff, and then we'll go to comments. Any questions for staff, Damon?
Sure. I think in the context of our prior conversation, I would love to hear, I think in terms of educating the board on projects that are trying to reduce the use of herbicides over time, what that ramp down looks like, and in amounts or percentages just
Yeah.
generally. Thanks.
Jonathan, do you want to speak to that?
First off, thank you very much to the board for considering our project, and thank you very much to staff for all of your tremendous help. We are grateful to be here today with the opportunity to present our project, and we appreciate that the board acknowledges that we have a crucial loss of native biodiversity, habitat degradation, increased fire risk, and decreased fire resilience in our riparian ecosystems. Going back to some of the conversations you had on the last project, I want to point out that we did have the herbicide use questionnaire prepared by ourselves and consultants SWCA collaboratively. And our intent and our objective is to really focus on biologically targeted herbicide selections and methodologies. What we have on the site are primarily perennial, tenacious plants, tree species like eucalyptus, tamarisk. And so those require products that have a mode of action that have translocation. So we targeted, again, selections that were non-glyphosate, triclopyr for broadleaf species, and imazapyr for things like the arundo and the tamarisk and the pampas grass, and methods. And we are going to do primarily direct stump injection. And so if you think about what that looks like, the initial treatment of a grove of eucalyptus, you're treating quite a few stumps, a very dense, grove worth of stumps. After the initial treatment, it becomes a seek and destroy. Basically, where you go from 20 trees in a few square meters to one. So you're seeing a ramp down that is significant. And again, because it is direct injection and you are probably injecting smaller sized organisms, your amount that you need to apply is reducing volumetrically. What else? Herbicide use reporting is a matter of public record. It is for, I don't know about federal lands, but I know that qualified applicators are required to report to the county agricultural commissioner monthly, and we can provide that information to staff as our project is implemented. And I hope that answered your questions.
It's great. Thank you.
Chair, over to you.
Great, thank you. Any further comments, questions from the board? Okay, Jen, do we have any public comments?
I don't have any cards here. Are there comments online?
Yes. The first will be Marcia Hanscom. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, Commissioners. Marcia Hanscom again, Coastal Lands Action Network. I just have a question. The leaf spells vireo was brought up as one of the species this is going to help, and I'm just wondering if you've had any consultation with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on this, or Center for Biological Diversity, because it's well known that while yes, it's a non-native plant, tamarisk has been being used by the leaf spells vireo for nesting in numerous locations. And also the southwestern willow flycatcher, which is another endangered songbird. Pampas grass has sometimes been used by some of these more rare and endangered birds as well. And I know that we're talking about, native plants, but we also need to be thinking about the native animals, then especially the ones that are rare. And I'm concerned also about the mechanical use of mechanics in this area besides the herbicides, because what we have seen is that when you bring bulldozers and other big machinery in, you're actually bringing in more non-native plants and quite a bit of invasives. So, I think that the whole picture has to be looked at, the whole ecology, not just the native plants.
Thank you. Are there any other public comment?
Melinda McNaughton, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you again for letting me give my input, and I appreciate you considering it. So for this project, I am concerned about the removal of all of those trees potentially all at once. I really like the idea of planting a variety of other trees after those are taken out, But because of the importance of trees, regardless of species, due to how they bring in local rain cycles, sequester carbon, cool the earth, hold important habitat, I'm thinking that taking out gradually is probably a better, kinder approach to the habitat that's there. Those are my concerns about this project. I think it would be more detrimental to wipe everything out all at once. And I also know that there's research that proves the herbicides, pesticides travel through roots. And so I'm sure they would travel through the stumps. I mean, everything is connected and these things get everywhere. They don't stay in one place. They don't just stay in the stumps. And they travel in through the roots, through the mycorrhizal fungi, to other plants. And the network connects them not just to the other, say, eucalyptus trees, but to the native plants around as well. So I'm concerned about the use of that. I would like to just say to the board that I respectfully ask that it give organizations money to use alternative methods, but not to use pesticides. And alternative methods in this case regarding all of those trees, I think would be just coming in a little bit more regularly to prevent the resprouting manually. I just feel like pesticides do not create climate resilience. And
Great.
there's
Thank you for your comments. We'll go to the next speaker.
Catherine Dodd, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Catherine Dodd. I'm a registered nurse and environmental health consultant. I want to echo the concerns of the previous speaker. I want to emphasize that soil health is essential for climate, and soil health is essential for the rest of the plants and habitats that are there. As someone who survived glyphosate, had a bone marrow transplant at great expense and shortened my life, we must protect the environment. And the habitats of all living systems. And we don't need pesticides like glyphosate, which you develop a resistance to protect our climate and to protect this important riparian habitat. There are other safer alternatives, and there is no excuse for the state to buy into the pesticide fossil fuel industries language that this can be contained. It can't be contained, and it is poisonous and dangerous. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further questions, comments? I think Damon, do you have a question of staff?
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate those recent public comments. And I would like to hear a response on whether especially endangered species were considered in terms of habitat impacts, even for the invasives that are there. Also, the soil health issue, this is something that just, on a broader level, we might want to consider adding into the herbicide, the pesticide questionnaire, and just to, to take soil health more into account. Not saying that I'd love to hear an update on where staff is on that. I know a couple meetings ago, or I don't remember how many meetings ago it was, but there was a report that came out that I know has been circulating around resources on soil health and regenerative agriculture and the benefits of soil health and carbon sequestration from ensuring that the soil is like also contributing to our 30 by 30 goals. It's part of a bigger conversation, but any comments you might have on that, but specifically on the habitat question, I'd love to hear that.
Yes, thank you again. Excellent question. One of the really great highlights of this project, of this 7-year ongoing project, is the 181 River Valley wide effort has been just this phenomenal partnership. We have had in and amongst our partnership, the resource agencies, California Native Plant Society, the local fire protection district, but most importantly, most critically, and actually the impetus for the project, it was launched by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services Partners for Wildlife program. And so Partners for Wildlife biologists have very much identified the critical value of restoration of the river valley for the benefit of specifically Leaf Spells Vireo, and all of the surrounding uplands are filled with coastal California gnatcatcher. So I can tell you that the partnership includes resource agency representation, and they have very much blessed that this is valuable and beneficial to the resources. Then on a couple of the points, we all love trees. I love trees. And one of the amazing things when you remove heavily invasive things like eucalyptus is you get release. You get release of species that have been living in an understory. You get a release of willows. You get a release of some of the coast live oaks coast live oaks require light and openings. They will be very slow to develop underneath too much canopy. So I think the bottom picture really does speak for itself on this. If there was, lateral movement of systemic herbicides through the roots, we would not be seeing such robust cottonwood, willow, riparian coming back in the restored areas. So I really think there is a community recovery. We've heard vireos in the restored areas now. We are connecting vireo metapopulation through the river valley. And this is one of the last gaps where the habitat has been so impacted by fires and invasive species. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Member Murray? Yes, thank you. Well, it's my first time back in a while, so I've mostly just been listening, getting up to speed, but I do want to just share some reflections so far based on what I've heard. I just want to say, I don't like pesticides generally, right? I don't use them in my yard, in my garden. I don't buy them in my food. I like to try to protect my kids from them. And I really do appreciate, this is building on something that Director Bonham said a bit earlier, I really appreciate the impact that this state body, the Wildlife Conservation Board, is having on expectations for future projects in terms of the barriers that we're sort of creating to projects that do include the use of herbicides. That impact is extraordinary and far-reaching and something to be really proud of, I think. It's obviously being taken very seriously and project proponents are on notice. I also I do want to be careful. I wouldn't want to assume anything other than best intentions from applicants. It seems like in some cases the science is still emerging. There isn't necessarily a consensus, even on the issue of glyphosate. I was sort of looking through some of the EPA materials rising out of the 2022 Ninth Circuit decision, and it seems like the EPA is still sort of clarifying the impacts of that decision as well. Now, this project doesn't use that particular herbicide, of course, and does use a combination of mechanical, hand removal, tarping methods, as well as some herbicides. And so I see that you're trying to employ a lot of different methods to tackle this challenge. I also noticed that in this project, you're contemplating this project, we're considering this project because of the potential for high intensity burns, which is sort of a clear and present danger that we are all, too aware of throughout California that does have very serious impacts on land, on wildlife, and on human health. And so for me, that cost benefit is maybe a little bit different than the last project in some ways. But I would love to hear anything from you. You sort of mentioned it briefly and it's in your proposal, but how big of a motivator for this project is this threat of high intensity burns.
It's a very critical factor because to continue to have the habitat niches for Vireo, you can't have stand replacing fires that wipe out their habitat. And it's taken a long time for recovery of the population since the 2007 Bernardo fire and 2014, 2007 Witch Creek fire, 2014 Bernardo fire. And after the Bernardo fire, the Crosby Habitat Management Area upstream had invasive species, eucalyptus removed, and there are Vireo territories there now. And it's really kind of about making sure that the habitat remains suitable and is as resilient as it can be. Willows and cottonwoods are much more adapted and much more able to, they have more moisture. They will remain for a future territory establishment if they're not catastrophically burned with the fuels of the palms and the eucalyptus. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any further comments, questions from the board? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Great. All right, I will, a roll call, please, Mary.
Chair Boakday,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham, Member Nagami,
Aye.
Member Pavlik, Member Peralt,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
I'll abstain.
Member Murray.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you. So we will move on to item number 30. Jen.
So we have Kurt Malchow here to talk about the El Monte Preserve cactus restoration, scrub restoration augmentation. And if I said your name wrong, correct me too.
It's correct. Thank you. Good morning, board members. In a lot of our discussions that we've had, I mean, we do have our usual presentation, but in light of the discussion, I just do want to mention that this project is of a similar nature to the one we had 2 agenda items ago. And if I've been in contact with our grantee, so they are well aware of this discussion. So I figured the best way to begin is to update on the project and let us know what the issue is, and we can continue with our discussion if that pleases the board.
I think it's just worth putting this in context to the board. This project was previously approved. This is an augmentation request, but that doesn't obviate the questions on the table. Maybe just give your presentation in an abbreviated way. I think it's still worthwhile. But I don't want to speak for Chuck, who's running the meeting at the moment.
Any board member can't live with going ahead and hearing the basic presentation from staff? Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'll proceed. Catherine. This proposal is for an augmentation to an existing grant. As background, at the November 8th, 2021 meeting, the Wildlife Conservation Board approved a $484,000 grant to the Earth Discovery Institute for a cooperative project with the Endangered Habitats Conservancy to restore cactus scrub habitat in the El Monte Preserve. This augmentation proposes additional temporal and financial support necessary to address unforeseen circumstances and ensure project success. Next slide, please. This project focuses on improving habitat conditions for the coastal cactus wren. The coastal cactus wren is considered a species at high risk of loss without immediate action due to its persistence in only a few areas throughout Southern California. The map on the left shows the isolated, fragmented distribution of cactus wren populations, highlighting their vulnerability not only to existing land use patterns, but impacts such as catastrophic wildfire and drought intensified by climate change. This project is in the process of expanding coastal cactus wren habitat by developing 15 acres of cactus scrub critical to all life cycles of this species. The project implements part of San Diego County's Multiple Species Conservation Plan, which calls for the conservation and enhancement of 85 species, including the coastal cactus wren. Next slide. The El Monte Preserve, located within the San Diego El Cajon population cluster, was selected for cactus scrub restoration because of its high potential for successfully creating new habitat and its proximity to several existing habitat areas with breeding cactus wren populations. The areas bordered in red on the slide outline the restoration site, and the yellow lines show their proximity to existing cactus wren habitat, demonstrating how the project location serves as a stepping stone by increasing residency as well as providing connectivity across a larger area. This will result in a near 30% increase in this core population to help achieve coastal cactus wren recovery so that protection under the Endangered Species Act may not be warranted. 3 additional prioritized species, the California gnatcatcher, San Diego horned lizard, orange-throated whiptail, also included in the multiple species conservation plan, are documented at the site and also benefit from this restoration. Next slide, please. Restoration activities include dethatching and chemically and mechanically treating invasive plants by licensed and trained applicators under guidance by integrated pest management protocols. Following invasive plant treatment, irrigation was designed and installed. Cactus, salvaged and translocated from an existing preserve, is being planted at the site. Additional weed abatement treatments have followed along with native container plant installation. Educational volunteer events are held for site maintenance. Monitoring results have shown higher percent cover of native vegetation as well as higher visitation by birds, small mammals, and insects. However, unusually high rains experienced in winter 2022 and early spring 2023, as well as recent heavy rainfall, are causing unexpected challenges with controlling invasive weeds on the project site. Next slide, please. This unusually high precipitation is presenting significant challenges with controlling invasive weed outbreaks. Consequently, weed control will need to continue beyond the initially planned project scope. The images here taken last month show rapid outbreaks of brassica, or Sahara mustard on the left, and brachypodium, or false brome, in the middle image. Site monitoring to date has shown that but for the invasive weed outbreaks, the project approaches are effective. Monitoring data show increased native vegetation diversity over the last couple of years since implementation, as seen in the bar chart on the right. If left with the current timeline and funding, however, the recently colonized invasive weeds would outcompete the planted native vegetation and undermine current progress and ultimate success. With additional funding and time, the grantees will be able to address the unexpected weed problem, ensure establishment of native vegetation, and take this effort from project to maintenance phase. Staff recommends the Wildlife Conservation Board approve the augmentation as proposed. Joining us remotely are Sarah Massanuve, Executive Director for the Earth Discovery Institute, Ida Culler-Vincent, Conservation Director for the Earth Discovery Institute, Chris Manzik, Director for Land Management for the Endangered Habitats Conservancy, and Michael Beck, President of the Endangered Habitats Conservancy. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're going to have some questions from board members. Could we also ask staff maybe to try out a new practice? I think it would be useful for board members to know on each agenda item how many public comment cards we have and how many people are in the online queue, just so we can get a feel for what time we're going to need.
Yeah, I have no cards for this. No, sounds, oh, take that back.
So we have one card here, and then
Looks like I have 1 card for this, and I'm seeing a head shake in the booth that we have nobody online. Oh, I'm sorry, 3.
okay.
Thank you.
Catherine, over to you.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. So I want to make sure I understand this. So this project is to expand some area for the cactus wren. And previously they applied pesticides. They had a big rain. The weeds came back. Nobody went out there to maintain it or pick the weeds or do whatever you do. And so now they're at a stage where they need to apply pesticide again, and they're coming to us for additional funds.
Well, some of that is correct that you lined up. The part where nobody came out, I'm getting indications from my grantee, and I'll have them speak on that.
Okay.
That they are regularly doing site visits and they are regularly doing maintenance, and they're just overwhelmed because of the unusual weather patterns. The project, as originally planned, was expecting usual weather patterns for that region. These last 2 years were exceptional, and it created a situation where the weeds simply outcompeted the recently planted native vegetation.
So, and they say that for the weed abatement non-chemical would incur an estimated budget increase of $200,000. And then they're concerned about whether they would achieve comprehensive coverage and sustained effectiveness. I would argue that they have not achieved sustained effectiveness with herbicides, so that we might instead consider providing them with an additional $200,000 in addition to the augmentation to ensure that they don't have to use herbicides, because 2 applications of herbicides within a relatively short period of time, especially glyphosate, when there's some uncertainty about how long it will persist in the soil, is of concern. One of the things I note, they did do some monitoring and indicated an increase in insect abundance and stuff like that. I appreciate that they did do the monitoring. I think that, just in fairness to anybody who's just sort of reading this, we have to remember this is not, you need sort of a multi-year analysis and some peer review and all of that before we can say that in fact the herbicide has not affected the volume or the density or the types of arthropods and other insects that are available. So at this point, I'm not convinced that we should be giving them more money to apply more herbicides because we're having another unusual rainy season. And I would instead like to hear an alternative approach to restoring this land, even if it costs a couple of $100,000 more.
Thank you. And it's, given this current financial situation, it's, we're a little more shy about asking for more funding, but if that were available and if I could open it up to the grantee, they'd be making a fairly significant change in their project approach in a pretty short amount of time. If they're available to speak on this, I'd like to welcome them to talk about that proposal that you just had.
I appreciate that. I would like to note that we have about $400 million unexpended. Now, we're hoping to give those to other projects, but I think in the interest of making sure this project just doesn't keep doing the same thing over and over again, it might be worth adding the 200,000.
Okay. Sarah, Ida are joining us remotely. If they could provide some comment on the feasibility of modifying their approach, and if we could have that resolved, or if they need some more time, because I'm kind of in the middle of these 2 options right now.
Hi, this is Sarah Maisonneuve. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank the board for considering this augmentation. And I also want to thank the board for this really thoughtful conversation about the application of herbicide. It's very appropriate, and I genuinely do appreciate it. I think we're all on the same team here. We all, you know, certainly all of us here at Earth Discovery Institute and our colleagues have devoted our lives and careers to conserving the natural world, and that's why we're here. So I appreciate, you know, just that benefit of the doubt. I want to push back a little bit on the notion that we applied herbicides and then didn't go back out and just sort of left it to proliferate. That's definitely not the case. The site has gone from 100% cover of invasives to now 30% cover of invasives. And that has been through including as part of our arsenal of tools, the very judicious and limited application of herbicide, in addition to mechanical means. Obviously, we came with this proposal that includes herbicide, being mindful of the limited funds the WCB has to offer and limited time and resources. The reason we included herbicide in our application is because its limited use is effective. And we're very mindful of the potentially harmful effects of herbicide, and I don't want to negate or ignore that. But we are conservation practitioners, and as such, we're on the land trying to make a difference and actually restore these landscapes so we can move on to the next site and restore the next landscape. If there is more time and funding, if there's more funding rather available to support a longer time frame where we are not using any glyphosate, that's certainly possible, and it would result in a $200,000 increase in our budget. And certainly, additional expenditure of resources, which are limited. And so we need to find that balance between, making sure that we're not applying certainly any more herbicide than is absolutely necessary, and having an effect on our project site so that we can stop asking for more funding and move on to another project. I would like to ask Ida, our conservation director, to speak to her methods, how often she's out there on the site, and speak to how how the project has been going quite briefly, if you don't mind, Ida.
I don't mind. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so we are out there on a monthly basis. I'm out there pretty much on a weekly basis checking on the project. We do weed control continuously. And like we mentioned with the rain this past year, it's been particularly overwhelming. The mustard just came up in multiple times. So we would go out, and we actually did a lot of mechanical weeding last year because of the rain. We couldn't apply herbicide because it was wet. But we just see them coming back several times a year rather than, what we see normally where it's maybe once or twice. So yes, we're out there. I'm out there all the time, and my staff is out there. So we do go and have continuous monitoring, maintenance as well as monitoring.
And I'll add, this is in our report, but we do, and thank you for acknowledging the monitoring that we do. We're all trained as scientists. And so most of the conservation organizations I know don't necessarily conduct science alongside the conservation work they do. We typically depend on researchers and then use that science to inform our practices. But here at EDI, we do practice science as well. Our monitoring has shown an 86% increase in insect abundance from 2022 to 2023. And that is following a year of restoration activities, which included the very limited, very judicious use of herbicide. And I certainly do appreciate the comment that, certainly we want to continue collecting those data over time and see if those trends change. But this is what our science, this is what, our findings show thus far.
Yeah, I've seen some studies that show that glyphosate can have an effect, but it will affect the diversity, not necessarily the number of insects.
So I know, are there any other kind of comments, questions, Damon?
So I appreciate this discussion. I don't know where this one's going to go, but I would note that it's a smaller site. I mean, 15 acres, it seems like could be, I'm always on the lookout for like something that's like a pilot or something that can help us as a board work through some of these issues. So if this was the type of place where some extra funding for mechanical removal and other methods to eliminate glyphosate and herbicides would be feasible. It would seem to be potentially more cost effective than trying to do it on a much larger site where the cost would be much higher. I do want to know from the applicant though, is if, we've heard in other projects, sometimes hand removal and other mechanical methods just don't do it because you can't get to the roots or because you're not getting all the seeds and the seeds are, just gonna come back. So I want to avoid where, you put more funding toward the project for these other methods, but the efficacy in the end and the long-term results aren't happening because of some other benefit from the judicious use of herbicides. So this is sort of the kinds of things I'm thinking. Also the same thing about timing. If this is something that the applicant would need to go back and come back at the next meeting with a request, because I don't know that we can hammer out the number here in real time. Is that going to affect the timing of is that something that the applicant is open to? So I have all these questions.
Thank you. Yeah, would you like to, can you respond to that question?
Yes, this is Sarah Maisonneuve. I'm happy to respond. Yes, so you've mentioned a couple of things there, the possibility of being a pilot site to sort of, as I, if I'm understanding you correctly, using it as a test case to see whether some of these other strategies might be effective. I can say certainly that they won't be as effective as using herbicide. That's why we included it in our application. And so if we're looking at efficacy and being as effective as we can with the time and resources, absolutely the judicious use of herbicide will be part of our arsenal. If the board collectively does not want to support that and or wants to use this as a test case for determining how long it would take for other mechanical means to be effective, we certainly would be open to that. In terms of how long it might take, I can't speak to that, but it would likely be more than 3 years. Chris Manzik, I'm going to ask you to step in and maybe speak to how long you think those alternative methods might take.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you for listening to my comments. So I have a qualified applicator's license issued by the state of California. Part of that licensing is that I keep up with continued education. And so I see lots of presentations and courses where this issue of use of herbicides and compared to non-herbicide management of invasive plants is used. And there are a lot of folks out there trying to use alternative methods to using herbicides. They can be done, but they are much more expensive, and the efficacy usually is not the same. So what we're faced with in a lot of weed management is the seed bank. And this particular project at El Monte has been underway for 2 years. Typically, to make a dent in the invasive plant seed bank, it takes a minimum of 3 to 5 years. And in addition to this continued education that I also have about 10 years of experience in invasive plant management, first with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and now as the Director of Land Management with Endangered Habitats Conservancy, where we have almost 10,000 acres in San Diego County on a dozen or so ecological reserves. So I've got a lot of experience, trying to deal with weeds and looking at alternative methods to using herbicides. And then I think the last thing I'd like to comment on is, part of my licensing is that the understanding of what we say, the label is the law. So the label on all of the pesticides, herbicides that we use, they have restrictions and limitations. They have directions for use. And these are all methods and instructions that have been approved by federal and state organizations. And when those labels are followed correctly, because these reagents and chemicals have been approved by the federal and state agencies, if they're done according to the manufacturer's instructions, then they are safe and they are effective. Thank you.
So I am a little bit confused. So is the applicant saying they could or could not do non-chemical abatement with an increase of $200,000?
We could, but it's unlikely to be as effective. And I want to make one other comment about timing. We were asked about timing and I haven't answered that question. The timing is such that our current grant wraps up at the end of March. And so we've been hoping on this augmentation and the funding to come in April. This is spring, rainfall is heavy. If we were to go without funding for this project for April and May, that would be pretty much the worst timing possible. The weeds are going to be proliferating and it's not going to be ideal. That said,
so can the WCB
Well, I'm wondering if it makes sense for us to provide an additional 200,000 funding with the expectation that there would not be glyphosate used on this, and then also encourage the applicant to consult with the Audubon Society folks. Sandy DeSimone, was it, that came and gave us a presentation on how they were able to successfully restore the ranch. I cannot remember the name of the ranch. Star Ranch down in Orange County. Maybe there are ways to make it more effective.
We would be very open to that.
So I want to move us to public comment. Please, Jen.
We have Doug Johnson in the room, and I believe we have 5 people online.
Good morning. Doug Johnson, Executive Director of the California Invasive Plant Council. We support the state's network of land stewards who are working to protect biodiversity across the state. Our stance on herbicides is that they are a useful and at times essential, I repeat that, essential tool for controlling invasive plants and protecting biodiversity. Why do projects use them? Not just because they're cheaper, because they're more effective, they're lighter on the landscape, they are safer ecologically. I have heard a lot of information thrown around today, both by the public and by board members, that is not entirely accurate. And I am frustrated that I heard also that the working group that was formed to talk specifically about this issue and to get educated so that the board could talk about this with knowledge is being disbanded so that you can talk about it here. I don't feel like that is a productive direction. I do respect the concerns of callers, board members, the public, but I want to give a shout out to the applicants for this project and the last 2 projects who are coming forward to this board despite a very hostile approach to projects that use herbicides. And I don't consider that a win. I think you are missing projects across the state that are accomplishing good restoration outcomes like these projects proposed. And I seriously encourage you to go back to the drawing board, add some things to the questionnaire, but get educated. Don't come back and put out information that is not really vetted with the state's toxicologists, the state's ecologists. You can talk to the Fish and Wildlife Service. Let's move forward and not repeat this. Last meeting was great. This is not. Thank you.
Doug, I have a question for you. No, I know you don't agree with the science that I presented, but if you go back a few meetings, I presented a document, I gave a document that was in the
Catherine,
the comment documents. If you could go through that and look at those papers and tell us in the future, send me an email, which ones are not valid, I'd appreciate that.
I think you need to provide validation for the claims you
So,
make.
so I just want to respect that this is public comment. We can follow up after the public comment time. We'll go ahead. I think now we're moving to online.
Alexa, who do we have on the phone? Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
That's okay. Ginger Wallace, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Good morning and hello. Thank you for the good work you do on behalf of California's wildlife and this conversation about the use of glyphosate. My name is Ginger Wallace and I'm speaking about in support of additional funding to the restoration project that you're discussing and eliminating glyphosate. As a resident of Laguna Beach, I believe that you would want to be aware that a recent city council decision was made here to stop using Roundup in our city's wildlands. Our Laguna City Council with the support of our fire chief and city staff, have opted to eliminate Roundup or glyphosate from use in our city's fuel mod zone, which encircles our city. Instead, for 1 year, they will be using mechanical means to eliminate weeds. This trial approach will be tested for a year, and if successful, approved for another 2 years, for a total of 3, just to begin. But in regard to native plant restoration, Laguna City Council has also directed city staff to send out an RFP which favors those contractors that use a non-herbicide approach to restoration. Applicants will be evaluated. If they qualify and prove, they will do work without herbicides. So I think we're on the brink of a change in the way people look at pesticides and their effect. Certainly the new science that all of us can read about every day. And I might add the $11 billion in fines that Bayer has paid because people have gotten sick from.
Thank you for your comments. We'll move on to the next speaker.
Thank you.
Next, we have Catherine Dodd. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, Catherine Dodd again, registered nurse with a PhD, environmental health consultant. I want to again associate myself with the remarks of Board Member Phillips, who expressed legitimate and grave concerns about this project. I also want to point out that the idea of a pilot is certainly at least a testing place. To the Invasive Plant Council, perhaps you should educate yourself on the term precautionary principle. I would no more let my dog drink out of a bowl if I didn't know what it was and that it was safe than I would let my child. And I think we need to approach pesticides, especially emergent pesticides like fluazepop-butyl and isoxaben. I apologize for mutilating those chemical names, but I would no more want to base my sole trust on the safety sheets of the industry. And I think we need to approach protecting the earth and the desert and the basin with a precautionary principle. Yes, things have regrown where you've removed eucalyptus trees or where you've removed invasive plant species, but you don't know what hasn't regrown. You don't know what the microbiome is. And to imply that we aren't basing our decisions on science or is really insulting. We all have a stake in this, and the stake is really for our children and to preserve the earth for our children. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
We have Kim Conte. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Kim Conti, Non-Toxic Neighborhoods and Certified in Organic Land Management. And thank you, Chuck Bonham, for your earlier motion and your thoughtful questions from the other Wildlife Conservation Board members concerning the mounting undeniable science, as well as the importance of soil rights. Projects seeking funding for glyphosate habitat restoration, like this one, are missing critical details that, again, don't cover the cost of not being able to utilize organic controls. They don't provide the source information. And if they are truly following integrated pest management, why aren't they utilizing root wave, which is a technology that systemically kills the root and is ideal for restoration projects? These groups hide behind integrated pest management. While IPM was originally created to minimize risk to human health and the environment, the chemical industry has co-opted IPM to create it as a marketing tool that maintains the use of pesticides under the guise of environmental stewardship. We are better than this. It is time for a paradigm shift in judicial restoration. So, we can use that word also. I mean, we want to work together, and the focus should be on solutions that are effective, that don't have a negative impact on our wild lands and communities. I am respectfully asking the Wildlife Conservation Board to please again hit pause and not approve funding for a project that is failing to provide critical data and information. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
We have Melinda McNaughton. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
You can?
Yes.
Thank you. I just want to say, I do not think the board has been hostile, and I think they are highly educated, and they have been asking very intelligent questions and adding excellent discussion about glyphosate. I'm a citizen of San Mateo County working with my community to request our parks to transition off of pesticides. We've done extensive research on pesticides, and our county parks spray glyphosate regularly, monthly, yearly, chronically on specific invasive plants. That adds up over time in our soil, air, and watersheds. The record keeping is poor and difficult to determine quantity used. No locations or targets are recorded. In fact, the Department of Pesticide Regulation doesn't require this. They say that minimal use or judicious amounts of pesticides, just like Doug Johnson states at the Invasive Plant Society, is what they do. These adjectives are vague, leave quantity used up to interpretation, and we have found our county to be unregulated and unaccountable. For this current project, do you have records of how much herbicide was used in gallons? I would like to know what your limited use means, and do you have a plan to eliminate herbicide use eventually? I'm super glad to hear you're open to a pilot with the guidance of Star Ranch, non-chemical use on 4,000 acres for many years. And if mechanical is not as effective with time and resources, maybe that's okay, because the cost to the environment is a much greater effect. And we have time to do it the right way. I think it's a fallacy when we have many municipalities and open spaces, ranches, and farms that are successfully protecting and increasing habitat without the use of synthetic pesticides. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
There are no additional raised hands.
Okay, thank you. So, Michelle, do you want to?
Yeah, sorry. I apologize. I'm not trying to make the conversation
not
go longer.
apologize.
However, I want to note, I do appreciate, the willingness for this entity to try to do a pilot. My concern, I would be very honest, is that they are mid-project. I think that finding a way for us to try to carve out a pilot makes some sense, but I think we need to think about maybe identifying a project that is not mid-project. And I hear Catherine's suggestion about augmenting, with $200,000. I guess my concern around that is I feel like we're kind of pulling a number out of the air mid-meeting here and saying, can we pause this and can you add this? And my worry is that if we don't continue to allow them to move forward, that do we know that 200,000 is going to get us to the end of completion and the project will be done? And I think from my point of view, I don't know that we want to risk a project not actually coming to completion. I mean, I think that's my concern. And so I guess I'm not necessarily opposed to pausing if that's the will of the rest of the body. But again, I think I have some concerns around putting a pause, as it sounds like they're going to need to move forward. And pausing could impact that along with, I don't know how long it would take for us to actually determine what type of an augmentation would be sufficient to bring this to completion without the use of herbicide. And I will just say it again, because it's my hat to wear here, that we're not looking at a budget with a lot more money. So I think we need to be mindful that we not complete projects that are already midstream, that we not provide the funding to make sure that happens.
So I would just say that the figure that we're using comes from their herbicide questionnaire. So they've estimated 200,000. And we're not exactly at mid-project. The project should have been or would have been or expected to be over, and the augmentation is to deal with the weed stuff. So it's sort of up to us to decide how much of an augmentation do we want to give them? And can we give them one that'll allow them not to use the herbicides?
Actually, I have another sort of follow-up to that. Is there, what does completion mean? I understand that sort of generally is the goal for our projects, but we're kind of trying to reinvent this on the fly. Like, what is, maybe completion doesn't mean use herbicides to get us to the point as quickly as possible. Maybe it's looking at a different way of doing it, where there's not full resolution at the end. We have to grapple with that, I think, as a board, but we're sort of redefining in a way what completion of a project might actually mean.
Yeah, we need to decide after the board concludes we have sufficient space for discussion. We will not get through 38 agenda item meetings if each agenda item plays out as the pass through. And I'm not diminishing the substantive topics that are being discussed. I don't mean to suggest our highest priority as a board is to dispatch our agenda each meeting at the expense of legit policy questions. So for purposes of a recommendation on this agenda item, I propose the following for discussion. Depending on where we're at, someone may want to make a motion. As I understand the current proposal on agenda item 30, it is a request for $579,330, which is an augmentation to a previously approved $484,007 grant by this board in 2021, which to me tells us most of us were here for that prior approval, if not all of us. Okay, so I wonder whether, and I'd be interested if the executive director of the project, the applicant, could respond to my question. You could come back at the next board meeting with a further refined augmentation. You determine what that request is. Perhaps it's 200,000 or more. That offers your project as some sort of scientific test and doesn't use glyphosate and herbicides. If you're willing to do that, and we would have to thank you immensely for being willing to take that kind of test and see pilot responsibility, perhaps that's a way through this agenda item. So could the executive director, I mean, are you willing to roll this over to the next meeting? Consider being a pilot for the board on use of mechanical, and with additional reflection, kind of revise that augmentation number, whatever it might be.
Yes, this is Sarah Mason of Yes, we are willing to do that. The time frame does make it a bit challenging just because, as I said, the spring and weeds are proliferating on all of those things. But we are willing, and I will also concede the point that we are effectively mid-project, and so not ideal for a pilot from a scientific point of view. But everything is iterative, and we can certainly stand to learn from this, and we would be willing to do that if that is the way forward, and for the board.
Just speaking personally, thank you.
Thank you.
So I think we've had a good discussion. Thank you all for the public comment. I think my only kind of additional thought is that given the conversation and that it is an augmentation. I think for me, just in the board report, having an understanding of just kind of revisiting what was approved, because I do agree with Director Bonham's comment about, the board did approve the first grant on this project. So understanding what that is, and if there was, similar to the conversations we've had before, like, was there a commitment to phase out of herbicide or not? Was that part of what was contemplated, with the original grant that was given to this project? I think just to be able to bring in some of that history to help with understanding kind of the full scope of the project, I think for me would be helpful. With that said, I just want to ask, I think Director Bonham did bring forward, I think, some options that we heard back from the applicant that they would be willing to consider. Do I have anyone who wants to bring forward a board motion?
I'll move Vice Chair Bonham's suggested approach.
I'll second.
Okay, you'll second your approach. All right, so just asking a clarifying question for staff. Do you feel like you have enough direction? Don't need to repeat? Okay, and
No, I
same
think we
thing for
got
the
it.
board?
We've been taking notes.
Okay. All right, so with that, Mary, can you please do the roll call?
Chair Bookday,
Yes.
Vice Chair Bonham, Member Nagami.
Yes.
Member Pavlik, Member Perot. Aye. Member Phillips.
Aye.
Member Murray. Passes.
Okay, thank you.
I can unusually just get something off my mind. Hey, this is how the public process works. We as board members don't meet in private. We can't. We have to sort this out in public. That's the purpose. I'll just ask everyone to always come to us, would help me, with context and a willingness to acknowledge tough issues. We're trying, people have good intentions here. I mean, step back. We have 32 items on the agenda today. 3 of them have had this legitimate policy issue. That's 9.4%. This is a board that is doing incredible conservation work around the state. We shouldn't let a significant difference of opinion about one policy issue leave anyone with a misimpression. We're not hung up on glyphosate and pesticide issues as our only thing we do. We should be debating that topic, but this board needs to realize we may be heading towards a path where somehow we're gonna have to make some fundamental decisions on this topic, or we risk really getting a cogged wheel on our operations because of this topic. And we need to grapple with that. So.
I agree with your comments. Thank you. I do want to move us on. So I think we'll still try to get to the part of the agenda where we are supposed to break for lunch. But so let's move on to item number 31, please.
And in the spirit of what Chuck just said, this is a project that is really going to drive on a different priority, which is not just biodiversity conservation, but also bringing biodiversity into communities and education. So take it away, Don Crocker. Thanks.
Thank you, Jen. This proposal is considered the application for a grant to the City of Los Angeles for a project that will be the first step in restoring Southern California steelhead passage in the channelized portion of the Los Angeles River by installing a roughened and meandering channel, water velocity reduction features, resting pockets for migrating fish, and vegetative habitat in a quarter-mile stretch of the river within downtown Los Angeles. Next slide, please. So it's a very exciting project. This is the first in-channel Southern California steelhead restoration project. And it's going to start the process of restoring fish passage at historical spawning grounds that still exist in the upper tributaries of the watershed. The project will focus on a quarter-mile stretch of the river in the northern end of downtown known as Reach 8A. Modifications to the channel and riverbed will be made there that will aim to eliminate the velocity barrier which has formed due to the flood engineering design that causes even low water levels to flow at a rate too high for steelhead to swim through for prolonged periods. This will be done by adding pools and other habitat structures that will reduce water velocity and provide resting areas that will allow fish to migrate up the river. Native riparian vegetation will also be installed that will further improve steelhead habitat by providing cover and helping to improve water quality. The WCB, as you can see on the map on the right, the WCB has funded several projects along the river, and the preliminary designs that form the basis for this project came from the Los Angeles River Fish Passage Habitat and Structures Design Project, which was approved by the board in November 2019. Next slide, please. So the picture on the left is Reach 8A. It begins at the North Main Street Bridge, which is where I was standing when I took this picture, and extends about 1,300 feet downstream. As you can see, the entire reach has been straightened and hardened with concrete and designed to convey water as quickly as possible without factoring in fish habitat. And the picture on the right demonstrates the velocity barrier that formed due to this design. Even on low flow days where the water is only 6 to 9 inches deep, the velocity in the channel is 5 to 6 feet per second. At that rate of flow, a steelhead can only swim for about 20 to 30 minutes without resting. This is completely inadequate for steelhead to traverse the several miles of similarly channelized riverbed necessary to reach spawning habitat in the mountains that surround the valley. Next slide, please. As I mentioned before, this project will build upon a previously funded WCB planning project that provided 65% designs for more than 4 miles of the river that include Reach 8A. So the first step of this project will be to finalize those designs and obtain any necessary permits. Once construction starts, the channel will be modified by creating a deeper inset channel adjacent to the existing low flow channel. That will have resting pockets and will provide velocity and depth refuge. This new channel will also contain several anchored boulders that break up the water's flow and a cobbled bottom that will approximate the roughened bottom of a natural steelhead stream. Native riparian vegetation will be installed using planter boxes and holes cut through the concrete channel lining. This vegetation will enhance cover, provide hydrologic diversity, and promote biodiversity throughout the project site. Because this project will serve as a pilot for future projects that will complete the connection from ocean headwaters, performance monitoring and adaptive management lessons learned from this project will be critical to completing the river's restoration. Public outreach and education will also be vital. This will be a highly visible project right in the middle of downtown LA that will provide the opportunity to raise awareness and generate support for the larger projects that will hopefully follow this one. Next slide, please. So this is an artist's conception of what the completed project may look like. As you can see, the project's not going to completely restore the river to its natural state. But you can see along the left-hand side of that channel, you can see the resting pools. And you can see in the new inset channel there, the boulders and the roughened bottom that will create the velocity breaks and the resting areas necessary for fish to migrate through the river. Next slide, please. The reason this project is necessary is because the Southern California steelhead trout is listed as endangered under the Federal Endangered Species Act. This distinct population segment has been devastated by the urbanization that has occurred in Southern California over the last century. All across the region, rivers have been channelized, creating velocity barriers like in Reach 8A that combine with culverts, dams, and other structures added for flood control and water supply to prevent the once abundant steelhead from reaching their spawning grounds and causing their populations to plummet. Now, this project in and of itself will not be enough to completely restore fish passage and spawning to the spawning and rearing habitat in the mountain tributary streams within the LA River watershed. But it will lay groundwork for future modifications to the rest of the concrete lined and channelized portion of the LA River. These lessons learned will be particularly important in regards to meeting the strict flood control requirements of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers by providing proof of concept that fish passage restoration can be completed without compromising public safety. And finally, the project area is in a portion of the city that is industrialized and dominated by concrete structures. The vegetation that will be added to the channel will provide a small green space that will add some natural color to a highly urbanized environment. Therefore, staff recommends the project be approved as proposed. And the audience is Evan Gonzalez from the City of Los Angeles and Sam Ward from Stillwater Sciences. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions?
Thank you. I am so excited about this. As a resident of the city of Los Angeles, someone's been working on LA River restoration for years. I think there were times that, we weren't sure if anything was going to happen on the river, and to see actual numbers. The most exciting part of this, of the board letter for me is the word construction next to actual numbers here. So just a shout out to everyone involved, all the advocates, everyone. I'm proud to be an Angelino today, and I can't wait to vote this forward. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? So I just have a quick question. The leverage, the funding, the non-WCB funds, what's the source of that funding?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'll have to look it up.
Okay, all right, I'd be curious to see. It's part of construction. Yes, and I know here it also said project will include ADA compliant educational signage in both English and Spanish. So is just the signage program, is it focused on like the history of the river, the history of this part of the reach?
Yeah, I don't think those decisions have been made yet.
Okay,
Just we
but it
know
would be
signage-
funding.
Our projects typically have signage. We have language in our grant agreement at certain requirements, and so that's just one of them.
The educational, okay, yeah, I want to make sure WCB is highly
Right.
branded on this signage so that, so it's also clear the level of support that WCB provided to this project. Okay, thank you. All right, can I entertain a board motion? Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry. Do we have any public comments?
I have no cards. Is there
Okay.
anybody online?
There are no raised hands.
Great, thank you.
Okay,
Actually,
Now
I'd
can-
love to hear from the city or Stillwater if either of you have anything to say, just.
are you with, City of LA?
Sam Ward with Stillwater Sciences. So we were on the consultant team for the planning phase. So
Okay.
yeah, just want to thank you all for supporting this project in the planning phase. And it's really exciting to be proposing something that's actually modifying the river, the shape of the river, the LA River. And, bringing forward this species. And so yeah, just want to thank you all. And yeah, it was a really rigorous process with a lot of support from Don and the city and everybody. So yeah, thank you all.
Hi there.
Hi.
I'm Evan Gonzalez with the Bureau of Engineering for City of LA. I just want to thank you all as a project manager on the Taylor Yard project as well. I'm very grateful for you all providing grant funding and being, involved in the conversation with us. We're very excited about this project. And I wanted to answer your question a little more fully from earlier. We do have funding from the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy, as well as we're using city funding. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Okay,
I'll move to approve this item.
wonderful. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a first and a second, no public comment. So Mary, can you please take roll call?
Chair Bugday,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham. Member Nagami,
Aye.
Pavle. Member Pearl,
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
Member Murray. Motion passes.
Wonderful, thank you. All right, we are moving on to item number 32.
So we have all the big exciting projects, not true. We have big exciting projects after lunch, but this is a big one. So David Dodds, take it away, Kamado Ranch.
This is big. There might not
It's
be
huge.
many bigger.
I told David he could do an interpretive dance, that I was that excited about this project. So we're looking to see what you got.
I think Jen heard I'm taking my toddler to dance class every Saturday morning while my wife skis. So my dance moves are impeccable these days.
We want to see them.
This project, before we begin, is for the WCB to approve the project as proposed and allocate $10.3 million from the General Fund Budget Act of 2022 for a cooperative grant with the State Coastal Conservancy, who is also currently hearing this matter today, and the Department of Conservation for a grant to the Land Conservancy of San Luis Obispo. The project is the purchase of a conservation easement on a 27,500 acre ranch in central San Luis Obispo. 27,500 acres is huge. It is approximately the same size as the Carrizo Plains Ecological Reserve depicted on this map. It's also approximately 45 square miles, which is the size of San Francisco. It would be the 8th or 9th largest conservation easement in California. If we counted correctly, it would possibly be a top 20 size-wise conservation easement in the United States. The Land Conservancy of San Luis Obispo in the last 40 years has protected approximately 40,000 acres. So this is, I don't know, a third of that. My dancing is better than my math, I suppose. So it's large, it's important, it's significant. The property itself is situated in central San Luis Obispo County and extends from the La Panza Range through several valleys. The Los Padres National Forest meets the property on the south. This area of the National Forest includes 3 federally designated wilderness areas. The Avanalis Ranch Conservation Easement, which the WCB funded in 2018, is located nearby, as is a privately funded Cheminas Ranch Conservation Easement. The properties in this area are generally used for cattle ranching, intensified agriculture, and recreation. Next slide, please. The topography of the ranch is widely variable with sloping hills, canyons, and wider valleys forming the landscape. Topography is generally steeper and more rugged on the southern portion of the property, with long, low sloping hills and valleys found on the northern half of the ranch. The elevation ranges from 750 to 2,100 feet above sea level. For the last 4 decades, the property has been managed under one family ownership for sustainable cattle grazing, agritourism, and limited crop production. Most of the property sees limited to no land use of any type and provides excellent habitat for wildlife and plant species. Next slide, please. The property comprises an array of vegetation communities. Pictured here are oak savanna and oak woodland and associated grassland habitats. The southern portion of the property features large stands of foothill gray pine, valley oak, and blue oak woodlands and savanna and chaparral. Next slide, please. The vegetation shifts to annual grasslands, oak savanna, and riparian habitat as the elevation drops to the north. In total, up to 250 plant species may be found on the ranch per CalFlora analysis. Next slide, please. The federally threatened Kamada amole is a type of lily endemic to the La Panza Range, and 90% of the amole's range is located within the ranch we're considering conservation of today. The remainder of the amole's habitat is on a nearby portion of the Los Padres National Forest. The amole is a perennial herb with long linear leaves that sprout from the base of the plant, blooming in April to May. The amole grows extremely slowly and requires years to mature and produce seeds. This flowering plant is subject of a recovery plan published by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in June 2022. The plan highlights the importance of private protected lands for long-term recovery. The diversity of vegetation provides habitat for wildlife species, including the San Joaquin kit fox, burrowing owl, giant kangaroo rat, mountain lion, black bear, and red-tailed hawk, according to the California Wildlife Habitat Relationship System. Next slide, please. The extensive grasslands that comprise the northern half of the easement area provide habitat for the federally endangered San Joaquin kit fox, and kit fox dens have been observed and photographed on the ranch. The proposed conservation easement will protect habitat for these species by permanently restricting the property to low-intensity land uses in line with current management, under which these habitats have thrived. It will also prevent the subdivision and sale of individual parcels and maintain ownership in one collective whole. The ranch will be preserved in its current open space nature for plant and wildlife species and provide landscape scale benefits to wildlife movement and the protection of climate resilient wildlife habitat. The approved fair market value of the conservation easement is $17.52 million. The appraisal report was independently reviewed by third-party reviewers in accordance with WCB policy regarding major acquisitions. As mentioned previously, this is a cooperative grant with the State Coastal Conservancy and the Department of Conservation. WCB's portion is approximately $10.3 million. And the other organizations will provide the remainder. With us today are Ms. Kayla Detman, Executive Director, and Mr. Kyle Walsh, Conservation Director of the Land Conservancy. Also with us today is Ms. Felicia Morrison, who represents the landowner group.
Wonderful. Thank you. We won't make you do a dance routine, but
There you go. That's good.
any questions, comments from the board of staff?
No, this is very exciting. Thanks for all the work you've done.
I love it. Top 20 in the nation. It's pretty
Awesome.
incredible.
We haven't verified that. That's
I'm gonna run with it.
Go with
I'm gonna run with it.
hyperbole is
top,
necessary.
top 10 in the state I can
Okay.
verify that a lot better than top 20 in the nation.
Do we have any public comment?
Yeah, I'm pleased
Okay.
to invite Felicia Morrison up to give comment and then followed by Kyle Walsh. Thank you for coming. We're glad you're here.
You know, I wanted to say, I am here with a grateful heart and I represent our family. It has been an uphill battle and you all have helped us. And so many people have helped us. We've heard that old adage, it takes a village. Well, in our case, it takes a state and you all are helping us and the Land Conservancy and so many people have come together. Not only are we preserving the Kamada Ranch, but we are also preserving another ranch that the Morrison family has in Merced and Mariposa counties, and that's 10,000 acres. So when this is all said and done, you all will be helping to preserve about 40,000 acres. So pat yourselves on the back because this is a big deal. And I want to say that our family, we feel like we're a link in the chain. We all are a link. And this ranch, there were indigenous people that lived on it. Then the people that founded the ranch back in 1846, the Mexicans that did it. And then the farmers and the ranchers that have kept this ranch together. And it came our time as a family to realize that development in the town of Shandon, there were other things that could happen to the ranch. And we wanted to keep it together so it could never get developed. And through this conservation easement, we'll be giving up 100 certificate of compliances. So we'll never have a chance of being developed. And I just thank you. And I said to the Land Conservancy when they came to the ranch that it was going to take an act of God for this to happen. And just being here today, I cannot tell you how much I appreciate it and how grateful I am. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kyle.
Kyle Walsh, I'm the Conservation Director for the Land Conservancy. It is not every day that a landowner gives you a call and wants to talk to you about protecting 27,000 acres or 43 square miles in San Luis Obispo County. The opportunity alone is remarkable. The fact that we are all here today, thanks to the support of WCB and many other organizations, is even more so. Very much appreciate the board considering this project for approval and hope to look forward to completing this incredible conservation easement here in just a few weeks. I want to thank the Wildlife Conservation Board staff, particularly David Dodds, Joe Navarre, and other important people that are involved in creating these opportunities for land trusts just like ours, for working closely with us to vet and improve these projects. And to making them happen at the end of the day, along with the support of the board. I also want to give a shout out to the Nature Conservancy, the Sierra Foothill Conservancy, Legacy Works Group, and other partners both in our community and around the state that have made this entire project that Felicia just described, this greater 40,000 acres around the state of California possible. Without the partnership of those organizations, the support of other state agencies, none of this would be possible. So thank you again for your support for this project. And thank you for having us all today.
Do we have any online?
There are no raised hands.
Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Can I entertain a motion?
I'll move that we accept the staff's recommendation.
Second. All right, we have a first and a second. Mary, will you take the roll call, please?
Chair Boakday,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham,
Heck, yes.
Yeah.
Member Nagami,
Aye.
Member Pavle, Member Peralt,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Aye.
Member Murray. Motion passes.
Yay. Congratulations. Thank you for your legacy. Thank you.
Okay, and our last, thank you, David, nice dancing. Our last project before lunch, another really big project that we've been working on for a while, Rancho Cañada floodplain restoration with AA Ron Heyman. You also can dance, right?
We'll see.
Oh, I'm wrong. I'm looking at the agenda wrong. I have a different version.
Oh,
That's
okay.
why, sorry. Go ahead. Two more before lunch.
Yes.
Get on it.
One more.
Board members, hello. This is a proposal for a project along the Carmel River in Monterey County, a couple miles in from the coast where the Carmel River flows into the Pacific. Next slide. This project will allocate $13 million to the Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District to implement a project on 40 acres of land that was previously a golf course, among other things. Before I get into more of the specifics of this project, I wanted to set it in sort of the landscape. This project links together other conservation efforts to the north, south, east, and west. To the west, immediately west of this project and downstream on the Carmel River is the Carmel River Free Project, a large and high-profile floodplain restoration project. And beyond that, there is the Carmel River State Beach, where the river meets the ocean. To the north are Jack's Peak and beyond that, Fort Ord natural open spaces. To the south, there is additional lands owned by the Park District, so more natural open spaces. And to the east, upstream, there is the site of the San Clemente Dam that was removed in 2015. Sediment from that release is making its way down the Carmel River and will contribute to and be incorporated into this project, should it be approved, to further enhance and promote riverine floodplain functions in a natural way. Next slide. The importance of it, linking to these other restored areas, are reflected in its importance to the animals that live here. This project will greatly benefit steelhead, red-legged frog, mountain lion, bobcat, black bear, mule deer, and a host of other species of birds, mammals, reptiles, amphibians, fish, insects, and more and more and more. Next slide, please. So what is the problem? Over the roughly 50 years of the golf course operation, and to a certain extent, the years before that as ranching and farmland, the river suffered some ecological impacts. In particular, the managers of the golf course, to protect the golf course infrastructure, heavily armored and channelized the Carmel River. As you can see here, that those giant boulders of riprap, not natural, that was installed to maintain the river in its course. This resulted in a lack of channel complexity and also an increase in velocity of this flow through this project site. The increasing velocity then caused incising of the channel, which not only caused the incredible erosion that you see on the side here, this exposed bank up to 15 feet in places, but it also dropped the water table, disconnecting the river from its historic floodplain and impacting riparian habitat in the area. Next slide, please. So the project before you is to dramatically alter the landscape of these 40 acres. This you see before you is the highly sort of controlled manicured golf course landscape. You can see there are paths, golf court paths. There are some old bathrooms still on the side, other golf course infrastructure. They will all be removed. That 15-foot drop from the plane of the golf course down to the water will be excavated out to reconnect the water with its historic floodplain, recreating a floodplain habitat entirely. The removed materials will be then added to the upland habitats to greatly increase the sort of span and gradations of potential habitats, going from stream flow all the way up through transition habitats to upland habitats. And by sort of dramatically altering this landscape, we are going to recreate a much more sort of gradual, natural landscape for all of the fish and wildlife that live in this site. Next slide, please. So with all of that, staff recommends that the board approve the project as proposed. And in the audience in person is Jake Smith from the Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District to aid in answering questions.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Any comments? I just had a quick question. The phasing, can you just speak a little bit to the phasing of the project?
The phasing, yes. So the project was sort of divided into a couple of different phases from east and west. East and west? East and
Okay,
west.
so it's geographic
Yes.
phasing.
And it was just a way of sort of making the pieces more manageable. First, we're going to do this, then we're going to do that, but it's all part of the same entire project. It will all be done.
All right, thank you.
I'd just like to compliment you on including various tribes in the design of the project.
Thank you. Do we have any? Oh, addition, please.
Just one last comment. I love this project, and if anyone is coming up to talk from the project team, just golf courses are an opportunity, it seems to me, for restoration in many different contexts. And I know just coming from Southern California, there's been some conversations. So I just would be curious for 30 seconds on the history. Was this the vision for when the golf course was going out of, being decommissioned, and what that path was? It's, if anyone has that, I'd be interested to hear it.
Yes, I would like to invite Jake Smith to discuss that from the applicant.
Good now afternoon. I'm Jake Smith. I'm the Planning and Conservation Program Manager for the Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District. So this property was acquired from the original golf course company in 2016 by Trust for Public Land, and then who helped raise grant funds, a substantial portion of which came from the Wildlife Conservation Board in 2018, when it was then purchased and transferred over to the Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District. I think that the landowners were open to a number of different options for what the future of the property looked like. Obviously, there's a deep commitment in the area to conservation, and generally in the community, there's a lot of goodwill there. But also, it was very, very challenging for entities to be able to mobilize the funding, other than some of these larger entities like Trust for Public Land, and to be able to purchase and acquire not only the property, but the 280 plus acre feet of riparian water rights that have since been dedicated back to the river. So I think the landowners were open to it. The conservation community was able to answer the call. And since then, since 2018, we've been actively planning this project to make this vision of a rewild and restored golf course and refuge for people and wildlife a reality.
And board member, if I might, and this is drawing a slightly bigger picture. This board, with a lot of other partners in the upper part of this watershed, was involved in San Clemente Dam removal. So you've got a almost source to see kind of set of things happening over the whole watershed landscape, and it's looking promising.
And to build on that also with the board's investment in Rana Creek Ranch, a very sizable ranch in the Sierra de Salinas, just across Carmel Valley Road, which this property links up to, and has been known to be an important wildlife corridor. And speaking of mountain lions, we observed one on the east side of the property just last week, right within the designated corridor area. So we're pleased to see wildlife understanding the places we think are important for them.
Can I just make one comment on
Yes,
that?
please.
You know, we hear a lot that these projects, they feel a little bit like a random set. But we've been really trying to talk about this larger context. So thank you, Chuck, for raising that. You know, these build on history and large landscape visions that people are implementing, and these project pieces all come together, and you see them sort of in isolation, but they're part of a much broader effort by local folks. And we see this all over. Almost everything on this project list, it falls into that context. So thank you for bringing that up.
Great, thank you. Do we have any public comment?
I have no cards. Is there anyone on the line?
There are no raised hands.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Do I have a board motion on this project?
I'll make a motion to approve the project as staff recommends.
A second.
Great, we have first and a second. Roll call, please, Mary.
Chair Boke,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham,
Aye.
Member Nagami,
Aye.
Member Pavle, Member Peralt,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Aye.
Member Murray. Motion passes.
Great, thank you. So I think we are at item number 34, our last item before the lunch break. So
Yeah, and we have
congratulations.
Joe Navari presenting because Michael Shaw just had a baby, but I'd like to also point out that so did Joe. Well, not him, his wife did. Nevertheless, he's a new father, so I think we should all acknowledge how nice that
congratulations.
is. Anyway, thank you for being here, Joe.
Thank you, Jen, and members of the board. This project is the Sweetwater Ridge in Merced County. It's a 650-acre fee acquisition to be acquired by River Partners. The property is located about 8 miles north of Los Banos, directly adjacent to the San Luis National Wildlife Refuge. This area is a large mass of grasslands and wetlands that are made up by the San Luis National Wildlife Refuge, the Grasslands Wildlife Area, the Merced National Wildlife Refuge. They're a really important area for migratory birds. The Fish and Wildlife Service estimates 1.5 million ducks and geese use this area every winter, along with about 300,000 shorebirds. Next slide, please. The property in this aerial photograph here is bisected by the sand slough. Sand slough runs through the property and hooks up to the San Joaquin River. And on the north side of this property is the Mariposa flood bypass. And to the west is the San Luis National Wildlife Refuge. While the property is currently utilized for intensified agriculture, nearby properties have been restored to benefit riparian brush rabbit, riparian wood rat, least vireo, elderberry longhorn beetle, Swenson's hawk, San Joaquin kit fox, California tiger salamander, giant garter snake, and Chinook salmon. The retirement of agricultural practices and the restoration of the Sweetwater Ridge property will result in expansion of habitat types for these species along the San Joaquin River. Next slide, please. Following the acquisition, River Partners will continue to farm the property while restoration plans and permits are secured. Eventually retiring all the agricultural practices and limiting groundwater pumping on the property. All proceeds from the farming operation will be reinvested into the property for restoration and operations. Once the planning and permitting for restoration is complete, River Partners will seek funding for restoration. The planned restoration process is estimated to be 3 to 5 years and will include the removal of crops from the property, earthwork, native plantings. The site will be transformed and suitable for many threatened and endangered species that live in the San Joaquin River Valley. Once the entire ranch has been acquired and restored, ownership of the property will be transferred to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and included as part of the San Luis National Wildlife Refuge, which is directly adjacent. The estimated timeline for completion is 10 years here, and the property it's currently in that agricultural state. We can go to the next slide, please. Funding for the property is coming from a earmark from the state budget and for $40 million going to River Partners for the reconnection and restoration of floodplain habitats in the San Joaquin and Tulare basins.
The Department of General Services approved appraised value for the Sweetwater Ridge property is $7,280,000. Staff recommends that WCB approve this project as proposed. And with us today is Maggie Blankenship with River Partners as well.
Any questions, comments from the board on this item? Okay, I don't see any. Do we have any public comment?
I have no cards. Is there anyone on the line?
There are no raised hands.
Thank you.
Okay, so at this time, do I have a board motion on the item?
Motion to approve the project as staff recommends in the agenda.
Great.
A second.
All right, thank you. We have first and a second. Mary, can you take the roll call, please?
Chair Boke,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham,
Yes.
Member Nagami,
Aye.
Member Pavle, Member Perot,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Aye.
Member Murray. Motion passes.
All right, thank you. So it is now 12:10. We are going to take a 30-minute break for lunch. So we'll reconvene here at 12:40. Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Welcome back. Thank you, everyone, for your patience while we had a quick lunch break. So I think we're gonna go ahead and resume our agenda. So we are on agenda item number 35. So Jen.
All right, we've got O'Connell Ranch. Brian is going to present. Welcome back from lunch, everybody. I know I'm full. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you. So O'Connell Ranch is located in southeastern Santa Clara County, east of the city of Gilroy, west of the Santa Clara Valley Habitat Agency's Pacheco Creek Reserve, and south of State Route 152. Most of the adjacent lands are large ranches, rural ranchettes, and the Casa de Fruta complex. On the map, you can see north of the red dot there is Henrico State Park. There's a lot of protected property in this general vicinity. In the insert there, you can see the O'Connell Ranch and how Pacheco Creek runs through the property. Next slide, please. O'Connell Ranch will expand the Santa Clara Valley Habitat Agency's protected wildlife corridor along Pacheco Creek. The Pacheco Creek Reserve and the Malik Ranch Conservation Easement, which was on the consent calendar today, are both located east of the property. Combined, the three properties will create a nearly 4-mile protected riparian corridor. The property is in the Pacheco Creek watershed in Diablo Range. Pacheco Creek has been identified as critical for facilitating wildlife movement. This property contributes to landscape linkages 15 and 17. Linkage 15 runs from Henrico State Park southeast to San Benito County line, provides linkage along Pacheco Creek and State Route 152. Linkage 17 encompasses the main stem of Pacheco Creek and provides potential spawning and rearing habitat on the South Fork of Pacheco Creek and Cedar Creek. So in purple is O'Connell Ranch. In green, you got the Pacheco Creek Reserve that is currently owned by the Santa Clara Valley Habitat Agency. And in the orange is the Malik Ranch Conservation Easement that was on consent. Next slide, please. The ranch is approximately 1,073 acres and consists primarily of undeveloped California annual grassland, oak woodland, and riparian corridor. Current improvements include fencing and other cattle infrastructure. The property has been grazed in the past. It's not currently being grazed, but it will be grazed in the future. Next slide, please. The ranch was selected for acquisition in part because it will provide an important east-west migratory corridor along Pacheco Creek for species such as tule elk, mountain lion, and steelhead. As the Central Valley becomes warmer due to climate change, it is critical to maintain habitat connectivity and movement corridors along Pacheco Creek. These properties also provide habitat connectivity for the San Joaquin kit fox, which has been historically documented east of the creek. And this is a slide of Pacheco Creek. There will be some restoration opportunities with this project. Next slide, please. The Habitat Agency would own the property and fee title and manage it according to the requirements of the Santa Clara Valley Habitat Conservation Plan, Natural Community Conservation Plan, to meet the Habitat Plan's biological goals and objectives. And in the audience is Edmund Sullivan. He is the Executive Officer of the Santa Clara Valley Habitat Agency. And if you have any questions, happy to answer them.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board or comments on this agenda item? So I just have a quick question. So just my limited understanding of the Conservation Fund, and their mission, which I assume as part of the name is conservation. So what happens if we don't purchase the property? Because is it threatened for development, or what is the,
Well, the
what's
property, the property
yeah.
is currently owned by Santa Clara Valley Habitat Agency and the Conservation Fund. The Conservation Fund owns 78% interest. So this grant would basically pay back, buy out the Conservation Fund's interest in the property. So in Santa Clara Valley Habitat Agency would own 100%. So it's already actually, it's owned by those two parties currently. So it,
Okay.
yeah.
But isn't the mission of the Conservation Fund to protect land?
Oh, yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes. And that's what they're, yeah.
And
That's why
so,
they bought the property last year.
okay. All right. And when they purchased the property, so at that time, it wasn't, when they purchased the property, it wasn't automatically, because it's all gonna go to the Habitat
Yes.
Fund?
Santa Clara Valley Habitat Agency, with this
Okay.
grant, they would own 100%. Right now, they own 21% interest in the property.
Okay.
If we make the grant, they will buy out the Conservation Fund 78% interest.
And maybe if I could help out, or maybe if Joe can correct me, like the Conservation Fund doesn't generally hold conservation lands long-term, right? They sort of,
That's my understanding,
Yeah.
but I have limited knowledge of the Conservation Fund, but and generally they step.
Love Joe.
They step in to make the deal happen with the expectation that like the Santa Clara Valley Habitat Agency will get funding to buy them out so they can move on to the
Okay.
next deal.
So they did not receive
Oh,
funding,
no.
WCB funding to acquire this property back when they acquired it. They used their own
This is the first time
funding.
this
Okay,
project's
thank
been-
you. That's
like
a
a revolving
clarification.
fund.
Absolutely.
I didn't know if they had used public funding to
Thanks. Okay.
acquire it. It was
They
their
did not
own.
use WCB funding. This is the first time, yeah, we brought this.
Okay, but it was, okay, so they used their own funding to acquire
They
the property and
used their
hold.
own funding, and actually they received a
Okay.
grant from the Wildlife Conservation Network for $1 million as well. So it was
Okay.
partially their funding, partially the Wildlife Conservation Network
Got it.
funding.
Okay. All right, that's helpful. Thank you.
Sure.
And I just want to put a finer point on again, this is another one of these landscape scale conservation visions. You know, there's habitat being protected all the way from, Coyote Ridge all the way out to the coast, that all these lands are sort of part of this. I see it as this landscape of conserved lands that are moving all the way through these mountains to the coast and are part of a lot of the other wildlife crossing projects we've been talking about. So these are sort of key pieces in the middle, but they connect to lots of other protected areas that we've been part of or supportive of.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item?
I have no cards. Is there anybody on the phone?
There are no raised hands.
Thank you.
Okay. Do I have a board motion? Do I have a board motion on this item?
I'll move to approve this item.
Great. Is there a second? Second. Wonderful. Thank you. We have a first and a second. Can you take the roll call, please, Mary?
Chair Boakday,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham. Member Nagami,
Aye.
Member Pavley. Member Peralt,
Aye.
Member Phillips. Aye. Member Murray,
Aye.
motion passes.
I was just wondering where it was coming from, but okay. All right, thank you. So now we'll move on to agenda item number 36.
Just down the road, Lakeside Ranch, Brian again.
Exactly. So our previous project, it was south of Henry Cove State Park, And as you can see, this project is to the west of Henrico State Park to kind of put it in perspective. And this is another Santa Clara Valley Habitat Agency deal.
Can I ask you to get closer to the mic just a
Oh,
little
sure.
bit?
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
thank you.
Yes, so again, this is another Santa Clara Valley Habitat Agency acquisition. And Lakeside Ranch is located in unincorporated Santa Clara County, adjacent to the city of Morgan Hill and west of Highway 101. Adjacent protected lands include Coyote Valley Open Space Preserve and the Santa Clara Valley Habitat Agency owned Tilton Ranch, which WCB funded in August of 2020. So as you can see on the map and, outlined obviously in red, there is Lakeside Ranch. Just north of Lakeside Ranch is Tilton Ranch, which, like I said, I actually took to the board in 2020. So next slide, please. And this is just a general aerial view of a portion of Lakeside Ranch, showing it's adjacent to Chesbro Reservoir, just kind of showing the landscape. 1,900 acres, approximately 1,902 acres. Next slide, please. The proposed acquisition will protect and enhance critical landscape linkages between core habitat areas on adjacent protected lands in Santa Cruz County, along Coyote Ridge, and between the Santa Clara Valley and the Central Valley, thus creating vital ecological refuge in the face of climate change. Next slide, please. Most of the abundant vegetation communities on the property are composed of mixed oak woodland interspersed with California annual grassland, blue oak woodland, coast live oak forest, and serpentine grassland. Sensitive and rare habitat types are also present on the property, including mixed riparian forests, sycamore alluvial woodland, wetlands, and over 300 acres of serpentine habitats. Next slide, please. Confirmed observations of 4 covered animal species within the property include western pond turtle, yellow-legged frog, California tiger salamander, and bay checker spot butterfly. The Santa Clara Valley Habitat Agency leads the implementation of the Santa Clara Valley Habitat Plan, which covers about 2/3 of the area of Santa Clara County. The plan is both a habitat conservation plan and a natural community conservation plan. The habitat plan requires long-term monitoring and management of all reserve system lands. Santa Clara Valley Habitat Agency will manage the property, which will be used primarily as an open space landscape, supporting wildlife habitat and public access. This project will ensure that Lakeside Ranch is protected in perpetuity and will not be developed. The Habitat Agency will evaluate opportunities to enhance and restore the property landscape as required by the Habitat Plan. And again, in the audience is Ed Sullivan. He is the executive officer of the Santa Clara Valley Habitat Agency. If you have any questions.
Wonderful, thank you. Are there any questions, comments from the board on this agenda item? I just have a quick question. Can you speak to what the public access is going to be? Is it trails, or will there be a trailhead on the site, or what's contemplated?
So my understanding is it's a work in progress. They're going to have to evaluate what the ultimate public access will be, depending on, the habitat types and that sort of thing. They are, I think Ed can back me up on this. They're still working on the Tilton Ranch public access, which I think is going to open next year or so. So I can't tell you specifically. They have to do a study, and they're going to have to, the Santa Clara Valley Habitat Agency is going to have to come up with a plan exactly. But I have been told it will definitely be open to the public.
Okay. And it seems like it's part of the larger vision to open it up and
adjacent to Tilton
appropriately.
Ranch, so it basically doubles the area that would be generally open to the public.
Okay. All right, thank you. Do we have any public comments?
I have no cards. Is there anyone online?
There are no raised hands.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do I have a board motion?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. So Michelle did you catch who did the original motion? Yeah, and second by Samantha, yeah. All right, can you take the roll call, please? Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham,
You like this project, I'm just telling you today.
Member Nagami,
Yes.
Member Pavley, Member Peralt,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Yes.
Member Murray.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Great, thank you. We'll move on to item number 37.
All right. We have One Tam Forest Conservation. Jen Stanfield, come on down. I will say the last two projects and this project, I had the opportunity to go out in the field and I'm excited about every project we do, but these are pretty awesome ones. Thanks for coming, Ed. Look at this group of people that are excited about this project. Hi, friends.
All right, good afternoon. This proposal is to consider the allocation of a grant to the Golden Gate National Parks Conservancy for restoration projects on approximately 1,100 acres in Marin County. Next slide, please. One Tam is a collaborative of 5 organizations that together manage 60,000 of Marin County's 118,000 forested acres. Project activities will occur on lands owned by the California State Parks, National Parks, and Marin Water. These properties welcome public recreation and are visited by approximately 3 million people per year. The project areas rank high in CDFW's areas of conservation emphasis model, with some sites identified as significant terrestrial habitat and essential and irreplaceable corridors. Marin Water will be conducting restoration in the headwaters of Lagunitas Creek, which is host to multiple salmonid species, including coho and chinook. Next slide, please. Activities included in this grant have been formulated over several years and draw upon existing plans, fuels models, and scientific literature. The 2023 Marin Regional Forest Health Strategy identified the locations in this grant as top priority using robust modeling that tested various treatments and then associated outcomes. In addition to the documents featured here, the project is in alignment with more than 15 local, state, and regional initiatives. Next slide, please. So let's take a look at some of the conditions precipitating this level of planning. As you can see in the photo, this is representative of a lot of the forested landscape in Marin, and we see the horizontal and vertical continuity of vegetation. Crowded forest conditions such as this provide ideal conditions for fire, disease, and pests to move through the area. And if we recall that these sites are visited by millions of people per year, they're at greater risk given humans are the leading cause of wildfire ignition currently. Next slide, please. A couple additional examples of site conditions. On the left-hand side, there's a treatment unit that is experiencing substantial mortality due to sudden oak death. This is a pathogen that's pervasive on this landscape and is, made more virulent by these crowded forest conditions. And then on the right-hand side of the screen is an encroached oak woodland that, as you can see there, kind of that standing dead vegetation in the middle is Douglas fir. Now, that type of material is both highly receptive to fire and likely to intensify fire effects in the event of a fire to move through the area. That traditionally would have been consumed by frequent low-intensity fires prior to the disruption of historic natural and cultural fire regimes. Next slide, please. So that brings us to some of the solutions. So this project includes a variety of treatments made to mimic low-intensity fire. Ladder fuel removal, invasive broom removal, mastication, and pile burning will be applied to the project sites. The project will also enable the return of broadcast burning as a management tool in habitats surrounded by the wildland-urban interface, including burning beneath precious old-growth forest at Muir Woods National Monument, one of the last collections of old-growth redwood in the North Bay. Next slide, please. So to frame this work in a broader context, I'd like to reference a recent journal article that conducted an analysis of carbon vulnerability in the West. So if you take a look at the graphics, there's 3 analyses of carbon here, and generally with a lot of graphs having to do with fire and climate, red represents an undesirable condition here. So the top map and bar chart is an analysis of exposure. So how exposed are the carbon stores in that mapped area to disturbance, which primarily is going to be a wildfire ignition? The middle graphic and map represents sensitivity. How sensitive are the carbon sites in those locations to this disturbance? High sensitivity means that we would expect that most of the carbon would be lost in the event of a fire and would not recover. Low sensitivity, we would expect those carbon stores to be resilient. The bottom graphic shows the vulnerability. It combines those two. And these are areas where carbon is both highly exposed to disturbance and loss from wildfire and sensitive, therefore unlikely to recover. So if you take a look at that map at the bottom of the graphic there, we can see some areas of concern outside of our state. However, California leads with the highest number of vulnerable hectares of carbon in the West. Next slide, please. Project authors took this a step further and they ran a number of analysis on the fireshed level, looking for areas where proactive management by humans could reduce the risk of wildfire-caused carbon loss. 64 firesheds arose as these opportunity hotspots where management actions had potential to produce a number of concurrent benefits to the environment, climate, and social and cultural values concurrently. And as you can see, the project area here in the northern San Francisco Bay Area falls squarely within one of these opportunity hotspots. Next slide, please. This culminates in project actions that have a significant impact on forest health and preservation of precious carbon stores in the face of climate change. Project outcomes include increased biodiversity, habitat quality, and resilience. Staff recommends the project as proposed, and here in person to answer questions are several representatives from the One TAM Collaborative.
Wonderful, thank you. Are there questions, comments from the board on this item? No? Okay. Do we have any public comment?
Well, all the members of the One TAM Collaborative have put their names in to make comment. You're all welcome to provide those if you desire. You're not obligated, but I see your names on the list, or at least most of you were on my list. Greg Jones, Sean, and Danny Franco are three that are listed.
So we'll welcome up Danny Franco with the Golden Gate National Parks Conservancy.
Go for it, Danny.
Thanks. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much. So my name is Danny Franco. I'm a senior project manager with the Golden Gate National Parks Conservancy. I've been with the Parks Conservancy for 14 years. I'm really just excited to be here today and excited to express my support for this project, which the team behind me and I have been working to build support for over 4 years. The Parks Conservancy is the nonprofit support member and philanthropic member of the One TAM Collaborative. As Jen mentioned, the One TAM Collaborative is Marin County Parks, Marin Municipal Water District, National Park Service, and California State Parks. The collaborative collectively responsible for stewardship of 60,000 acres of forest and woodland in Marin County. So for 4 years, we've endeavored to meet the state's challenge to address the threats that are facing the resilience of forests and woodlands across the state. Our forest health strategy responds to that state call. And the projects that you see today that Jen so greatly presented on really embody what the work we're trying to scale up and scale out in Marin County. So mostly I just want to thank Dr. Jen Norris and Jen Stanfield for doing such a great job, for coming out to Marin, looking at the project sites. It's been a real privilege and pleasure to work with you in planning this project, and thank you.
You didn't mention the freezing rain, but you could have.
Also, they got soaked for us, which was awesome.
Good afternoon, board. Sean Horn, I'm with Marin Water. I'm the Director of Watershed Resources. We just wanted to come and voice our support and thank you for funding this project or considering funding for this project. This is going to help the district implement our biodiversity, fires and fuels integrated plan to help protect our drinking water source for 190,000 community members in central and southern Marin, and also protect critical habitat for coho, salmon, steelhead, and freshwater shrimp in Lagunitas Creek, as well as help us protect the stronghold of northern spotted owls within Marin County. This work will fund 750 acres on Marin Water's land. It'll be part of our ongoing effort to bring beneficial fire back as we reduce the fuel loads that are coming from sudden oak death, invasive species, and encroachment of Douglas fir. So we just want to say thank you for considering this project for funding and for supporting One TAM's forest health resiliency study and work. So thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Greg Jones, I'm the Fire Management Officer for all the San Francisco Bay Area national parks. And thanks for giving me a few minutes to speak in support of the project. And more importantly, thank you for your consideration of this grant. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the National Park Service specific part of the project and funding requests. As many of you probably already know, Muir Woods National Monument is a pretty special place in many ways. It protects almost 600 acres of old growth redwoods, which is fairly significant considering there's only 5% of our old growth redwood groves left in the entire state. The oldest tree in Muir Woods is almost 800 years old. Redwood, Jen had talked a little bit about carbon sequestration and carbon storage. And redwood forests store more carbon than any other forest ecosystem. And then Muir Woods is also home to the federally threatened northern spotted owl and provide prime habitat for spawning coho and steelhead. So you can see kind of what a great showcase the monument is for preservation, conservation, and ecological restoration. But I think maybe what makes Muir Woods so unique is that this amazing resource exists 15 miles from downtown San Francisco and sees approximately 1 million visitors every single year. So we have this amazing resource to interpret both the natural and human history and educate and inspire a diverse group of people every year. This grant will assist us in planning implementation strategies to make this special place more resilient in the face of drought, the potential for increased fire occurrence, and other disturbance agents that may come in a climate change that may come in the face of a changing climate. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, is there a motion from the board?
We just double check
Oh,
there's no
just
one
double-
online.
Yes, anybody online?
There are no raised hands.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion from the board on this item 37?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All right, Mary, can you please take the roll call?
Chair Bookday,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham,
Yes.
Member Nagami, Member Pavle, Member Peralt,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Aye.
Member Murray.
Aye.
Motion is passed.
All right, thank you. We're now moving on to item number 38.
Right. You won, Tam. Nice to see you. Bringing Brian back up to talk about Motel 6.
So this proposal is to consider a grant to the California Tahoe Conservancy to acquire approximately 31 acres of environmentally sensitive land in South Lake Tahoe. The property is located next to the Upper Truckee River and the Conservancy's Upper Truckee Marsh property. And yeah, there's generally you can see on the map, South Lake Tahoe. It's approximately 31 acres. Next slide, please. This slide shows the property in relation to other protected properties along the Upper Truckee River. The acquisition, a priority for over 30 years, would complete one of the last linkages of public ownership on the river and allow future marsh restoration at one of the highest priority stream restoration locations in the Tahoe Basin. So it's probably hard for some of you to see, but outlined in black there, it's 2 parcels, a 27-acre parcel and a 4-acre parcel. So 31 acres approximately total. Just north of this property is the Upper Truckee Marsh owned by the California Tahoe Conservancy, which WCB actually made a restoration grant on. And south of the property is the Johnson Meadow property, which the CDFW made a grant for the acquisition of, I believe, in 2018. Next slide, please. The Motel 6 parcel is approximately 4 acres. The site sits on 8 feet of fill and is improved with a non-operational Carol's Restaurant built in 1970 and a 143-unit Motel 6 constructed in 1974, along with an outdoor pool, asphalt, and landscaping. The Knox Johnson parcel as it's referred to as 27 acres. The Upper Truckee River runs through the property. The site includes a 1,600 square foot single-family residence, which was constructed in 1984. Most of the remaining acreage is undeveloped meadow area. As you can see from this aerial, you got the Motel 6 property, the pool in the middle, asphalt adjacent to the Knox Johnson property, which is 27 acres of mostly undeveloped meadow area. There is a structure on that property, which will stay. Next slide, please. The acquisition will protect the Upper Truckee River and the Upper Truckee Meadows by preventing further degradation from development and will provide the opportunity for future restoration of the parcels. All the improvements, with the exception of the residence, are slated to be demolished after the close of escrow. Next slide, please. For over 30 years, the California Tahoe Conservancy has worked with multiple partners to rehabilitate the lower 9 miles of the Upper Truckee River. A major part of that restoration effort is the 500-acre Upper Truckee Marsh Restoration Project, which seeks to restore its function to maintain lake clarity after half the marsh was developed in the 1960s. Acquisition of the property would complete one of the last linkages of public ownership along the river, allow future completion of one of the highest priorities of stream restoration in the Tahoe Basin, and add wetlands to the marsh. Next slide, please. Acquisition of this property supports the mission of the California Tahoe Conservancy, which includes protection and restoration of the natural environment and wildlife habitat areas and providing public access and recreation for all. California Tahoe Conservancy intends to complete a restoration planning effort on the property that will include analysis for public access and cultural, historical, and ecological interpretation compatible with preservation and restoration of the natural environment. And joining us today with the California Tahoe Conservancy is Amy Rutledge. She's actually on Zoom. She handles our acquisitions. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Are there any questions, comments from the board on this item? Yes, please, Damon.
Thank you for the presentation.
Sure.
On there, it says here that part of the parking lot's going to be retained. The intention is for part of the parking lot to be retained for public access to the river. I was wondering how much that was going to be, and also just looking at, I mean, it seems like there are homes and roads nearby that could preserve or that could afford public access from cars. So is there really a need? I'd really love to maximize the amount of space that would not go towards a parking lot from this property.
Yeah, I don't think that's been completely determined. When I talked to Amy with the California Tahoe Conservancy, she mentioned that the thought at this moment is that they would save some of that parking for public access, but it hasn't been determined. And she's online if she wants to step in on that. But that is a thought, because they will need some kind of access point. But like you said, there are other points of access, so that might be more viable for them. So it hasn't been determined yet, as far as I know.
Hi, this is Amy. Just checking that you can hear me.
Yes.
Great. Sorry I had to be traveling on business today, but we are very thankful for your support. And there's obviously multiple partners that have been involved in the Marsh and Lower Truckee, Upper Truckee River restoration efforts for a long time, including you guys. Thank you. To answer that question, nothing has yet been determined. We also want to restore as much of the site as possible that makes sense. And so we are that is our first priority for this project as per the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency's regional plan. So stream restoration is the highest priority here and will come first. I think we are cognizant that this is in the middle of the city of South Lake Tahoe, where, you know, Lake Tahoe gets almost 3 million visitors a year, and this is right off Highway 50. So although there are some other neighborhood access points to the marsh, this would be an interesting opportunity to provide an easy interpretive experience for people who are visiting Tahoe and who live in Tahoe to see the marsh from a very accessible location and to have access to interpretive material about not only the ecology that's being preserved and how they can help when they're visitors there, but also the history and the cultural aspects of the site as well. We do work actively with the Washoe tribe and have done other restoration projects in concert with them in the basin. And we are excited about just the overall opportunity to educate the community. So we are going to put stream restoration first, but we're just reserving the opportunity to be able to do that where there is such a unique experience since it's right on Highway 50.
Thanks so much for that. Totally understand. If when you're looking at that, you can also look at public transit access and the opportunity for folks that don't have access to a car to be able to partake of the nature opportunities there as well.
Absolutely. It's right on a bus line, and there's also a free lake link transportation system in Tahoe now. So that's exciting, and that's another really unique aspect about this potential access point.
I have a
Thank
quick
you.
question.
Yes, please.
I didn't quite get it, but is the Johnson Meadow part, is that also already under protection?
That's protected, yes.
Okay.
I was trying to show you the linkage on both the north and south side that we already have property protected.
And do you know what year that Motel 6 was built there? It's just so bizarre to build it
Yeah,
where
I
it's
do
built.
think I meant, let's see here, Motel 6 was constructed in 1974.
Wow. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, I know. Do we have any public comment on this item?
I don't have any cards. Is there anyone on the phone?
There are no raised hands.
Thank you.
Okay, do I have a board motion on item number 38?
I'll move to approve the item.
Great. Is there a second?
A second.
All right, Mary, can you take the roll call, please?
Chair Bookday,
Yes.
Vice Chair Bonham,
Yes.
Member Nagami,
Yes.
Member Pavle, Member Peralt,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Aye.
Member Murray.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you. Moving on to item number 39.
Invite Jen Stanfield back up here to talk about the Coldstream Canyon Restoration Augmentation Project. Say that 3 times fast, please.
Hello, everyone. This proposal is to consider the allocation of a grant to the Truckee River Watershed Council to support a funding augmentation for restoration on 22 acres outside of the community of Truckee in Placer County. Next slide, please. The originally funded project was designed to address substantial degradation of the Coldstream system, as evidenced by this photo, which is caused by high velocity flows through a narrow pinch point. The stream is constrained to a central channel. It is not accessing the floodplain, and it is moving considerable amounts of sediment downstream. Next slide, please. Here we have a few photos to further illustrate the situation. On the left-hand side is the narrow pinch point under the Southern Pacific Railroad. And on the right is an array of historic photos showing the significant straightening of the channel from 1939 to 2005. On those aerial photos, the pinch point is located near the apex of the hairpin turn of the railway alignment. It's just kind of below that apex. And so that stream channel runs kind of diagonal across the screen there. And you can see by 2005, there's that area of kind of open gravel sedimented area that's lighter in color, and then that long straight shot of the stream channel there. Next slide, please. Project work includes recontouring, moving gravel deposits around the reach, installation of multiple types of in-stream structures to modify the channel direction, flow, and velocity. The stream, let's see. Oh, it also includes significant upland habitat restoration and revegetation. The project designs draw upon successes from a nearby restoration site called Blackwood Canyon, which was subject to similar hydrologic pressures and has similar soil types. Next slide, please. Project challenges are largely framed by the record winter of 2022-23. The location experienced snowfall totals far exceeding those of recent years, which resulted in significant amounts of erosion during spring runoff. This additional degradation of the site will require additional materials to achieve the original project scope. And the project team has adapted the restoration plan to take into account more frequent extreme weather events into the future. Prolonged spring runoff in 2023 also delayed project implementation, further magnifying the cost increases in labor and materials that have occurred since the project was originally conceptualized and funded. Lastly, construction is planned to occur in a single season to avoid further mid-project changes to the site and cost fluctuations. Next slide, please. If a funding augmentation is awarded, the full scope of the project will be completed, with total funding amounts on par with similarly sized restoration efforts in riparian areas. Project outcomes include reduced flow, depth, and velocity, increased groundwater inundation, improvements in water quality, and increased biodiversity in the upland areas with the revegetation efforts. Staff recommends this project as proposed, and here in person to answer questions is Lisa Wallace, the Executive Director with the Truckee River Watershed Council. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions, comments from the board? Please.
Yeah, I know I had concerns about this, but I think you've answered most of them, particularly whether or not the timing for when you do the project or when the applicant does the project has changed in their mind, and it sounds like it has. So we don't come back again next year.
Right, yeah. So what was unique about this one is that the point at which it experienced this additional erosion, they had not yet begun the project work. And then that project work was further delayed by that prolonged spring runoff and the area just remaining too wet to get in and perform the work successfully. So it was that's one of the ways where it could be successful, and one of the ways the project team has taken into account this very flashy system and its constraints is to get in, do the construction in one season, and then it's ready to go for that next winter.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any public comments on this item?
I don't have any comment cards. Is there anyone on the line?
There are no raised hands.
Thank you.
All right, can I get a board motion on item 39?
You can. I'll make a motion to approve the agenda item as staff recommends.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Mary, can you please take the roll call?
Chair Boakday,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham.
Aye.
Member Nagami,
Aye.
Member Pavle, Member Peralt,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Aye.
Member Murray.
Aye.
Motion is passed.
Okay, thank you. We are now moving on to item number 40. Jen.
And we did not plan to give it the number 40, but this is the 40-acre conservation item. I just noticed that. Did we do that on purpose? No.
No.
Anyway, Alyssa Bendetti is going to talk about recreation planning for the Tahoe Gateway.
Thank you. First of all, welcome back to many members of the public who came out again to continue showing their support for this project. So at the August 2023 meeting, the board approved funding for the acquisition, the first land acquisition by California's only Blacklead Land Conservancy. This planning proposal and the forest health proposal that will follow, number 41, are the next steps in 40-acre Conservation League's vision for this property. The property is 650 acres in size and adjacent to Tahoe National Forest along I-80. Next slide, please. This property was acquired for conservation, but also with the aim of creating safe, welcoming, and inclusive spaces for outdoor recreation. This is above all an environmental justice project, which furthers the state's 30 by 30 and Outdoors for All initiatives. Next slide, please. So the project will create a new public access opportunity for visitors of all backgrounds and experience levels and equip them to enjoy all that the National Forest and the Sierras have to offer. The vision includes a nature center, a variety of camping facilities, and trails which will connect to the National Forest Trail system. The Nature Center would offer equipment rentals as well as docent-led hikes and interpretive programs. Next slide, please. So future construction of these amenities will minimize habitat disturbance as much as possible. There is a pre-disturbed and cleared area that was existing under previous ownership, which is next to Lake Putt, which is the focal point of this property, which makes it an ideal location to construct a nature center and be sort of act as the hub of operations for the public access. Additionally, this property was formerly timber harvest land. So there are existing roads that can be modified into auto access roads as well as the basis of a trail system. Next slide, please. So this is just an overview of the project activities. This planning grant will support development of construction-ready designs, as well as the accompanying site assessments, stakeholder engagement, and environmental compliance that are needed to bring this vision to life. And in addition, a robust long-term forest management plan will be developed following the initial forest health treatments on the property. And with us today, representing 40 Acre Conservation League, if you should have any questions, are Jade Stevens and Daryl Lucian. I think we'll also have some public comment in support.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions, comments from the board?
Yeah, I have some questions. I like this 40-acre project and what your intention is. What concerns me, especially as somebody who has come from nonprofits, both small and large, is how prepared you are to manage really large grants. These together make about a $7 million grant. So I'm wondering if somebody from 40 Acres can talk to us a little bit about capacity building within the organization, staffing, that sort of thing.
Yeah, and I can start. Yeah, so we have in developing this grant, we've had extensive conversations with 40 Acre League as well, and they have provided us a lot of information. They've done their homework on the consultants that they're working with. They provided us a lot of how they arrived at their cost estimates and things like that. And they will be hiring a project manager as well. But I can let Daryl fill in more of those gaps for you.
Thank you. Board Member Daryl Lucian here. Appreciate the question. 40 Acre Conservation League is a younger organization, but I think I would urge you to not let that fool you as far as capacity is concerned. The organization has been very intentional about its growth, its costs, the ability to be nimble, and frankly, not pulling the trigger too fast as it relates to how we scale up with permanent staff. The way that we've operated thus far has involved very robust activity and engagement from the board. And in areas where the board has not been entirely well-versed, we've put together a very strong team. And I would emphasize the word team because I think I can testify to the fact that the individuals involved with every aspect of acquisition to planning and preparation for the Forest Health Grant have been individuals who are responsive, engaged, talented, bring a high level of competency, and frankly run even some of the state's best folks around in circles a few times. And so irrespective of whether they are 1099 or W-2, or I'm not going to get into labor law on that. They have very much been present, and the organization has, just by virtue of the actions that you have taken in August, and the media and everything surrounding that has been on, let's just say, a very healthy fiscal pathway upward. And so provided that hopefully we are successful here today, the board is going to be prepared to make a couple of announcements about really cementing the team moving forward. But I can assure you that we have the competencies, the support, the team And as we discussed, the sophistication to, I think, really undertake this head on.
So just to follow up, does that mean, without jumping the gun on any announcements or anything, but will there be staff in place to manage these rather large grants?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, please, Damon.
Yes, thank you. First of all, welcome. It's great to see such support for this project. For those of you who are here for the first time, we're glad to have you here and hope you will continue to be engaged with Wildlife Conservation Board. I see here that the board is not going to enter into a grant agreement until the previously approved project closes escrow for the acquisition. So just wondering if there were any updates on that.
Yeah, I believe, well, I won't call her up here, but our beloved president was at a place today called Stewart Title and was signing some very important documents. And so I can assure you, board member, as far as we are aware, we are in good shape.
Excellent, thank you.
All right, any other comments, questions, please? Samantha.
Hello, welcome. This is my first meeting, so I wasn't here last time. It sounds like this project was considered, but I love this project. I think it's really cool to read about a project like this that's about creating a safe, welcoming, inclusive space that helps bridge the nature gap, removes barriers to people connecting with the outdoors. You have an impressive list of letters of support. And I'm sure that was hard earned, and I think it says a lot about the project. I sit on the Fish and Game Commission as well. That's why I have this seat. Yesterday, we had a commission meeting and we had a conversation about this very topic, which is connecting people with nature and with the outdoors. And yeah, I just want to thank you for putting it together and say, I hope we see lots of other projects just like this. I think it's exactly the kind of thing we would want to see more of in California and elsewhere. So thanks for putting it together.
I don't know if you've ever tried some elk cooked by some Black folks, but we need to have a conversation. Let's have a conversation, because we got a project that's going to be not only flowing with milk and honey, but some elk, and so we can.
Daryl, this is the Wildlife Conservation Board.
All sustainably. We're into sustainable practices here. Sustainability is key.
Daryl, nice to see you. The last meeting and that milestone moment created a relationship between y'all and this board. It's long overdue.
Appreciate it.
We believe in you. I thank Board Member Phillips for the questions about capacity. When you need help, let us know. We want you to be successful, and your success will chart such a change of direction for those that are right behind you. So our questions about capacity and ability are 100% from that perspective of setting you up for success. Let us know how we can help. And thanks for showing up today.
So just before we move to public comment, just want to extend my congratulations on your closing. So it's very exciting. And just want to echo the comments about, the being here as a partner to help support the vision, the goals, and the success of 40 Acre League. I think I shared at the last meeting, similar to the comments around access for communities that have historically been excluded, not welcomed into many of the conservation open space spaces. And so I just want to thank all of you for your leadership, your passion for caring, and as board member, Nagami said, we hope that, you'll continue to participate, be part of WCB, and just very excited about, I know it took a lot of work to be able to bring, these grant proposals forward. So congratulations. So with that, we'll move to public comment.
So we have about 11 cards from the room, but I have an early one from Jeff Darlington of the Placer Land Trust. And then 11 more, and then a raised hand online, I believe. Welcome, Jeff.
Oh, thanks for calling me first. Jeff Darlington, I'm the Executive Director at Placer Land Trust, and we're a local land trust that protects land, agricultural, recreational, habitat land in the Placer County region. So Emigrant Gap is part of our service area. My comments here are in support of both this item 40 and item 41. So just as someone who lives and works in Placer County, I wanted you guys to be aware that the 40 Acre Conservation League did reach out, and we've had a lot of discussions about this project, and Placer Land Trust and our membership are in complete support. And we're interested in continuing that support. And as a representative of the Placer County community, I want to say that this project is most welcome in Placer County. Daryl mentioned the team. I might not be a player on the field, maybe a junior assistant strength and conditioning coach, but
You on the team. You on the team.
but the point is, with regards to capacity too, there are a lot of advisors that Daryl and his team have reached out to. We heard from Amy Rutledge on a previous item, and she's involved, as well as many of the people that I work in Placer County. So I just want to say, really support this project. Look forward to working with the 40 Acre Conservation League in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just going to move through these. Thanks, Jeff. Okay, I'm no particular order. So if you gave your card early, don't get mad at me. They're all shuffled. Janice Wisdom. I have Keisha and Jamel next, if you want to get yourselves ready.
Good afternoon, State Board. My name is Janice Wisdom. I am a member of, I actually grew up in Sacramento, and am the president for the Sacramento Caribbean American Association. But I am here to say that we need to get more funding in the hands of diverse organizations. And so it's great that you're giving funding to the 40 Acre organization, but we need to either work through them or work independently to recruit other organizations to bring their visions for how to involve more Californians in this effort. In order for that to happen, these organizations need to be convinced that you are sincere about wanting them to succeed. And we have our eyes on 40 Acre League because Black people want to know whether you're going to pull the rug from underneath them. Thank you.
Thank you. Keisha Harris.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Keisha Harris. I first want to say thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak today. I know it's been a long day already, so I'm going to keep it short. Before I go into what I plan to say, I want to let you know that I brought my 15-year-old son with me today. He didn't want to get up, but his name is Eugene. He's sitting right there. And I wanted to acknowledge him. It's important that we show our youth what we're doing, right? It's not enough for me to come home and tell him about my day. It's even more impactful if he's here to see it. So I just wanted to make mention of that. I want to say that I appreciate the work that you all have put into working with the 40-acre league thus far to get to this point today. I learned that the legislator wrote 40-acre league's name on the first dollars that were awarded. So not to give you credit, but just to make mention of that today, as well as for the audience. But there is an appreciation for what you're doing today. There has been so much media attention around this movement simply because you have decided to empower an organization that is hoping to empower others while it accomplishes the environmental mission. This is brilliant. Today is a major step, symbolically and practically, to include Black, BIPOC, California in climate justice work. This project meets the criteria, and this moment demands action. Vote yes on the authorization for the 40-acre league today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have Jamel, and after that, it'll be Morgan and Stacy. Morgan Brown, Stacy Anderson, if you want to get ready. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board, and thank you so much for the time here. And I just wanted to say briefly that today is a beautiful day here in America. And it's a beautiful day in America because California is leading on a topic that the rest of the nation considers divisive. However, nowhere in the world is it considered divisive to restore something lost, stolen, or defrauded from its rightful owner. And I'm actually starting to really like this wildlife board. You would almost say that I'm slowly becoming a fan, more so than even Taylor Swift. But all jokes aside, the fact of the matter is that you haven't given enough money out to people of color for me to be happy. And though there's a long way to go, you're beginning to move in the right direction. So in closing up, I just want to encourage you to stay on the path because this path is one of righteousness. This is a righteous path. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Morgan Brown.
Good afternoon. My name is Morgan Brown, and thank you so much for having me out here today. I do want to say I'm super excited to be here. While I may not be, I guess what you call like the animal lover, the excitement of the project and what you guys are doing, I normally wouldn't hug anything fuzzier than a peach, but I would consider a deer under the right circumstances. So I mean, this is an awesome, awesome thing that's happening. This is equity in action. Unlike a lot of efforts that are talked about and get put into place where the input of organizations or groups are brought into after decisions are made, 40 Acre has assured us that you guys have been in support of the vision from the very beginning. And that normally does not happen and it tends to be hard to believe. So all in all, I want to say, be blessed. Thank you so much for helping in the support of this in an underrepresented area. Thank you.
You would make me cry. I'm not going to be able to get through this pile. I'm just saying. I love that equity in action. That's good. All right, so Stacy, and then we're going to have Betty after that, Betty Williams and Rory Kaufman.
Hello, everyone. I'm Stacy, and I'm very excited to be here. Health and wellness is my expertise, so I'm going to be here to remind you today of the two leading causes of death in America, which are cancer and heart attacks. The single largest cause of both diseases is diabetes, overwhelmingly type 2 diabetes. So roughly over half of our children are obese, and slightly over half of our adults are pre-diabetic or full-blown diabetes. So I'm also here to remind you of the most important and number one factors to reduce type 2 diabetes and risk of heart attack, strokes, cancers, which is healthy diets, regular exercise, and stress management, right? So it's no coincidence that our Black communities have less recreation space to breathe in fresh air, rest our mind, and explore nature like our other ethnic groups and counterparts of society. So nature is the prescription we need. Yes, I think you all can agree with that. Nature is a healer for both our mental and physical health. So I'm extremely excited to be here today. And I'm even more excited that you all have the opportunity to make Black history today during Black History Month. So your work is very much connected to public health that most may recognize. I thank you in advance for supporting Black recreation projects and saving lives and enriching lives. So this is the time. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Welcome, Betty.
Thank you. Good afternoon, wildlife leaders. I was here in August of last year, and that meeting was a very special moment. And I heard from board member Catherine then and again today the concerns, but I feel hopeful based on the responses in your questions today. I have noticed something about the latest version of the US Supreme Court. In some ways, they are very pro-equality. Black people were pro-equality for over 300 years. But things have gotten so bad that being pro-equality is no different from being pro-quo or quota status. Black history has taught us that progress in the Pacific class of people has been stunted for 400 years. We've been buried literally. And it's told, or it's okay to say that you are equal now. Dig yourself out of the hole that we put yourself in, and you are now responsible for your own progress. What does a hole mean? Does it mean slavery, Jim Crow, the Black codes, employment discrimination, deed restrictions, separate but equal, and a whole host of other practices that are directly and indirectly practiced and encouraged by all levels of government, including state government? It has marginally altered the status of Black people in this country. So I don't know how you look at 40 acres the way we look at 40 acres. What I say is that they sound very pro-equality in most conservative spaces. And when I say that, I'm looking at that I'm out of time. So I'm going to end with this. Coming up with reasons on why we can't do this is annoying, but I need you to do a better job today. I need you to vote yes. I need you to celebrate Black history with me and create history for me and the rest of our community. Thank you.
We have Rory, and then after that, it'll be Rashid and Russell.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, ladies and gentlemen, and pardon me for being personal, brothers and sisters in the house. This is Black History Month. And I would like to say my name is Roy Kaufman from LA, Watts, if you will. And I have to say the following very quickly. Reparations is in the front of our legislature. Reparations is in the front of deciding how it can repay back all the insufference we have experienced. There's a statue on the Capitol grounds South Lawn of a priest who voted, the only vote during 3 times of our legislature at the Civil War to keep us from being a state of Confederacy. I repeat, if you want to see it, it's on the South Lawn, south of the door. I saw it one day because I sat there tired, and this priest, I read the inscription, stated, we cannot be free if we are enslaved. Lastly, I'd like to say a couple things. Besides the priest, red, black, and green means green, land. Land we've never had the opportunity to participate and hold. We would like to respect that. Allensworth is a black city in California. If they can handle the capacity, so can we. As a city in California, Black history. And I'll leave you one more point, and that is our leadership in this country is being questioned. Our democracy is being questioned. Our quality of life depends on our quality of leadership. You are the leadership, we are the citizens. Please lead us to a point where California stays number one, provides opportunity, provides equity, and provides freedom. Thank you very much.
How you doing, board? Well, we're back. We said we were coming back, and we're back. Rashid Sadiq, a concerned citizen and resident of Sacramento. I want to just say to you guys, today is Black History, and it's actually a leap year, so we actually got an extra day for Black History, okay? So what stands out to me, and I think I mentioned this before, is that if you're committed to diversity, inclusion, we also have to be at the table. That means on your board, folks that look like us at that diocese sitting where you're sitting. And even before that, the Native Americans who actually were here before all of us, right? And they're not represented on your board. Or the Hispanics that were here before us as well, who are not represented on your board. So I'm challenging you, or I'm challenging the governor to be more intentional about diversity and inclusion. 40 Acres and has put a proposal together. There was a great article in November about this meeting that we had in August, and it touched me. But also, what has also touched me is that we've been redlined in the urban areas, we've been lynched in the rural areas. So now this is a way that we can kind of reverse some of the wrongs that have been put on our people and other brown people throughout history. So I'm encouraging you to become more intentional about your diversity, about your funding. You tell me how you feel about me by where you put your money. So if you do care about this issue, you will fund this issue. And thank you.
I have 3 more cards for Russell, Aliane, or Alian. You can correct me when you come up, and Nyla. No? Russell Lowry? No? All right. You're on up. I love your jacket.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Aliane Murphy Hassan, and I now consider myself a veteran speaker before this commission. I've been here now 4 times, and each time I'm excited about being here. The support of this commission to this project has been heartfelt and much needed. Your efforts to make this project successful has not gone unnoticed, as you can see, and is much talked about in our communities. The 40 Acres Conservation League continues to keep us informed of your support of the vision to restore the lands and expanding the vision into communities of color. Again, you know, this has been, I was here for the historical event when you're the first funding. And it's kind of ingrained in me now to be here every time we need to show up. We have a lot of young men and women in the audience, and I'm hoping that understanding the importance of this funding will get them involved. I know one of the goals of the 40 Acres is to get African Americans and other people of color involved in forestry. This is the time for us to do that. And I'm so glad that we have you sitting here on this commission and are committed to making sure this happens. Again, I thank you for this opportunity to speak, and I look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. Yeah.
Nyla?
Good afternoon. My name is Nyla Alameen, and I too attended my first meeting here in August of last year on behalf of 40 Acres League. And since then, I've learned a lot more about the organization, but also about the work that you do and the resources that are available. And so, like Alianne, I tend to keep coming back, and I've been spreading the word and have brought people with me today. I just want to say, I really do appreciate the consideration and the commitment that you've made thus far into putting this vision and bringing it forward to fruition and making this vision a reality. And the last thing I'll say is that voting yesterday will not only be a major step towards increasing outdoor equity for Black Californians, but also improving climate justice and environmental wellness for our community as a whole. That's something that, we haven't done enough about, and God willing, this will be another major step in that direction. Thank you.
Those are all my cards. I know we have at least one hand raised on the phone, if not a couple.
We do have one hand raised. Sherry Spriggs, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi there. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Wonderful. Hi, Chair, Vice Chair, and Board. Thank you so much for this opportunity today. My name is Cherry Spriggs, and I'm here speaking to you all today in two capacities. I serve as the Executive Director of the Placer Business Alliance, as well as the President of Visit Placer, which is our county's destination management marketing organization. And we are so excited for this project. We've been working with 40 Acre Conservation League, and we're just really excited to have this here in Placer County. And echoing the comments that Jeff Darlington made early on when you opened up for public comment, I can attest that there is so much support, both from a county perspective, from the business community, from other philanthropic organizations in Placer County for 40 Acre Conservation League and for this project in particular. We're just very, very excited to have this here and to continue to partner with them in any way we can. Thank you so much.
Do we have any other hands?
There are no additional raised hands.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for all of the wonderful public comment. At this time, I'd like to, unless there's any further questions, I'd like to take a motion from the board.
I'll second.
Great. Okay, we have a first and a second. Mary, can you take the roll call, please, on item number 40?
Chair Boakday,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham. Member Nagami,
Aye.
Member Pavle, Member Peralt,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Aye.
Member Murray.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Yeah.
Who was the first?
Damon.
I know, well, we have to do 41 too. Yes, all right. Yeah. Woo. You got this. Congratulations.
Now, one more.
Oh, who was first? It was. Yeah. Yeah. All right, congratulations. Well, I hope you don't leave because we now still have item number 41.
Yeah.
So we have more, maybe hopefully more celebration.
40A and 40B, let's just call it that. Anyway,
Yes.
Jen Stanfield to talk about the Forest Health Project. Thank you.
Please.
Hi, everyone. Here with 40B. As you're all aware, this is a project, again, on the Tahoe Forest Gateway property. All right, so this is a proposal to consider a grant to the 40-acre Conservation League for a restoration project on 374 acres near the community of Immigrant Gap. Next slide, please. The project site is characterized by the classic assemblage of Sierra and mixed conifer species. However, the proportion of conifers, hardwood, and shrubs on site are in degraded condition based on historic land management practices, including logging. There's substantial accumulation of fuels leading to overstocked forests and magnifying the risk of catastrophic fire and pest-related tree mortality. This is further increased by the property's proximity to Interstate 80, which could be considered a significant ignition source. Lake Putt and Folda Creek, combined with the forested components of the property, create habitat suitable for a variety of wildlife species, including 17 special status species that have been observed in the areas around the project site. Next slide, please. Activities included in the project were determined by an interim forest management plan and will be managed in the future under the more robust long-term plan funded via the planning grant, which you just heard about. This project entails restoration of a formerly logged homogeneous forest to diverse Sierra and mixed conifer, with using multiple treatment types tailored to the variety of plants found in this iconic vegetation alliance. Variable density thinning will be performed to establish multiple stand structures throughout the property. Roadside areas will receive ladder fuels treatment to allow safe ingress and egress and reduce fire severity. Oak woodland enhancement will include conifer and shrub treatment to improve habitat for the Blue Canyon mule deer herd. And a few treatment units will be prepped and planted with several conifer species where there has been chaparral encroachment following timber harvest. Lastly, pollinator habitat and plant habitat enhancement planting plots will be established with the installation of multiple native plant species to support the region's pollinators, including the western bumblebee, which has been observed nearby. The project contributes to significant regional resilience by tying into a 725-acre fuels reduction project on the neighboring Tahoe National Forest just to the southeast. Next slide, please. The project will result in increased ecosystem function and biodiversity by managing for heterogeneity. The site will be more resilient to climate-driven stressors such as wildfire and forest pests. Staff recommend the project as proposed.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions, comments from the board on item 41? Yes,
Yeah,
please.
just a quick question. I noticed an intention to provide access to nature. Just wondering what that public access component looks like.
Oh, this final bullet point? I think that speaks to the organization's intent with what they'd like to do with the property long-term, but I'm happy to welcome up Daryl to speak to that point.
Thank you, board member. So my understanding is if you go out to the site, and we also have our registered professional forester here as well, who might be able to speak maybe to some aspects of that question if necessary. If you go out to the site, what you will find is there are a lot of roads, a lot of timber roads that were used historically for logging. And some of them, I think, would probably be envisioned to make great trails. All of them will need, it's a term I'm thinking of, hydrologic disconnection, to ensure that we're not accumulating sedimentation into the various waterways. And so I think with this last grant and this current grant that we're talking about now, much of the work is going to happen concurrently because we're going to be planning aspects based on the existing topography and geography, if you will. And then ultimately, I think we probably will envision at some point in time in the future, probably restoring some of those former or current timber roads to natural habitat. So we don't have that figured out, but that's a part of the reason we have the planning grant as well, is to really understand how best we connect the various sections of the property, and then how we properly plan and segue into Tahoe National Forest. And we've already been in conversation with the forest supervisor there, and then the deputy who actually manages the area of Tahoe National Forest nearest to the 40-acre league property. I don't know if that answers your question, but it's a work in progress. But I can assure you that relative to the property's historic uses, we are going to sort of dial back the disturbance, I think is the goal.
Great, thanks.
Yep.
Any other comments, questions from the board?
Yeah, 2 comments.
Yeah.
I hear the audience on representation and would just observe, when I started, this board looked a lot more like me, and today it doesn't. And then this will be a leap of faith when I say California Environmental Quality Act is another example of our belief in you. So this project has received a statutory exemption under the California Environmental Quality Act for restoration projects, which is an authority that rests with me as director of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. We don't offer that often. And you and your team submitted an excellent proposal that qualified for every condition in the statute. And this approach will streamline the ability for you to do the good work on the ground faster and save your project money. So let's get it done. And okay.
Can I respond to that, Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I want to thank Director Bonham, the CDFW team. I definitely want to give a big shout out to Danielle Lindler of Jefferson Resources Company, because she was the brains behind putting a lot of that together for us. And overall, the last grant, this grant, it's very encouraging, I think, as a whole, to be working with staff who are as much, they want you to succeed as bad as you want to succeed. That makes a difference. That I can tell you is probably not in this case because we were determined, but it is the difference between going on and throwing in the towel when you're working with people who want you to succeed. And so very grateful, Director Bonham, to be able to work with even your staff on that SERP concurrence. We're like, okay, let's understand the aspects of what works and what doesn't, and they were a jewel to work with. Just very customer service oriented and very serious and intentional about environmental protection. Not wavering in any way on that, but it was a phenomenal experience. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you. Please, Michelle.
Just real quick, I just want to thank you for bringing forward something that deals with addressing our fuels issue. And while I really do love the recreational opportunity with the previous item, I also have the opportunity to sit on Sierra Nevada Conservancy, and I know you have interacted with them. And my role on that board, we've had the opportunity to tour some of these places where wildfire has just been devastating. So I really appreciate you thinking through an effort that not only is a project that will allow access, but that is also mindful of, making sure that access is still there and isn't decimated by wildfire. So just wanted to appreciate that note.
Thank you. And I just want to make a quick comment about lifting up the partnerships for this project and with the tribal partnerships. I think that is something that this board is also committed to and very much support expanding the representation. I know there was also a comment about making sure that we expand the organizations that historically haven't received funding from WCB. And so, and we, I think are, as a board, are really charting that path through this work and want to, and have looked at supporting a number of funding partnerships with tribes as well that historically haven't been funded by the board. So thank you. Really appreciate the comments. With that, I will, unless there's further comments or questions from the board, we'll turn it over to public comment.
So I have the same 11 cards for item 41. Does anyone in that card pile want to come back up and say more?
You are
You're
most
all
welcome.
Welcome to, I don't want to.
Yes, you're most welcome to
either
come back
way.
up.
I can just read the list, or if you just spoke before and you want to get up and speak again, please do.
I just got Rashid Sadiq again. And thank you for addressing that diversity question or statement. But I just want to say that today, you guys are making Black history. And this will be part of our history today. And you're on the right side of that decision. So thank you.
Thank you, Rashid.
Thank you, Madam Chair, everyone. A real quick comment I have. When I worked for the Cal Expo, I had no idea about Cal Expo and what it did. Accidentally got me put involved. And then I said, okay, what am I gonna do now? They in Cal Expo and the Cultural Advisory Board, which I chaired, did so many things, and this is why this is so important to me, because 40 acres represents history. Today represents history. And I can thank all of you as board members to understand we need to go further because the state deserves the best. Cal Expo came from a Black perspective, wasn't around till I left as chair. And that I've learned here is an extension of that experience. I thank you for the experience. And I thank you for California.
Don't be shy. Anybody else? I can read all the names. Y'all good? Last chance? Not last chance. Is there anybody on the line that wants to speak?
There are no raised hands.
Okay. Thank you all.
Okay, I'll take a motion on item number 41.
I'll make a motion to approve item number 41 as staff has recommended.
Second? Second. All right, Michelle, we have first and a second. Let's do the roll call.
Chair Boakday,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham, Member Nagami,
Aye.
Member Pavle, Member Peralt,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Aye.
Member Murray.
Aye.
Motion is passed.
All right. Congratulations. Thank you.
Come back again.
Yes,
You're
exactly.
more
And
than
you're
welcome
welcome.
every
Where are you going? Hold on.
Yeah,
Not over.
right.
Yeah. Yes, you're welcome to stay, but we understand. Leave. We'll give maybe 30 seconds before the next.
So that first one didn't have this.
Oh, I thought it had trouble. Oh,
It's okay. You flip the page. I do this myself. I flip the
oh
page.
my God. Okay.
The spirit is there.
Yeah, the spirit was there. Well, I just wanted to talk about how we're expanding our partnerships. Thank you. Okay. All right, we will move on to item number 42.
All right, Kurt, we're going to bring you back up to talk about the Clear Lake Hitch habitat planning. And I will say, we put this on present in part because Clear Lake Hitch is such an important species for the state. I was hoping Director Bonham might have some beautiful words to say at some point, but go for it, Kurt.
Thank you. This proposal is to consider the allocation for a grant to the Lake County Watershed Protection District for a cooperative project with Westside Integrated Regional Water Management, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, the Big Valley, Scotts Valley, and the Habamatol bands of Pomo Indians to complete the planning necessary to improve habitat conditions for the Clear Lake Hitch. Next slide. Clear Lake, or Habitin, meaning big water in Pomo, encompasses the entire geographic distribution of the Clear Lake Hitch, a large minnow that migrates each spring from Clear Lake into tributaries to spawn and rear. Their population has decreased dramatically due to gravel mining, agricultural development, fish passage barriers, and changes in precipitation to the point where a May 2021 Lake County resolution was passed to declare a state of emergency of potential extinction. This fish is culturally and biologically significant to several bands of indigenous Pomo of Clear Lake. To help address this situation, this project proposes to develop supportive technical and planning information needed to modify reservoir operations and implement stream habitat restoration to benefit the Clear Lake Hitch. Next slide. These images show current conditions where rearing streams often dry out before the spawning season ends. The image on the left shows stranded and dead Clear Lake Hitch on Adobe Creek, one of the priority spawning streams for this project. The middle image shows a May 2022 rescue effort along Adobe Creek, and the image on the far right shows this same site 12 days later. Next slide. Historically, there were at least 15 tributaries feeding into Clear Lake that supported Clear Lake Hitch spawning runs. As of now, there are only two viable creek systems, Scotts Creek and Adobe Creek, that provide sufficient habitat, themselves stressed under past land use patterns and current and future weather pattern changes. These two creek systems each contain a reservoir, Tule Lake along Scotts Creek and the Highland Springs Reservoir that flows into Adobe Creek. These are the only two reservoirs that drain into Clear Lake where, through modifying water release schedules, can provide opportunities to improve stream flow conditions during the Clear Lake Hitch spawning season. The grant will pay for collecting and analyzing flow and hydrologic data, developing plans for fish barrier removal, and for modifying dam operations along these two reservoir and creek systems. Next. This slide shows a couple of the barriers along Scotts Creek prioritized for design and permitting to improve fish passage. Next, please. For the Adobe Creek component, the image on the left shows Highland Springs Reservoir with a spillway in the foreground. This would be modified based on the analysis from this project. The design in the upper right is a proposed spillway modification, and the diagram in the lower right is a proposed operating regime for Highland Springs Reservoir to increase spawning season flows along Adobe Creek. These are from a 2002 feasibility study. The project would update the 2002 recommendations based on additional data on inflows, groundwater extraction, changes in property ownership, and climate change-induced weather pattern changes. Next slide, please. Further downstream along Adobe Creek, there's one main priority fish passage barrier along a set of 9 culverts at Bell Road. The project would develop plans and complete the permitting for replacing these with a bottomless culvert or similar design. So with planning support to remove fish passage barriers and enhance the volume and timing of stream flows through modified reservoir operations, this project will support the follow-up implementation needed to restore the critically imperiled Clear Lake Hitch. Once completed, any data and other planning information developed for these two creek systems will be available for other tributaries that, with additional planning and subsequent implementation, could recover lost Clear Lake Hitch spawning habitat in additional watersheds. Staff recommends that the Wildlife Conservation Board approve the project as proposed. Joining us in person are Angela DePalma Dow, Program Coordinator for the Lake County Watershed Protection District, and Jordan Beaton, Hitch Program Coordinator for Lake County Water Resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Chuck.
Yeah, I would take just a minute because Dr. Norris asked, and help board members appreciate the moment you're at. You receive so many fantastic projects that often leave the board feeling just great at the end of the meeting. This is a project that will do that, but it's also a project that is going to save a species and start a process of healing and correcting a bunch of injustice in the region. So President Murray at the Fish and Game Commission may want to add something, but several years ago, leaders and elders and council members from the relevant different band of Pomo Indians began to appear at our Fish and Game Commission meetings, including at meetings which were far away from their ancestral lands, to tell us our negligence, our failure to act, our combined approach to status quo across a series of state and federal agencies was risking extinction of a fish found nowhere else in the world that their people had known since the beginning of time, that their traditions couldn't contemplate for them as current leaders a future where they wouldn't have this animal in their stories. And when we in the commission looked at it, the data proved that point. We were on the brink of losing them because the population was down to too few. We were very fortunate collectively that the hydrologic condition changed and these creeks became wetter. But in that same space of about 18 months to 2 years, in the time I've been doing this job, I've never seen a collection of state agencies as quickly as they did engage in what became co-management with these tribes to figure out what could be a set of emergency actions. And we avoided that extinction risk. So there's much going on. My department is granting several $1 million on certain issues. Tribes themselves at their incredible professional capacity level are doing in the field scientific work, which is leading the planning. And this component is one of the most return on investment components because we know a challenge is the connectivity between the lake and the creeks. And when there's a passage barrier, that's a problem. So I would thank the county district, which I believe is the owner and operator of some of the facilities, that they are the applicant, to me is illustrative that the dynamic has changed. Tribes, state, federal agencies, and the county are pulling out no stops to change this trajectory for these fish.
Yeah, thank you for that. Absolutely. I love how full circle this project is. I remember certainly they had reached out to the department before this, but I think it was the October 2022 meeting that they, bless you, that they showed up and just said, hey, you need to do something. We see this, you don't. And we had a chance to finally listen, to amplify their leadership, to stand next to them and alerting federal agencies, and to follow the leadership of tribes in terms of management strategies. So now to have this project before us on the WCB, to continue with this multi-pronged strategy, to continue to amplify their leadership and support tribes as we walk down this path together is really, it's really powerful and impactful. And I'm just relieved that we're finally now in a place in California where this is the work and people see that this is the work and it's how we are starting to, long overdue, engage with tribes and again, just amplify the leadership of tribes. So just want to thank all of the tribes who have been leaders on this issue and just really excited to be at this point. Thanks. Thank you for those comments. Any other comments, questions? Dan?
Yeah, thank you so much for for that context, because, without that, it looks different. It looks like other projects where everyone's getting along. I love the way that narrative flowed. It's unusual, and we should be better about getting that out there. You know, there are divisive issues with tribes and communities, but to see examples of where folks have worked through that, you know, what were the factors that led to changing that dynamic, and then, you know, putting that out there so that it's not always about divisiveness and where we're butting heads. I'd really love to see us work on like a communication strategy for that.
Agreed. I want to lift up, it was really helpful to hear the story of what led to the initiation of the project, and just, it's always great to hear those partnerships and that collaboration really come together, and having the relationships with the tribes to help lead the way is very powerful. So agree, very excited. That background was very helpful. So I also just am noticing more and more projects where there is funding being given to either interpretive educational signage, or in this project, education outreach campaigns. I'm curious, can you speak to what that entails?
Thank you, board, for having me today. My name is Angela DePalma-Dow. I'm one of the project managers for this, and I'm really appreciative to be here today, and thank you for considering this project. So yes, one of our tasks for this project is an education outreach campaign. What we see a lot is there's some misinformation about the Hitch. If you know, Clear Lake is very large. We have over 120 miles of shoreline. So that means the community is very spread out. There's all these little urban centers. There's a lot of rural areas. We actually have a separate part of the county that's a South County. And so it's really important for us to get one message out there and all the correct information together, and then distribute it in many different ways. So there's some people that live next to the lake. They go to the public beaches, public access. They see the signs, they see posters. People live in other parts of the county. Maybe they're on their phones, they're looking at things, they're looking at videos. I'm really excited because our partner tribal agencies that we're working with, we've been successful on doing campaigns for, say, cyanobacteria, harmful algal blooms. We've learned a lot about what messaging works with the public. And so we're hoping to bring that to this project. But we are looking to hire professionals, because this project is split out of so many partners. We want a dedicated team that knows how to market and knows how to get the message out there, and then can provide us all the resources so we can make a really high impact image that'll last, you know, the next 20 years as we're working through and saving the species. And I hope that answered your question.
It did, thank you. And as I think with any of the efforts where there's opportunities also to continue to push out, not to overwhelm, because the public message is really important, but where there's an opportunity to have WCB shine as a partner with these efforts, I hope that, yeah, that our staff will work with you to do that. So thank you.
You are a full-on partner now. Our
Awesome.
3 tribes, Big Valley, Hibimatal, and Scotts Valley. We're so grateful to have them there, and we're really grateful to have WCB in support. So thank you.
Great. Any other comments, questions from the board? Okay, so with that, do we have any public comments?
I have Janine Pfeiffer on my list for giving comment. Was that already you? No? Am I looking at the wrong thing? No? Okay. Anybody on the line?
We have one raised hand.
Okay, great.
Sarah Ryan, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Ryan. I'm the environmental director for the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians, one of the partners for this project. And I wanted to come to today's meeting virtually. Sorry, I can't be there in person. Just to say that the tribe is in support of this project. We know that the county tried a number of years ago to do for Adobe Creek, the conjunctive use project, and it was unfortunately not successful at that time. But we understand that the Highland Dam structure does need to be modified so that it can release waters. Adobe Creek, which you heard about today, is within the Big Valley Band of Poma Indians ancestral lands, and it's a place where our members go very regularly to catch the Clear Lake hitch, the chai, and certainly to teach your children and just be engaged with the spawning efforts over the years. And we have noticed for a number of years that the creek dries long before the young make it back to the lake. And although there are other efforts that we're engaged in terms of understanding why the water levels can't sustain the young of the year making it back to the lake, we do know that releases from this dam and the modification of this dam will be of help. We are also working with the water boards to ensure that the water use from groundwater pumping as well as surface water usage are, within the basically the required levels needed to continue to sustain the chai. But we are definitely in favor of this project. The tribe will continue to collect data from our pressure transducers that are in the area, as well as the units that we have in groundwater wells that are nearby. So we believe that our ongoing data collection that we've been engaged with for a number of years will be of assistance to this project. We're also in favor of the huge culverts that are at the Bell Hill Road part of this project. Updating that so that the chai can make it will also make a huge difference. So we thank you for your consideration of this project. And please know that the tribal partners, more specifically Big Valley, is in support of this and knows that it will help make a difference and find solutions for the chai. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
There are no additional raised hands.
Okay, so I'll entertain a board motion. Do one of you?
Sure, yeah. I move that we approve this project as proposed in the staff recommendation.
Wonderful. First and a second. Mary, can you take the roll call, please?
Chair Boakday,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham.
Aye.
Member Nagami,
Aye.
Member Pavley, Member Perot,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Aye.
Member Murray.
Aye.
Motion is passed.
Great, thank you. All right,
Okay,
moving on to item 43.
all right, Aaron, come on back for the Lower Bear Creek Habitat Enhancement Implementation.
Hello again. This project is situated on a small piece of land owned by 4 different landowners near the mouth of the Mattole River in Humboldt County, California. Humboldt County, California, up on the Lost Coast. Next slide. So this proposal will allocate $4,636,000 in funds for an implementation grant to the Mattole Salmon Group. This project would realign Lower Bear Creek and reconnect it to previously restored portions of the Mattole River estuary known as Middle Slough. Next slide. Currently, Lower Bear Creek flows out of its headwaters towards the Mattole River. However, it is prevented from freely entering the Mattole River by Lighthouse Road. Lighthouse Road runs along the southern edge of the Mattole River for this stretch of the area. And this causes 3 primary problems. One of them, seen here, the water being unable to cross Lighthouse Road backs up, pools up, floods the forests, and warms up. Steelhead and salmonids and other native fishes do very well when there is extensive cold water inputs, and so this denies those fish this cold water input from Bear Creek. Next slide. A second issue is lack of habitat. The water, there are a few small, definitely undersized and degrading culverts that allow some water to pass underneath Lighthouse Road. However, those are not allowing fish to access any of Lower Bear Creek because they are not able to get through those small and degrading culverts. Next slide. And finally, the third issue is the actual damage to Lighthouse Road itself. The water that pools behind it flows over it, flows under it, degrades, erodes, floods, and wipes out this section of Lighthouse Road, causing Humboldt County Department of Public Works to have to install emergency measures, which are just sort of Band-Aids and stopgaps and really do not address the fundamental problem that is going on here. Next slide. So the solution is to realign Lower Bear Creek. Outlined here in the sort of aqua color, Lower Bear Creek is going to be taken out from its major channel out of its headwaters and then veered off into other parts of the Mattole River estuary. The restored area that I mentioned earlier is basically right up at the upper left corner of this image. The aqua line here will represent side channel and back channel habitats that will allow water to move freely from the headwaters all the way out to the Mattole River, carrying that cold water directly into where the fish will use it. It will also, the project will also include 2 crossings outlined in these sort of rectangles of black, which will be open span bridges of one type or another, a couple of different designs, but fundamentally both allowing the water to move freely underneath and fish to move freely as well. So it clears up the issues of the cold water. It clears up the issues of habitat access. These canal and side channels that will be constructed represent about 2,000 linear feet of habitat that is now going to be available to especially rear many different species of salmonids. And by installing these crossings and allowing the water to just freely flow underneath them, it alleviates any of the erosion damage to Lighthouse Creek and the subsequent repairs that get triggered by that. To give you a sense of scale, these roughly 2,000 linear feet will support about 2,000 juvenile salmonids. And right now, the returning population, the sort of hanging on population of coho salmon is about 50 individuals. So it represents a significant benefit to the at a population level to these migratory fish. Next slide. So staff recommends that the board approve the project as proposed, and in the audience are Richard Sykes from the Mattole Salmon Group to help me answer questions.
Thank you. Can I take any questions, comments from the board? Okay, all right. Are there any public comments?
I don't have any speaker cards. Is there anyone on the line?
There are no raised hands.
Thank you.
Okay. Can I get a board motion on item number 43?
Seems like a great project. I'd be happy to move to approve the project as staff has recommended.
Make a second.
All right, I have a first and a second. Mary, can you take the roll call?
Chair Buckday,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham.
Aye.
Member Nagami.
Aye.
Member Pavley, Member Peralt,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Aye.
Member Murray. Motion has passed.
Great, thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 44.
All right, Alyssa, Marshall Ranch Flow Enhancement Augmentation Project.
This is a large-scale and unique stream flow enhancement project, which WCB has a pretty significant investment in. We initially funded the planning phase. Actually have a long history with this project. It was one of the first I worked on when I came to WCB, was the planning grant. And then the board approved funding for implementation in May 2022. The Marshall Ranch is a working ranch. It's protected in perpetuity by a conservation easement. And the property borders on Redwood Creek in Humboldt County, which is a tributary to the South Fork Eel River. And then the property also contains 2 tributary gullies which flow through it and drain into Redwood Creek. Next slide, please. So Redwood Creek is specifically listed in NOAA Fisheries Action Plan for recovery of Southern Oregon, Northern California coast coho salmon. The Eel River watershed is one of the last strongholds for this population, and aquatic habitat in Redwood Creek is severely impaired due to low dry season flows, high water temperatures, and excessive fine sediment inputs. Next slide, please. The project addresses these limiting factors by constructing over 10 million gallons of off-channel storage to capture rainfall and diverted surface water during the wet season for strategic release into Redwood Creek during the dry season. Streamflow will be increased by up to 30 gallons per minute at critical times of year to support endangered and threatened salmonids and other aquatic wildlife. Next slide. So update on the progress, that a lot of work was completed in the first year of construction in this project. It includes 2 large storage ponds, 100,000 gallons in additional storage in smaller tanks. Goalie stabilization measures were also implemented. We can see in the photos, all these boulders were added, and that's to basically capture sediment, slowly reverse the incision and erosion of these gullies and prevent further fine sediment inputs into Redwood Creek. And large wood habitat structures were also placed in the stream in Redwood Creek. So some of the additional, excuse me, the additional elements remaining for construction slated for 2024 is another, a larger tank of 90,000 gallons, gravel topper for the pond liners, which will protect them and make them last decades. Also keep the water cooler before it is inputted into Redwood Creek. And cattle, along with cattle exclusion fencing and data loggers installed in the creek for post-project effectiveness monitoring. Go to the next slide, please. So these are the completed ponds. The 2 photos on the right are actually the same pond. I took the top one at when I visited the site in November, December, before all the rain started. So it had started capturing some rainwater. And then the one below and the one on the top left are just from a couple weeks ago after all this rain that we've had. So they are full and operating as of right now. So this project overall has gone very well, but obviously the augmentation is before you for additional funding needed. There are several reasons for that. One is just many of our projects have been affected the last few years just from inflation, from the cost of materials going up. This is also a very, as I said, unique project with many custom needs. It hasn't really been done before. So though was heavily researched and engineered, there are just things that happen during construction and decisions have to be made to create the best project. And so some of the materials that they ended up needing, there was actually additional earthwork that they ended up having to do on one of the pond sites just because the soil at that site was too porous and they needed additional excavation. And then the gravel lining is part of the cost increase as well. They hoped to use native soils from the site where possible. And that turned out to not be possible. So they do need some offsite gravel. And I can go into more detail, but I can leave it there. So I have Dana Stolzman, Executive Director of Salmonid Restoration Federation, and Joel Monchke, who's from Stillwater Sciences and was the lead engineer on this project. And they're on the Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from the board, comments? Catherine?
So part of the money is going to an additional 90,000 gallon.
That was
pond.
planned. That's not
That was
part
already
of the
planned.
augmentation.
You just haven't built it yet. Okay.
They just haven't built it yet.
Okay,
Yes.
thanks.
Yeah, and then part of that additional excavation that I mentioned, I think kind of they were hoping to do a lot more in the first construction season. And then that additional work they had to do kind of pushed the schedule out. So there's also some more labor costs associated with going into a second construction year.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from the board? All right, do we have any public comments?
I have no comment cards. Are there any folks on the line?
There are no raised hands.
Thank you.
Okay. Do I have a board motion to support agenda item number 44?
So moved.
Thank you. Second?
A second.
Thank you. Mary, can you please take the roll call?
Chair Boakday,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham, Member Nagami,
Aye.
Member Pavle, Member Peralt,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Aye.
Member Murray.
Aye.
The motion passes.
All right. Thank you. Moving on to item number 45. Jen.
Yeah, this is a fun one. So Celestial's gonna give us information, and I think it's a group presentation a little bit, or no, the block ran up. Yes, okay, on the California Onward Capacity Building and Grant Program. This is it's a very tongue twister. We've been having conversations, just so you know, about making shorter titles. That's just kind of why I'm being silly about the longer ones.
Okay, this proposal is to consider a grant to the California Council of Land Trusts, also known as CCLT, for a collaborative block grant with the Land Trust Alliance to initiate the California Onward Capacity Building and Grant Program for land trusts and their partners. The program will engage, train, and equip California land trusts and their partners with a focus on disadvantaged communities and California Native American communities to accelerate the pace, scale, diversity, and durability of real property conservation throughout the state. Next slide. California's land trusts have conserved over 5.7 million acres across the state. The land trusts are building relationships with diverse partners, including California Native American communities and Native-led organizations, underserved and disadvantaged communities, and community organizations, representatives from local governments, farmers and ranchers, local resource conservation districts, and more. With increased and targeted funding and support, the California Land Trust community will exponentially increase the current pace and scale of lands conserved and communities engaged in conservation across the state. This program will help build a pipeline of over 1 million acres of completed or in progress conservation projects that directly contribute to goals and pathways 30 by 30 and the natural and working lands climate smart strategy. They will accomplish this goal through two elements: the California Onward Grant Program and Technical Assistance Program. Next slide. The California Onward Grant Program will award funding to land trusts and their partners over the next 3 years. The program will roll out separate solicitations, one already funded by DOC, and this one to be funded by WCB. The table shows the grant program with its 3 objectives and their metrics of success. Next slide. According to the Land Trust Alliance's 2020 Land Trust Census, for more than 100 land trusts in California are powered by 13 full-time and part-time staff, 1,100 board members, and 12,000 volunteers. California Onward will deliver technical assistance to these land trusts and their community partners, focused on the highest priority topics identified in CCLT's survey. These priorities have been identified as appraisals and other due diligence of land transactions, public funding, and grant development. The table shows the technical assistance will have 2 objectives and their metrics of success. Next slide. This block grant will help land trusts and their partners conserve more of California's natural and working lands at a more accelerated pace. It will help the Wildlife Conservation Board achieve its goals to fund durable conservation projects that protect biodiversity, engage diverse partners, benefit disadvantaged communities and tribes in California, and increase climate change resiliency. Bridget Fithian, the board chair of CCLT and executive director of Sierra Foothill Conservancy, will speak on behalf of the California Council of Land Trusts, making a follow-up presentation to cover key additional project specifics. And there are several staff here and representatives in attendance to address any questions for the block grant following their presentation. Thank you.
Come on up, Bridget. Who's been waiting patiently all day.
Thank you, Celestial, and thank you, Madam Chair and the board for hearing our project today. This is a really exciting moment for CCLT and LTA and our partners, and one that has been a long time in the making. As Celestial mentioned, we have members of the board as well as staff from CCLT here, and then we also have our partners from the Land Trust Alliance joining us today. And just delighted to be here. We really feel that this program is a critical piece of what is needed in order for us to advance and reach the goals of 30 by 30. And we think that this will be a catalyst to really move a lot of that forward. I wanted to acknowledge the larger conservation community that has also been part of this project development. Many individual land trusts have contributed to the development of California Onward, the vision for that, the fundraising for it. And so it really has been an incredible collective effort. Can we go to the next slide? And then I wanted to give a little bit of context about how we arrived at where we are today in putting forward this program to the board. Some of you may be aware back in 2015, CCLT issued a report, the Conservation Horizons Report, and that was led by a committee who was examining what the kind of experience of conservation was in California at the time, and then what kind of experience we wanted to have for California's conservation community into the future. That report identified some really key objectives and directions for what needed to happen in order to diversify who's being served by conservation and also who's involved in conservation in California. And when we look back on that, it looks kind of elementary compared to the work that's happening through the Pathways efforts today in 30 by 30. But we wanted to take a moment to reflect on that as a foundational point for the conservation community and particularly the land trust community in these growing efforts. So CCLT has been surveying the land trust community. We saw the 30 by 30 effort as a real call to action for the California Council of Land Trusts to bring the land trust community together around this concerted effort. It's going to take a pretty monumental set of actions in order to reach the ambitious goals of 30 by 30. And we started surveying the land trust community to find out what are the needs, what are the barriers for us to be able to reach these goals. And what we found is that capacity was one of the key elements that is missing from the recipe of success to getting to 30 by 30. So this program aims to provide that element and provide it through the California Council of Land Trusts and with the experience of the Land Trust Alliance as well across all of California. Our project envisions that we will bring into the project pipeline 4 million acres of land projects. And this is out of the 3.5 million acres that Land Trust reported they could get online if they were able to have the capacity to bring those projects up to fruition and the funding towards implementation. Next slide. So partnership is very essential to our potential for success here and for our work together. And the Land Trust Alliance has supported the development of our programming based upon their past experience, and they will also be assisting with the implementation. We additionally have a number of really strong partners throughout California who have experience with block granting even directly through the Wildlife Conservation Board. So CARCB, who is here as well today, has been lending their expertise and experience and will be assisting as well with our program development and delivery. And we're also modeling our program on some state programs that have been very effective. So Sierra Nevada Alliance has the RFFC, which is the Regional Fire and Forestry Capacity Building Program. We're modeling some of our programming off of that because it has proven to be effective in the space as well. So trying to learn from all these efforts of others. Next slide. The element of diversification has also been really central and core to what we are trying to develop through this program. So we've defined a couple set of factors to place an equity lens over our program. One is to assemble a set of advisors for the program that also specifically include diversity advisors and equity advisors. A second is through an outreach strategy where we'll be leveraging regional networks to help us deepen the connection and get the word out more deeply throughout the communities of California. And then the other is through one-on-one support. So this will be through proposal development and project development, and then also delivery. Next slide. This was in Celestial's slide as well, but 40% of projects that we intend to fund through the program will serve disadvantaged communities, severely disadvantaged or disadvantaged communities. And at least 25% of those funded projects will be with California Native American tribes or Native-led organizations. Next slide. And then finally, I just wanted to give a couple of project examples of what is possible if this project is to be funded and if our program is to be funded. The Siskiyou Land Trust has 4,000 acres of land on deck that really needs funding towards project development. So they need funding for staffing, appraisals, some of the things that were mentioned in Celestial's presentation in order to bring those projects to fruition. That's what stands between 4,000 acres conserved or not conserved. In the case of the Los Angeles Neighborhood Land Trust, they have some really amazing work planned to build and design new parks and green spaces in low-income communities of color, but they have a real need to have the capacity funding to do that work. So again, it comes down to staffing capacity, comes down to the ability to have access to funding for things that oftentimes are not available to folks. And the final project is the next slide. And so this is the Southern Sierra Miwok Nation's Rematriation Project. And additionally, this one does also need project development funding. And if that were funded, then it could be brought to fruition and we would see the first ancestral land return project to the Southern Sierra Miwok Nation. So it's pretty incredible how, you know, a smaller investment can really be leveraged into the creation of so many major outcomes for conservation across California. Next slide. And then finally, we thank you for this opportunity to present our project and appreciate you having a vision for moving in this new direction and empowering this partnership to help meet the goals of 30 by 30. I will be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Are there any questions, comments? Please, Catherine.
So when you're providing capacity building, are you talking about, are you able then to provide advice on how an organization, a small land trust can build their board or how they can build their staff to have the right thing or actually have a staff? Is that the kind of thing you're talking about when you say capacity building, or are you just talking about being able to complete a specific project that they already have on deck?
Yeah, great question. And it's both.
Mhm.
So there's, you know, these two elements to the program where we want to help the organizations build their internal capacity in all these dynamics. And that includes diversity, equity, and inclusion. It includes, you know, building a durable organization that has, you know, financial management systems in place in order to uphold the commitment to perpetuity. And then it also includes these very direct infusions of funding that will help bring projects to life and build out that 1 million acre project pipeline.
Thank you. I think some of the folks on this board know I have a real concern about how we're going to make sure that as we expand equity, and we need to do that, and we want to do that, how do we make sure that the groups that are coming to us have the support they need to build their organization so they can manage the projects or to work with other organizations to manage the projects. So I'll admit that when I first saw your grant request, I was somewhat skeptical, but then I think what I've seen otherwise makes me think that this is something I can easily support.
Yeah, thank you. And we're right there with you in terms of the need to build the internal strength of organizations. And so that is something that the Land Trust Alliance and the California Council of Land Trust have identified as a key objective in our role as associations that serve these communities of organizations. The Land Trust Alliance has a number of specific programs that they offer to help organizations build their internal capacities and build their financial management systems and things like that as well. So accreditation is one of those that you may have heard of for land trusts, which is a very rigorous process for organizations to go through, and then has a set of standards and practices that have been adopted that will help them meet those goals of, you know, fiscal responsibility, perpetual durability, meeting equity goals and objectives and serving their communities.
And I'm assuming that this is the kind of thing that as WCB staff goes forward, trying to identify community groups that can be applying for grants with us, that people like Jen can come to you with or without this grant, or you to the land trust and say, here's an organization that we think could use some mentoring. Can you help with that? Is that the kind of thing?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Happy to do that.
Great. This is fantastic. I'm fully supportive. Two question and comment. First, I've seen the number 40%, which is great. I think that's what we've used up here on the board as aiming to, put 40% of funding toward disadvantaged communities. Is that an intention? Is that a condition? Is that a floor? Is that a ceiling? I'm wondering, I don't know how that works with what we're approving. And also, are we using DAX? Is it DAX? Is DAX the disadvantaged communities, or can we or we've been trying to focus on SDAX here as a board. So I thought I'd ask the question. And then my comment is just, you used the LA Neighborhood Land Trust as one of the examples. As the chair of the board of LA Neighborhood Land Trust, I'm fully supportive, but I don't know if that means I have to recuse myself. Although there's no financial, I'm a volunteer, so.
There's not a commitment to a financial investment with any of the projects, so just so you know. And if you want to talk more about how we determine what is a DAC or an SDAC, I can share a little bit more information about that. What we have intended is for our program, and what we've written into our grant is for the program to award at least 40%. So that there could be more, right? The same with the projects with tribes. We want to do at least 25%, but there could be more. So those are, I guess, kind of like a baseline level. And then the other thing that I wanted to mention is, how are we going to determine what is a DAC or an SDAC? And there's a few different tools that the state uses, and we intend to use several of those tools and put them as kind of options for our applicants to select from, and then make a case for how they determined if they're in a disadvantaged community or an SDAC. So that could be through Cal EnviroScreen, that could be through DWR's mapping tool, or the statewide park program community fact finder. So these will all be state accepted tools for making those determinations.
Any other comments, questions? I just have two questions, just to clarify the 40% and the 25%. So two questions around that. One is it 40% and 25%, so a total of 65%? Or can that 25% be part of the 40%?
25% can be part of the 40%.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Love to have you consider having it be separate of the 40%. I just think that where the capacity and impact we need around these funds, especially if you're talking about 30 by 30 and where that support doesn't already exist, is with land trusts or organizations that are doing work, again, that aren't already part of like a conservation infrastructure. And so, but thank you for clarifying that. The second question I have does go with kind of the data side of it or the criteria side of it. So I think, as the board knows, I am not a fan of DAC because like 2/3 of the state is DAC. And so what I know on the Horizons report or other, you mentioned kind of other criteria, what's going to be the process in kind of determining what you land on? Is it something that the board of CCLT will pull together? Will you work with a group of advisors to figure out what your focus, for that 40%, will be in terms of, impact? And so just curious, just in terms of the approach or thought, the thinking around how you look at the criteria for the 40%.
Yeah, thanks for the question. And so we have a grant evaluation criteria that we did submit with the proposal, and that has some of the points of analysis that will be taken into account. We also have the advisors who are going to be having input on the program development. And so there will, as you mentioned, there will be some additional process to that. And we also want to have, WCB's full input in that grant evaluation criteria as well. So we look forward to working with staff on that. And then with the grant selection process, we will have a group, an advisory group that is evaluating the grants. And so there will be, a deeper process to how they evaluate what the case is for how that project is going to serve disadvantaged, severely disadvantaged, or, other communities.
So I know there's some funding around communication and technical, that maybe a portion of the technical assistance, just in terms of, because one of the things, if you were here for the 40-acre league, one of the conversations is expanding the organizations who are part of achieving the 30 by 30 goals for the state. And also having, people of color led organizations. And so just as you are looking, if the board supports this, as you're looking to kind of develop those programs, I would encourage you, if, to think about how do you use the communication and technical assistance program to reach out to new organizations that are in this space, but maybe need some support around that capacity building. So to kind of build a little bit of, off of, board member Phillips' comments as well. It's just how do we continue to kind of expand the tent to be representative of the communities, I think, that we are, trying to serve and are stated as part of this grant proposal. And so I think there has to be like direct kind of outreach, because I think if even as wonderful as CCLT is, people respond who already have, or organizations respond that already have capacity to respond. And so I think thinking about through the technical assistance and communication, how that can be lifted, whether it's partnering with an existing land trust, but an organization that has maybe a stronger environmental justice focus, or is, led by person of color, or serves the community that, you know, you're based on your criteria you're working on. And then my last question, so I saw in the presentation that you said, in terms of that 40%, it would be serving or located in. Just, what's the thinking of serving? What does that mean in terms of the program?
So the context of that is that sometimes there are projects that are DAC adjacent or SDAC adjacent, and they're not actually in that community, but they're directly serving it. So there's a number of organizations that are doing conservation projects that are maybe in a more rural setting, but one of the core objectives for that landscape is to actually be bringing those communities that are in severely disadvantaged communities out into nature. And so we don't want to prevent that type of work from happening. And I think that, you know, some of the 40-acre league projects would maybe be that sort of a concept, you know? So we're thinking about the new kind of horizons as well as the existing horizons of what's happening on lands in conservation. And I think that that needs to be, or it is, you know, our perspective that needs to be a nuanced evaluation of those properties in terms of, you know, are they truly serving a disadvantaged community or severely disadvantaged community, or is it just checking a box? So there will need to be, you know, an analysis of it to make sure it really qualifies and is meaningfully providing service to those communities.
I know that we have with a lot of the block grants, and in fact, on our agenda today, we have a annual kind of presentation. I think if the board does approve this grant, I'd like to have this grant be part of that report back. So as a suggestion. Catherine, do you have?
Yeah,
a
I just
comment?
wanted to sort of build on what you were already saying. We've had this subcommittee on equity. And again, we haven't brought this to the board. There will be a fuller discussion about it at our board retreat, so it might be worth paying attention to that.
Yeah.
But, you know, we are thinking 40%. We are thinking that SDAC, and because of the nature of the Cal-Enviro screen where it hits, and that's also a good tool in parts of the state where Cal-Enviro screen works, like where there's a lot of air pollution. And when we've seen layers of those things placed on top of layers of places that are on the list of where do we need to conserve, where are the hotspot areas, there's an awful lot of overlap. So I think you will find that you could conceivably have do that 40% to SDAC and then another 25% to tribes. And you'll still be getting these primary areas that we want to see, that the maps say, that the layers indicate should be or could be prioritized. So I think it's a pretty exciting time for incorporating equity into land conservation. And I appreciate what you're thinking through, because it sounds like you're having probably some of the same discussions we've been having in our committee.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Do we have any public comment for public comments for this?
We have Nancy Wall Shurik, your hot pink jacket, brightening the room. Come on down. I like it.
Get to wear really bright colors. I decided that. Well, good afternoon, new Madam Chair and members. You already know who I am, and I'm here. I'm very, very happy to be here to support CCLT's California Onward grant application. As was indicated, we've been partnering on multiple fronts over the past several years, and RCDs and land trusts work together across the state, bringing, you know, the expertise, the complementary expertise that they have together to get good stuff done. You already know that CRCD really appreciates WCB's commitment to supporting smaller projects through block grants like this. And I think this will be a really good application of that tool. This grant to CCLT will provide critical funding to land trusts and partner organizations throughout the state to increase the pace and scale of habitat restoration and lands conservation work by reaching organizations that might not otherwise be able to participate, like we were just talking about. We look forward to partnering with them whenever we can, and I really hope that you approve this grant. Thank you.
Thanks, Nancy. And I think this might be a first. We actually ran out of speaker cards. So Jeanette, on this little tiny piece of paper. I mean, that's cool. There were that many people that wanted to speak that we got through the whole pile and we had to do a little scrap. Anyway, welcome, Jeanette.
Thank you. And thank you so much for bringing this forward today. So we're very excited. So my name is Jeanette. I serve as the president and CEO for Big Sur Land Trust. And as someone who has been in the land trust sector for nearly 2 decades, which kind of blows my mind, I have just been really elated and just to bear witness to the incredible changes that have happened in conservation in a relatively short time in this past couple of years, in terms of the approach, in terms of the inclusiveness, the expansiveness of which both our agency partners and land trusts are thinking about what it can mean for different communities to conserve land. And it's just been a really exciting time. So I just want to say thank you for that, for being an agency that has really embraced that, has moved forward. I appreciate the leadership, and that's been really a wonderful thing. Additionally, I want to share that I'm very excited about this proposal. And in particular, I'm excited about the opportunity to really help support many of our partners. So Big Sur Land Trust is, we actually work Monterey County wide. We do a number of things that is from everything from parks planning, restoration planning, work with tribal partners. And time and again, you look across the room at, the folks that are just working so hard to be a part of these processes and engage and know how much it would mean to be able to have additional funding and support for their efforts to be engaged. And I think as conservation organizations like ours, we're always really mindful of like, okay, who's getting paid that's sitting at the table and how can we make sure that everyone is benefiting from this process? And so being able to have the sort of partner capacity and technical funds to really work closely with our partners to make sure that they have the resources to really engage in these processes, to me, is really exciting. And I'm really looking forward to that. And so anyway, thank you again for your leadership and the opportunity to bring this forward. And anyway, thank you.
I believe we have at least one raised hand on the line.
Hey, Ogden, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Thank you so much. Madam Chair, Jen, Rebecca, and John. I'm Kay Ogden, currently Vice Chair of CCLT. I'm also serving a second year on CNRE's Partnership Coordinating Committee, and I'm the ED CEO of Eastern Sierra Land Trust. I'm sorry I can't be there right now with you. I really wanted to make it, but with the storm coming in, I thought it's safer to stay over here on the other side of the Sierra. I want to thank you for considering CCLT's CA Onward Block Grant request today. Thank you for putting funding with the ambitious statewide goal of conserving 30% of California land and water by 2023. If awarded, this block grant will dramatically increase the pace of conservation and permanently protect special places throughout California. I also want to thank you for your commitment not only to 30 by 30 goals, but also to equity, the critical addition of much needed resources for ancestral land return and tribal projects, equity, justice, and historically underrepresented communities means innovative conservation projects will be completed, as witnessed by your approval of similar projects earlier today. Thank you for that. Thank you too for supporting diverse and unique conservation through capacity building, mentoring, and technical support throughout California. Thank you for supporting CCLT CA Onward Block Grant request. See you in a couple weeks.
Thanks, Kay.
We do have one additional raised hand.
That's it?
Yes, after this, that's the last one.
Oh,
Tara.
we have one more. Okay.
Sorry, we have one more. Yes, Tara Fauchmore, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can?
Okay, thank you. Sorry. So I'm Tara Fauchmore. I am the Tribal Secretary and Director of Landscape Stewardship for the Southern Sierra Miwok Nation. We're here in the Central Sierra Nevadas, indigenous to Yosemite and Mariposa County. And just wanted to actually offer support for CCLT's Onward Capacity Building Program. We partner quite a bit with Sierra Foothill Conservancy, our local conservancy who is a member of CCLT, doing a variety of projects from restoration on the Mariposa Creek Parkway to land back programs. And while we have a really strong partnership, there are a lot of gaps in funding where both our organizations really end up donating a lot of time to making our partnerships and our projects successful. So this sort of capacity building funding is really needed, and we definitely support it just in order to develop our partnership work. And specifically, we would be interested in applying for this sort of funding to support, for instance, in a rematriation project. It's the Big Rock Southern Sierra Miwok Nation rematriation project. So there's just a lot of great examples of how this funding could be put to good use, and we definitely are supportive of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I just want to note as well that we did receive 12 letters of support. They came in after we put the board packets together, but we did get a long list of supportive letters from groups across the state. I'm happy to share that if you need.
Great. So I just have a clarifying question for staff about, so I know the funding source is the nature-based solutions funding. And so I just want to make sure, because, you know, as Board Member Phillips mentioned, the board did support 40% of that funding to be dedicated for projects that, you know, are located in or serve both indigenous community projects or the severely disadvantaged communities or the CalEnviro screen. So I know what's being considered here is the 5 million. I just want to make sure that we're connecting the dots to that 5 million. If, let's say, half of it, 50% of it goes to categories kind of outside of what that 40% was dedicated for, that I guess that allocation will be commensurate. Am I just babbling, or am I making sense? Sometimes.
I think I understand your question.
Yeah, exactly. Well, to represent like where the dollars are going.
Yeah.
Right.
Because we
Okay.
have both types of funds, the Spanish community funds, our nation-based solutions, as well as our overall nature-based solutions funds. Those split funded to kind of represent that. Of course, I think those annual reportings, I think will help to kind of ensure that those are being met, as well as the invoicing process when it comes to funding those individual grants. So yes, we'll be tracking that.
Okay. And I think if it's just serving DAC or located in DAC, it's part of that 60%.
Yeah, but I mean, I would suggest that probably the next, maybe even might be beneficial to even do a meeting even prior to the annual report, to where they can provide feedback as far as how they're defining DAC and those determinations. As it evolves, they can get input from you guys too, because I know our definition is continually to grow and evolve as well. So as those, if those are matching up or not, I think it's pretty important.
Yeah, well, the board did take a vote on that 40% and what the criteria, you know, the guidelines are for that 40%. I just want to make sure we're being consistent on that allocation. So, okay. Thank you. All right. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right. So first, second, can you take a roll call, please, Mary?
Chair Boakday,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham, Member Nagami, Member Pavle, Member Peralt,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Aye.
Member Murray.
Aye.
Motion is passed.
Thank you. Congratulations.
That was Celestial's first presentation to the board.
Oh,
She
wow.
knocked it out of the park.
Congratulations. Great job. Great job.
Okay, I think we have our time for our block grant up.
Yes, let's do it. Item
we
number
just-
46.
Yeah. Kurt coming back down. I think he's got some partners supporting him.
Thank you. This is a report on WCB's existing block grants. Thanks to the vote on the last agenda item, we now have another. So as background, in January of last year, the Wildlife Conservation Board approved the allocation of over $70 million of grant funding to 3 projects to expand the pace and scale of natural resource conservation through a block grant structure. This last agenda item took a lot of my script. Celestial told you what a block grant was, and Nancy Walsh-Shurek talked about block grants being advantageous to empower our recipients to build on their networking and partnerships to bring projects at economies of scale, better helping us achieve 30 by 30. One of the conditions of approval is for annual progress reporting to the board, such as being done today. I'd like to give a brief update on progress so far into each block grant, followed by any questions or comments the board may have for the representatives joining us today. So next slide, please. These projects are complex with multiple individual efforts taking place simultaneously. So even an abbreviated summary is going to lead to a very busy table like this. So I'd like to go ahead and give a general description of each project's activities as you can read through the status spreadsheets here up on the screen. The first block grant we have is a $26 million allocation to Point Blue Conservation Science focusing on expanding habitat restoration on working lands. Under this grant, Point Blue began by establishing a community-centered restoration program titled the Roots Program. The Roots Program is designed to utilize Point Blue's staff networks that operate in communities across the state to help plan and implement hundreds of restoration projects on lands managed for food and cultural purposes primarily. The Roots Program is seeking 50% of this funding is implemented in partnership with Native American tribes, disadvantaged communities, and historically underserved individuals. And we can see in the 4th row down, currently over half of their projects are encumbered for serving disadvantaged or severely disadvantaged communities. Project types are many. A few examples include riparian restoration, hedgerow plantings, beaver dam analogs, upland habitat restoration, invasive species removal. So with getting the Roots program started, as well as running their first request for proposals to get projects funded and in operation, the grantee has had a very busy year and has made significant progress in achieving the milestones listed here. Also, as part of their reporting, not only to WCB, but the general public, they've also recently, today specifically, sent me a story map that displays in great detail, wonderfully displayed, how the program is doing, interfaced with county level maps online. Next slide. The next block grant rather, of $24,731,000 also awarded to Point Blue focuses on increasing the scale of meadow restoration, helping to make progress towards the Sierra Meadows Partnership conservation goals of restoring 6,000 meadow acres, planning for 4,000 acres of future implementation, and prioritizing 2,500 acres for restoration. To address the more narrow constraints of high elevation meadow restoration projects, Point Blue began their proposal solicitations immediately after receiving the WCB grant and has so far directed $8.39 million to meadow restoration, a little over $3 million to meadow restoration planning, and about $2 million is allocated to science and technical support so far. Next slide, please. The final block grant allocates $19,413,000 to the California Association of Resource Conservation Districts to expand habitat for monarch pollinators as well as other ecosystem types throughout the state. With a longstanding network of resource conservation districts already established throughout California under membership with the CARCD, here the grantee was already well positioned to administer a block grant. In fact, WCB has already funded projects to the CARCD under the same invoicing structure, but this time it's at a much larger scale. Each RCD, when ready to implement a project, coordinates with and subsequently bills to the CARCD, who in turn invoices to WCB. We can see in the spreadsheet that many of the RCDs are already engaged in planning and implementing projects directed to achieving the conservation goals under this block grant. As mentioned earlier, block grants entail an extensive and complex array of activities. So we have a fairly large group of project representatives here with the knowledge base to address any questions the board may have on progress made this first year. Thank you.
I have a question of staff. Did you do any statistics or any look at how many of the projects used herbicides or pesticides of any sort?
No, I think that discussion did come up, and I believe I'm going to let the grantees speak on this, but they are implementing projects at a smaller scale. That's the advantage of these block grants, is that rather than take all that extra time to go through the individual application process, it brings to bear a lot of smaller projects that collectively make a big one on those project sizes, at that project size. It's a lot of times it's not at scale to require use of an herbicide, but I'll let the grantee speak for that ultimately.
So I'm wondering if, because we'll be having periodic reports, if the next round of reports, we could have some kind of data on that, however you feel is easiest to collect and report.
Any other
Any
questions? We
other
have a lot of
comments,
folks here.
questions? I have a couple, but if there's any, want to give the board, okay. So three questions. One is there a way to take some of this data and be able to show it across the state, the geography of where, you know, like the Point Blue projects are located throughout the state? Because I don't have a sense of that just looking at the numbers. So that would be great just in terms of being part of this update, and that could be maybe sent to the board separately, but so I'd like to see that geography. Also I don't have a sense of the funding that has been, so out of the $25 million grant, how much of it has already been kind of allocated or committed or spent? And so if that could be kind of another, you know, data point along with where the funding is being allocated. And then again, through any of the block grants, are there any new organizations or tribes that have resulted, you know, through the block grant? Because that was some of the work we talked about in last year. It's been a year already, of, you know, supporting, you know, trying to at least do the outreach. Maybe, you know, it hasn't resulted yet in a project, but I think the conversation here and that we had, or just recently on the last agenda item, but also last year is what, you know, what's resulted in terms of any new organizations or new tribes that might be getting support through these block grants. So those are kind of 3 points that I'd love to just get more information as part of this report, this annual report.
Yeah, just as a little prelude, first part of your question, I just saw an amazing example of that the Point Blue just produced, and I did see mapping with the other Point Blue grant. So we could get that information pretty easily. Second point of your question, yes, for the sake of brevity, I did not put the financials, the financial to date, but our project tracking database can get that information to the board at request. Third part is going back to the first slide. There is a partnership goal that is being pursued, 200 land managers, I believe. So that is being pursued to increase the diversity of folks that our grantees are reaching out with, to not only expand the geography, but to just basically expand the outreach and just the awareness of what we're doing. And
kind of new part, that's what I'm curious also is, are they kind of new to the work, right? Or are they kind of existing organizations or individuals or land managers that, you know, are getting additional support to do the work? So just if it's a new, that's what and maybe those are all new.
yeah, I'm kind of reaching here on that fifth row down. I'm taking the intent of that to be that
Okay.
new partners are part of that, but I would like to have, we do have good representation by our grantees who could speak on that in more detail than I can. So if Nancy, Liz, or anyone would like to.
Okay, yeah, come on up. Great.
I have numbers and, you know, we use the different definitions that the state recognizes, but we don't find them that they don't tell the whole story. So what we did is we have a tool called RCD Project Tracker, and it's a way for RCDs to enter information about their the projects that they're doing, and the focus is on the benefits that they bring. And we had it didn't really cover disadvantaged community benefits. So we had that program altered so that they could enter data in there. And so and the most important thing about it was that I asked them to do narrative data, narratives about how they're working with disadvantaged communities, because just saying that we're working in, you know, by the definition of AB 1550, a disadvantaged community tells you nothing, and virus screen isn't very helpful either because it's just a number. So I have stories on about, well, we have 91 projects that are in the project tracker. So and the reason that we have so many is that we had 42 RCDs doing projects across the state with support from 5 partners, but some of them reported several projects because they're doing different things in different categories. And so of the 91 projects, 51 reported that they have direct and or indirect benefits to DACs, you know, based on the census tract. And 80%, and let's see, and 75% of them are where students are eligible for free and reduced lunch. But then, you know, getting into more of the stories, we have 8 RCDs that reported direct engagement with tribes. And they broke out, you know, the numbers of if they're working directly with disadvantaged communities or indirect. And then another thing that I wanted to say is that we have RCDs that are working with schools and community gardens that they might be in an area that is high income, but they're working in schools that aren't, because we know every single city has, or town, even if it looks like it's a bunch of rich people, you always have a few schools that have mostly folks on free and reduced lunch. So they make an effort to work with schools and do community gardens in places where they're of particular need. And in addition, we have worked with several RCDs to translate outreach materials and landowner agreements into Spanish and Punjabi so far. So that's really been helpful too. So it's the reporting of this is still really difficult to get the story across, but we, you know, available on Project Tracker if you want to go through 91 projects that are all related to WCB, and WCB gets credit and it's public information. There are a lot of stories about that. So I promised, and I wanted to fulfill my promise. So thank you for listening.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Liz Chamberlain. I'm with Point Blue Conservation Science, and we're happy to be here today and try to answer some of these questions. We'll remember as many as we can, so feel free to ask again if we missed something. It's been great to be here today, by the way. We feel fortunate we got to be here for this board meeting. Super exciting to see all the projects that went forward today and continue partnering with you. So our program, which the Wildlife
friendly resilience program. We're now calling the Roots program. It's much less of a mouthful, so that's working better for our outreach across the state. And our model is really based on, I think, what you've been asking about today, bringing people into the umbrella of these projects that we're co-branding with WCB very strongly. We have a heavy investment and emphasis on technical assistance and outreach in order to bring in applicants to work with us and partners to work with us who have not traditionally been able to access these conservation funding resources. And so we do have, I apologize to Kurt because we have had a story map up live on our website for a few days, but I just thought of sending it to him today, like, hey, you might not have had time to look and see this. So that's up if you want to see the geographic distribution of our projects. We have active projects in 21 counties across California right now, pretty good geographic spread, and more developing in quite a few counties to come, rolling out really, really rapidly. You can take a look at that. Also in the annual report that we submitted, we have a map that shows that, in static form that you can take a look at too. Couple more stats I can give you, and then I'll turn over to my colleagues to see if they have things to add. But 74% of our applicants have qualified. It's disadvantaged, and we had a menu of criteria that we're using for that based on established metrics that we talked about in the last board meeting. So those things include historically underserved. So these are all often people who have not accessed these types of, they're new to the conservation umbrella. So historically underserved, beginning farmer or rancher, limited resource applicant, military veteran, or because we work quite a bit with schools, greater than 50% of students enrolled in free and reduced lunch programs. And out of our current project pool, 47% of our applicants identify as historically underserved, 14% are a beginning farmer or rancher, and 6% are identified as limiting resource. We just did a quick look through our project data, and we're working with 9 new tribes right now across the state. So I'm gonna turn over to my colleagues and see if there's anything I missed, but also feel free to continue with questions we may not have addressed. Oh, we are not working with herbicide in any of our projects. Yeah, the story map is on our website. It's linked there, and I'd be happy to share the link. Absolutely.
Thank you, Liz. I just want to add a little bit to your question about people new to accessing these funds. One thing about this program that's been particularly exciting is from the initial outreach for applicants was really looking at every step of the application and remove as many barriers as possible. From everything from how the questions were worded, how the outreach was done, and how much we expect from that initial outreach to get projects kind of in the queue to analyze. And what's been particularly exciting, I've been doing this work bringing community and conservation for coming up on 25 years. And what's been particularly exciting is across the different communities and individuals that have applied, overwhelmingly the number of people that are new to applying in this way. And historically, with our work with the STRAW program, we find projects, we find sites and work with partners and fund those projects. And this avenue where people could bring projects forward on their own has opened up a whole new opportunity of projects that may have not been noticed with the traditional ways of finding conservation and restoration dollars. And in particular, what's been exciting was ones that, there was, assumption, oh, these projects might be small or something like that. They're, new ideas on maybe small properties. And so many have really blossomed into these awesomely impactful projects, both for community engagement and for ecological impact. And having these barriers addressed as much as we can in the early stage of the applications allowed for projects to come forth, grow and flourish into things that were exciting for the applicants as well for us. So it's this model has been incredibly impactful for new opportunities for people to engage and realize projects that otherwise may not come to light. So I want to thank you for this model and allowing us to do this work.
Yeah, I mean, I agree about the narrative and some of the, the qualitative stories, right? Because I think that to capture that sometimes, when you're looking at a table, just kind of misses the impact. And so appreciate that, and actually would love, I'm gonna get on and check out the story map, but just also would love to hear more, or if you're just even as an organization collecting some of these stories, would love to just kind of understand that impact. Because I think that's what is for me, kind of the magic about this work. So, yeah, thank you. Of course, please, come on
I'll
up.
say something about tribal engagement, because that was a question that you asked. And I've been working, our program has been working with quite a few tribes. And some of the feedback that I've been hearing is that they're really excited to engage with us with these funds because they find it challenging to engage with WCB directly because of, sovereignty issue, tribal sovereignty issues. And so another way that we are enhancing our engagement with tribes is by being really flexible in our language, in our agreements. And so, we've been able to add like specific language that the tribe has requested, like this project will not, impinge on tribal sovereignty and things like that. So I think just the added flexibility, I've heard some feedback that's really appreciated.
Okay, well, thank you. Appreciate the update and keep up the great work. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, item number 47.
Ooh,
Jen,
this
do you
is a
wanna-
really
yes,
exciting
do you wanna
one.
walk us through
Thank you
it?
all for staying to the brutal end for the least exciting, but most important for me. So this is an item, this is a request for delegation of authority from the board for grant agreement augmentations up to 300,000. Not losing our quorum, we're almost there. So I think I briefed almost all of you individually about this, but essentially, we have a lot of project applicants who do need augmentations. And waiting for a board meeting can mean they miss their construction window. It can mean they have to just halt progress. We recognize that anything that involves glyphosate would come back to the board regardless of price, but many projects we think would benefit from a little more flexibility in approving up to 300,000 with a cap of 1 million per year that I can authorize. And then we would report to you on what projects received augmentation in the previous year. And if we need more, we'd come back for more authorization. So that's the request on the board, and I'm happy to, on the table, happy to take
I
questions.
thought you laid out the rationale for the numbers you came up with very well, and I support your proposal.
Thanks, Captain.
Any comments, questions? Agreed with that comment. All right, I'll take a board motion.
I move that we do what she tells us to do.
All right.
Right here,
Second.
all written down.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Let's do roll call.
Hold on, sorry. Chair Bookday,
Aye.
Chair Bonham. Member Nagami.
Aye.
Member Pavley. Member Peralt.
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
Member Murray.
Thank you, friends.
Motion pass.
Great.
Great. Job, make your life a little easier.
A little
hopefully.
easier,
A
help our
little
applicants
easier.
be successful. Okay, last but not least, public forum for items not on the agenda. I don't have any cards, but maybe there are folks waiting patiently on Zoom.
There are no raised hands.
Wow, okay. Thank you, Alexa, for all your good work. I think we are done.
All right, thank you, board. So stay tuned. We're gonna be reaching out for some dates to schedule our retreat. So thank you, everyone. Another wonderful day, $100 million plus of
Yes.
approval.
Well done,
Congratulations.
staff. Thank you, everyone. All right, hit that harder. There you go. All right.
All right. Okay.
Good job.